Editor, poor_hero. TN, Big 3. Here's the chapter most have been waiting for. I am an elf, a race who could talk to fairies. For the elf race, as long as they listened carefully, they could converse with the fairies. And for that reason, we were also grouped under the fairies by the human race. But, I was the bottom of the pile. Even within my village, I was ridiculed. Because I could not make a clear distinction of what I should and should not hear. In other words, I lacked control. The fairies' voices were heard on 24 hours. It never stopped. Like a ringing sound that just wouldn't go away. It just kept bouncing around my head. I was already at my limit. There were loads of fairies in my village as we were in the middle of a forest. Which was why my parents told me to attend the capital's Phyllis Academy, since there were lesser fairies there than what we had here, village. The capital was also at the front lines in terms of research, so they might have a way to heal me. Fear of me being lonely, being separated from my parents, they enrolled me into a dormitory so I could make some friends. It was true in the academy, the number of fairies were not as much and I did not feel the giddiness I felt in my village. However, once I entered the dormitory, the noise. It was as bad as ever. As everyone began to do self-introductions happily, my heart was just not there. So noisy, so damn noisy. Please stop talking. I had begged them millions of times. And was rejected millions of times. They were laughing at me, saying it was my own fault for hearing them. That they wouldn't obey orders from a person with mana lower than them. It was impossible. I would have to live with this noise forever. I hate myself for thinking this way. I hate the fairies that forced me to think this way. I somehow managed to endure through the day. But I am reaching my limit. Today my class went through body checkups. They also had their mana measured, but as elves usually have a higher amount of mana, the check for me would be done on a different day with a different crystal ball. Through the gaps from the classroom, I saw how everyone placed their hand on the crystal ball. The day was ending soon. It was still fine in the classroom, but in the dormitory. Why was it so noisy in there? The last student was a very beautiful boy. He looked like he skipped grades to be here. Because he looked younger than all of us, plus, he was really afraid of the crystal ball. Try your best. I shouted in my heart, encouraging him, and when his fingers touched the crystal ball, it shattered. He, who fell on his butt, started bleeding. Was he okay? Sensei then, in a panic, brought him somewhere. Worried, I looked down the corridor and saw the rest of my classmates, as worried as I was. The whole classroom was in a buzz and the fairies buzzed along with them. My ears hurt. I scowled at the noise, and at this time, Sensei came back. With a shout, he quieted the class down. It affected the fairies too, as they fell silent as well. Zelda-sensei, was that it? I give you my thanks. And when I was thanking him, he announced that lessons were over. Ah. I don't want it to. If possible, I wouldn't want to return back to the dormitory because of all the noise. But the only place apart from this classroom that I know of in the academy was only the dormitory. Having no choice, I followed everyone back to the dormitory. Night. The fairies were making a racket again. Thinking that a wide space would be better than this narrow room, I took hold of a lantern and walked out of the room. Rustle. The fairies buzzed around me, laughing, what now, what now? In the end, I reached the lobby and squatted down by the sofa. It was so noisy that I was about to cry. So noisy, freaking noisy. Shut up, Dot. I shot up and shouted at them, unable to stand it anymore. And yet, the fairies all just continued to laugh at me. I can't. I really can't anymore. And as I was about to squat down again. Are you okay? Despite always having troubles listening to what people are saying due to all the racket from the fairies, I somehow can hear that clearly. Shocked, I turned towards the direction of the voice and saw a boy standing there. TN, Hikari, light. He said something and a beautiful ball of light appeared and lighted up the boy as well as the surroundings. As I stared shocked at him, he started making his way over. The fairies then started talking again. Hey, let's prank him. We haven't done it in a long time. Don't come any nearer. I wanted to warn the boy, but the fear made me unable to make a sound. He was the boy from the afternoon incident. Such a beautiful face. And he seemed to be telling me that it was okay. There was no way it was going to be okay. And when my eyes met his, he smiled at me. Was he worried about me? It's dangerous. Was what I wanted to tell him, but for some reason, my voice was not coming out. Looking at that shiny silver hair that sparkles like an angel, my voice just wouldn't come out. What should I do? Ah, that boy was going to bump into the fairies. Listening to the chatter from the fairies who seemed to be having fun, I felt irritated. Why can't I even say, such a simple thing? Be careful. By reflex, I closed my eyes, fearing the impact. He let out a tiny gasp before backtracking. It cannot be. Was he able to see them? But he is a human. Then, at that moment. Oh. He then covered both ears with his hands. No way. I can't believe this. And it seemed like the fairies were having the same thoughts as I had as they were in an uproar. Oi, this human seems to be able to see us? Don't talk crap. There's no way he can. That's right, but he did take a step back, didn't he? It's your imagination, there is no way a mere human can see us fairies. I can. He cut off the old-sounding voice. I began to suspect my hearing. This was not a dream, right? And with his response, the fairies went into an uproar again. The boy then stopped smiling and looked straight at the grandfather fairy whose sentence had just been cut by him. He really can see them. You are troubling her, would you mind shutting up? I was stunned at what he said. I was touched that he said that for my sake. But even so, he was being ridiculed by the fairies. They mocked him as the grandfather fairy spoke. To think a low-powered mere human dares to command us. Yes, it was no use. Even I, an elf, a race that have mana higher than humans, couldn't get them to listen. But you had my thanks for trying to help. But then, the boy started grinning. In short, you guys would abide me if my mana is higher, but... What was he talking about? Sorry to say, but the mana felt from him was a lot lesser than mine. With that amount, what can he do? Ha? Is your brain melting, human? As if any one of us would lose to a human. To compete with us. The grandfather fairy's voice faded out in the middle of his sentence. And it was not just him, I was shocked too. What, is this power? Really, was he even a human? As he had said, the power he let out was way higher than all of the fairies combined. Due to the huge pressure, the fairies were unable to make a sound. I too, was unable to move. But I was not afraid. It was a preposterous amount of power. Really huge. But to me, it felt like I was being wrapped in a warm sunny light. Tat 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 tat. The boy started moving towards the grandfather fairy. Would you abide? Wah! But that smiling face was scary. Maybe it was because he looked like an exceedingly beautiful angel. The fairies started trembling, fearing him. I wonder why I don't feel afraid at all. I abide. Please, forgive us for all the impolite things we had done. I was surprised by how the grandfather fairy was desperately shouting for his life. It was really true that they will abide anyone with a high power. I looked with interest at the boy who smiled. Is that so? That's great. Would you mind leaving this place then? He had a bad mouth despite of his angelic face. But his gentle manner does match his face. Just like an angel. Even though I had never seen one before. I wonder why my heart beats so fast whenever I look at him. Ha! The boy let out a sigh and the power disappeared instantly. He then started walking toward me. A cuter and younger boy than me. Why does my heart beat so fast? It was beating. It was tightening. Sorry. I jumped a bit at his apology. Why was my heart beating even at his apology? I did not mean to scare you, are you okay, Dot? Saying that, he crouched down beside the squatting me. Wah dash. Don't do that. I can't look at his eyes. Beating. Tightening. I heard about this from my mother. That this was love. You love, dove, blove, naya tn, in original Japanese. Koi. Love, carp, intention/purpose. What's that naya ing at the end for though? What should I do? My ears were definitely red. Embarrassed, I looked away and then I remembered. That boy, what did he say? Scared me? It's not that. I was not scared. Or rather, I came to like you very much. How embarrassing, but I had to tell him because I was really glad. From tomorrow onward, I can finally live peacefully. I am not scared, thank you. Our eyes met. What beautiful eye color he has. But really, this was too embarrassing, so I turned my eyes away again. And then, he stood up. Panicking, I called out. What should I say? I wanted to call out to him, but I hadn't even thought about the subject. With my mind in a frenzy, a question popped out. Who are you? Most likely an angel, though. The angel, with a troubled expression on, tilted his head and answered. I'm Will? So cute. That was foul play. Then, who are you? I was asked back. Fine then, I shall copy your answer. I am Selfies. Father, mother, I think I am going to be fine from now on. I can live quietly from now, My heartbeat was noisy. And, thanks for reading. The likes for this novel is over 5,000. Kaya, happy face. Kaya, angry face. Kaya. T. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 048, Miso is troubled. 048, Miso was troubled. Posted on October 18, 2016 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. TN, Big 2. I need to explain, the author jumped between third person and first person when writing this. I just standardize it all. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Miso no, Misosiana briskly walked down the corridor. We are not commoners, but the Lord who governs over them never forget this. Ni replayed his father, the current count and head of the family, Manuel Sosianov's words. Yes, his father had said that to him before he left for the academy. His meaning might mean, never be looked down by those in the capital despite being a noble from the countryside. If not, he can never rule, was what Mi understood. However, Mi got crushed from the start. The gloomy Mi was panicking inside, and all he could think was oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, is father wrong, and as such, a preposterous doubt bloomed. Reflexively, he grinds his teeth. Even though father was always correct. Mi began to felt like he was betrayed by the one he thought was perfect. Actually, what his father said was, we are not commoners but the Lord who rules over them. Which means, we are fed by them in exchange of us governing over them. Never forget this. But Mi had totally misunderstood. Sosianov's family was tentatively a distinguished family, having been in long service. But Mi's grandfather had slipped up and was found guilty of corruption repeatedly, causing the Sosianov family's status to fall till count. And when Manuel Sosianov took over as the head, things finally changed. Now, his governance could be said to be as good as the barrels, and was well supported by his people. And the territory Sosianov is in charge of was, as Mi had said, a place far from the capital, the countryside. But that was because it was the front line of the border that Sosianov, a family with a lineage of knights, was given to protect. To Elsmu, which was surrounded by the demon forest, on both the east and west, the defense for the border was of utmost importance. The national border of Hatul from the north, downstream of the Isa River, the place close to the north side of the demon forest, was where the noble knights, Sosianov, had been protecting for generations. It was their pride to have that territory, as well as the pride of protecting the king. Although it was the same Sosianov family which fell in his grandfather's generation, Manuel, be it his looks or abilities or leadership, was supported and loved by the knights and people. Mi was one of them. He respected his father and had aimed to become like him. But Mi had mistaken pride for extravagance. It was wondered if this fact had been found out by himself or not. And the thing that stopped Mi happened 1 week before. It was something unexpected, and was something very difficult to solve. The next in line of Barrel's family, William's Barrel. According to rumors, he was a genius. Since he really did skip grades, it may have some truth to it. Even though the Sosianov family was building its name back by Manuel, it was still very much at count. And just when the name was reviving, that happened. Even Ni knew how much damage it could cause. Will's status was above. And yet, William's Barrel made friends with commoners and walked with them, self-introduced himself as only Will, hiding his status. Why? This was all Mi could think of for this entire week. What was the meaning of his father's words? His father and Will, he totally cannot understand what the people above were thinking. Mi Sosianov, for good or bad, is a straight and frank person. He, who stopped in the middle of the corridor, raised his face and began running. I made a small blunder in my first lesson, but I managed to pass the entire week without standing out. Thanks to that, there were no troubles and I made friends, so I was really happy. But I kinda had a feeling the girls were avoiding me. Yep. But it must be my imagination. I mean, Selfies would still come over to talk to me, despite turning red, and in the dormitory's lobby, Freya-san and Lolia, and Yuria-senpai. I don't think I am picked on. But all the senpais in the dorm were kind and thoughtful. I began to lose confidence in if I could be like them when I reached 12. But my time had come. Yes, because today was Saturday. No, I got too excited. In the National Academy, students take Saturday and Sunday off, just like the public primary schools in Japan. But there was a huge difference. The academy was not slacking at all. To make up for the weekends, we were truly and strictly taught in the weekdays. 6 to 7 lessons, 50 minutes each per day. It was till the extent where one wonders if that was too hard for 10 years old. It was too long. Was 50 minutes this long? It was as John Sensei said / warned, that it might be because I already knew all the materials being taught. Yep. It was not that Zelda Sensei's lessons were boring. To tell the truth, it was rather fun. Though it would be nice if he could tone it down another 20% or so. If he was not a sensei, he would put any street performer to shame with his entertainment antics. Because in this world, magic exists. We were shown illusions every day. Illusions that even the famous illusionist on Earth, who seems to own the moon, would pack his bag and run away. In geography, the map that was used was burning. In mathematics, a fireball was burning as he was explaining the calculations. I was not talking about the fact that he was so hot-blooded that he was burning with passion but literally burning. We are going to have our first magic lessons on Monday, but I cannot help but worry. And because of the needless worry during all the 50 minutes lessons, I was really tired. But today was my day off and free of worries, so my excitement was max. Other students were too, going out, chatting or even playing hide and seek. Even everyone in the dorm was enjoying their day off. Of course that included me. However, I don't understand, ugh. What was the situation now that produced those moaning noise? Zen. What's wrong? Sighing, I walked towards my roommate at his desk, moaning. This and that and this and that, I can't understand a thing. And to think I wanted to skip grades. Zen looked like he was about to cry. It was only April, there is still about 6 months to go. There was totally no need to be so pessimistic now. Rather than that, I can feel my excitement going down because of him. Sighing again, I looked at the airheaded young man in front of me. It can't be helped, I'll teach you, . Saying that, I pulled my chair over to Zen's desk and he stared at me, surprised. There was no need to go that far though. This guy. That's why, this semicircle and this circle had the same radius and diameter. I see. Then, what about this, Will Sensei? Because I was teaching him, Zen began calling me Sensei. The words making up Sensei was being born first, so I am not his Sensei. TN, Sensei. Literal translation is first, born. But it was not a bad feeling being called that, so I left it at that. Definitely not because I felt happy being called that. That's a cylinder. Cylinder is. I started scribbling on Zen's notes. But Zen was a good student. He absorbed things easily and apprehended stuff fast. If he was like this at 10, wouldn't he be counted as a genius? And if you add this in. Dash. Ooh. See? The circumference and the length become the same. And I was cut off in the middle of explaining. Because of a loud knock on our door. Luckily, Zen had already understood all of it, so it was a good place to stop. But the force of that knock, was there an emergency? I quickly ran to the door. Who's there? I asked as I opened the door, taking a peek at the face in front of me. Please excuse me for visiting suddenly. Could you spare me some time? It was miso soup no. Miso sianav. And that's it. If me ever had puppy ears, they would be hanging down right now. I see. I then smiled wryly at the me in front of me who seemed really troubled. Did your father really say that? I had heard that the Sosianav family was going great with governing their territory. Which was why I felt the word said by Manuel was slightly out of place with his actions. We are not commoners, but the Lord who govern over them never forget this. Most likely, there was something left out from that sentence. He did. I think, . Being pointed out like that by me lost his confidence and began doubting his own memory. William Sama, why did you do all that? He asked me, but I didn't have a credible reason on hand right now. Because of my previous memories, I find living like the commoners much more comfortable. But for me's sake, I would need to give him a plausible reason. Because he definitely misunderstood his father's words. That was because I did nothing. With my answer being so unexpected, he was looking at me with his mouth agape. It was as you heard. As long as anyone holds the authority for tax collection, they also hold the role to govern. But as my father had once said, the main point is governing. Looking at me, who opened his eyes wide, I continued. Which was why, as I said before, in this academy, we are only students. Why would I go around acting superior when I am not doing anything? I think I gave a pretty good excuse. Me, who still looked stunned, gave his thanks and was about to leave the room. He really only came in to ask questions. But he still looked slightly unconvinced, and that might be because of what his father had said. Sai, let's just help him. Is there any communication tool in your house? My son, who is currently in the academy, contacted me. Within the communication tool, our house was a version which can send and receive letters. Had a letter from my son addressed to me, surprising me. Being in charge of the defense of the border, it was important that we, the Sosiana family, can communicate easily with the capital. According to the letter, it was sent borrowing a simple communication tool from a friend, but this kind of tool was not something a student usually has. Maybe they had created a small mobile one which students can bring about. I would need to check this information with the capital, I thought to myself as I continued reading the letter. I cannot understand the meaning of Father's words. We are not commoners, but the Lord who govern over them never forget this. What does it actually means? Reading that, I buried my head in my hands. My son was a straight and frank person, but he was a little. No, too frank. Sigh. Letting out a deep sigh, I began writing the reply to my son. TN, surprise. Nisokuan is a good guy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 049, flower on both hands? 049, flower on both hands? Posted on October 23, 2016 by Krasapumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. TN, I decided to change selfies to selfie. One more. A bitter cry spread throughout the cafeteria. It was selfie. Of course, not even Zen or I can stand it. Covering our ears with our hands, we grimaced. You must be joking. Zen, you're too cunning, ... She said as she jumped up, flushing red, glaring at Zen. What? I raised my hand, palm out, towards her, trying to calm her down. TN, think Chris Pratt in Jurassic World taming the bunch of velociraptors. Selfie, coming back to her senses, muttered that she was not a horse. She then noticed all the stares coming from around her and quickly sat down, embarrassed. So? What's going on? Why did the both of you agree within yourselves to skip grades? Selfie drew near to me, pressing for an answer. Your face was really close, Selfie. And on it, the words, "Am I the only one being left out?" was written across. No, it must be because I am too stupid. Anyway, I was in trouble. No, it's not like that. Then what is it? It just so happens that both me and Zen had aimed to skip grades from the beginning. At my words, Zen nodded hard. It was a 4-seater table, 2 on each side, and Zen was the one sitting opposite of me and Selfie. And because of that, Zen pretended not be involved. Thanks to him, I was stuck on the receiving end of Selfie's anger. Damn it. I won't be waking you up tomorrow, Zen. Really? Selfie, whose anger had mostly subsided, asked doubtingly. Yes, really. We both wanted to help our fathers out with their work, which was why we wanted to skip grades. Like a bobby head figure, Zen nodded again. Selfie then nodded as well. That's great, she accepted it. She seemed relieved too. Then. Selfie stood up again. I want to skip grades too. Serious? What's up? Stares from all over the cafeteria were beginning to gather over to our table again. Flushed red, Selfie sat down, but she continued to stare straight at me. I got it. I said weakly, unable to stand her stares anymore. This girl was really... Where had the meek and gentle girl from the start gone to? There was a bitter smile on my face, but I was also happy. Despite seeing me releasing my mana that day and yet still treats me normally made me really glad. I was hated by girls in my previous life, got hit on the head by a vase, and my fleeting and empty life came to an end, but it looked like there was hope in this one. There exists a strategy of making good friends when young and turning them into childhood friends. Childhood friends are not lovers? It was fine as long as I am not disliked. That was why, there was no disadvantages in getting along with them. Plus, I am rather happy with the situation right now. I heard some rude remarks like harvesting rice while it is still green, but it must be my imagination. Ha, it was not that I made friends with them because of this strategy but that I truly do want friends. Anyway selfie, we would need to fix your body constitution first. The sound of bread dunking into soup before eating was heard. Ah, that might not be the best thing to say to selfie the first thing in the morning. I know. Once done, remember to add me to your study group. At the selfie who was smiling happily, Zen and I looked at each other. Today was Sunday. Meeting selfie at the lobby, we foolishly told her what we did on a Saturday, which was supposed to be used to have fun by students who were supposed to be having fun. That was a failure. And after being cross-examined by her, it turned out into this. Boys, living in the same room is sneaky. We were even being blamed with such an irrational reason. In the end, every Saturday, a study session is to be held at the lobby. Cough. A gathering by 10-year-olds on a day off, why should we be happily studying? It was because of selfie. She said studying happily but, it's studying you know? Does she even know the meaning of studying? I am worried. Oni-san is really worried. Finishing our breakfast, we had decided to start our study session next week. I stood up, slightly worried about the innocently smiling young girl beside me, and headed out towards the lobby. So, what should we do? Selfie, who was sitting in the middle among us on the sofa, turned to me and asked. I am free today so I'll help. Zen said, smiling, from behind Selfie's back. After hearing what the fairy said, I kinda got the gist of what is going on. Most likely, Selfie possessed an amount of mana larger than most people. I said as I drew back at Selfie who was leaning in. I wonder, I haven't taken the mana measurement test so I am not too sure. Ah, I see. As elves have a higher amount of mana than humans, they would be taking the test with a different set of crystal balls on another day. I would be taking the test with you too. I mumbled and Selfie seemed delighted. Anyway, she was most probably relieved to have someone she knows there. Does it means you guys have a connection as the both of you have similar amount of mana? Zen asked, tilting his head. Selfie looked at him and nodded. Zen's face turned red. I can never get bored looking at him. Maybe elves have a habit of focusing their mana on their ears. As they wanted to talk with the fairies, they most likely often trained doing that. As Selfie had a large amount of mana, she became being able to hear them despite not focusing her mana onto her ear. I stood up from the sofa and looked behind at the two of them. And so, let's go to the courtyard. Okay. They replied energetically, raising their hands. Now we were talking. Phyllis Academy had a lot of open grounds. This middle yard that we were going to was so big that you won't even know where the middle part is. We headed toward an edge of the yard where trees were growing thickly and used the animal trail, which formed into something looking like a green corridor, which opened out into a space. Will, it's amazing how you even found this place. Zen said, with a funny expression on his face as he looked around. Ah, by my intuition. Actually, I used magic, Tansaku, search, on a map but if Zen knew about this, he might want me to explain. Seriously, just like a certain research baka I know. At my words, Zen frowned. Can we go back? Will we get lost? What a rude fellow as always. How can we? I have my intuition. I retorted back. I will not be accepting any comments on how I am acting like a fool instead. Then, I turned to Selfie, who had been silent ever since she entered the forest. Zen turned to me, puzzled as to why Selfie's mood suddenly turned bad. As expected, is it noisy here, Selfie? It was a bit childish of me to peek into her face from the bottom but I am 2 years younger. Plus it was said that girls grew up faster so I am not particularly bothered by it. Selfie, looking like she swallowed a bitter pill, did a small nod. Well then. So she could really hear them, Zen whispered to me as I smiled wryly. Ready yourself, Zen. What's going on? Not being able to understand anything, Zen stood there, shocked, as I began to release my mana slowly. Then slowly, Zen began to understand the meaning of my words. Just a little. Was what my plan was. At the same time, I focused mana around my ears and I started hearing voices. Moo, Who is he? Can he be the rumored one? I frowned at the voices in a stir. Well, would you mind being silent? I said, frowning, and at the same time, the voices stopped immediately. This was the second time but seeing their reaction still surprised me. So my mana was really that huge. The rumored one, do fairies exchange information? But this was slightly amusing. Yep. I finally understand the feeling of a teacher entering a noisy classroom for them to fall silent at the sight of him. Or maybe the feelings of a mother suddenly entering the room of her son, who was supposed to be study, and was reading manga secretly instead. The slightly nasty kind of amusement. I grinned and shouted. Can I have a little help from you? Ah. Yes. Gladly. Sadly, I was not using magic to be able to see them, but if I did, the fairies were mostly likely pale in the face right now. That was how their response felt like to me. I am glad they were so understanding. Yep. I don't deny that I cannot help but grinned at that. It must be my imagination that the air rippled a bit. TN, really fairies? You really don't have to tremble like that. I immediately kept all my mana back inside. Because Zen too looked pale and exhausted. Will, a surprise attack is awful, but being blamed by that feeble voice troubled me. I did give a warning in advance, didn't I? Now, I looked over to Selfie. Then Selfie, try moving your mana. Your power is as amazing as usual, eh? Moving my mana? Selfie, with a blissful face on for some reason, asked, puzzled. Eh? I thought elves can use magic? What is with that thought? Elves are a race that have high mana and are good with magic, but that doesn't mean children know how to use magic too. My image of fantasy was collapsing. But they are still a race that are good with magic, so it was still a passing mark. Starting over, I looked at Selfie. I see, so you don't know how. Then, let's start with learning how to feel magic. I then remembered the words spoken by John Sensei. Magic manipulation is not something that can be done in a day or two. I called Selfie over. Come over for a bit, . Magic perception? That's so cool. I want to try it too. Waterfall training? Waterfall training? Zen said happily as he leaned in. The people before did training. This is a world with magic. No matter tiny or huge, everyone has some mana in them. To use magic, one has to learn how to feel and manipulate mana. And to learn that, one would undergo training like waterfall training that monks do, for a long period of time. During which one would unity their mind and soul and slowly learn how to feel and manipulate mana. They would hide in the mountains, looking even more like monks undergoing training. Then, someone's disciple realized it. Since mana is the same, wouldn't feeling each other's mana be faster? He convinced his master and managed to learn magic perception in about an hour. Long story short, all it takes is for someone else to manipulate one's mana. Having someone who knows how to manipulate one's own mana, one would learn it easily. That famous disciple who found this method must be someone who lazed around. Then, please excuse me. I gently grabbed Selfie's wrist. There was no need to come in contact, but it felt more authentic like this, no? Ah. She must be surprised by the sudden flow of mana. Selfie stood there, flushed red and stunned. Ah, sorry. No, it's okay. Thank you. Smiling at the Selfie who smiled, a bullet came flying. Me too. In the end, it became a situation where I held Selfie on my right while on my left I held Zen. TN, flowers on both hands? Thanks to the lazy disciple, all it took was an hour before I got released from that situation. Selfie, yeah. It was fun. Will, yeah, kind of. Fairies, this is not supposed to be enjoyable. In any case, I am sleepy. That's why this is only an outline. I shall reply to your thoughts tomorrow. Sorry for my late response since you took the time to write it. TN, flowers on both hands. I was really expecting someone else. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 050, First Magic Lesson. 050, First Magic Lesson. Posted on October 26, 2016 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, Poor_Hero. TN, the Big 50. Milestone reached. I kinda wanna take a little break, lol. Next milestone, 100. Monday. Today would be my first magic lesson since I came to the academy. Today's magic lesson will be conducted with groups of 4. Each group will be given one magic tool. Within 3 lessons, I want you to work with each other in your group to learn magic perception. Zelda-sensei said assertively, looking around the class. Okay, go find your group, now. With that, the class moved. As usual, the 3 of us were together as a group. What about the last person? Zen asked. Selfie, do you have anyone in mind? As I threw the question over to Selfie, she shook her head vigorously. With her panicked look like she was about to cry, she leaned in close. No. This is fine. The lesser the enemies the better. What enemies? Let's cooperate with friends. I said, my voice strained, and Zen looked at me with a funny look on his face. What's with him? Zen, don't look at your senior with such eyes. HM? I am his junior? I am already 25, going to 30. It was really pathetic to be looked at like that by a 10-year-old. I then suddenly realized. Could it be, Selfie does not have any friends? I finally understand her actions. I messed up. The one who was insensitive was me. To think Zen caught on faster than me. I am ashamed, Zen. Otherworldly kids sure grew up fast. No, it should be me who was useless. I grew slightly depressed, thinking about it, and then, I felt someone coming near. Can I join you guys? The one who asked us was Miso, no, Miso Sionov. Sure. No problem. Against me and Zen, who accepted his proposal happily, Selfie was looking at me with a strange look. We were together as well, on Saturday. I said, and Selfie showed an accepted yet unaccepting face. As I looked at her, wondering, she moved her gaze away, as to say that it was nothing. Ah. Disappointed. If it was nothing, please don't shift your glaze away. Ah, whatever, it was better to start over. Besides, there was something else more important at the moment. Sure, welcome. But me, you sure got lucky. I grinned, and Zen and Selfie, after understanding my words, grinned too. Looking at the three of us, me had a question mark floating above his head. You get to use the magic tool all by yourself. Zen said, happily, but that just made me even more confused. Then, a loud voice was heard across the classroom. Okay, all of you are in a group, yeah? I am handing the tools out, so come and get them. At the ever-energetic Gorimacho, Zelda-sensei's call, all of us went to the front, where the blackboard was. Everyone's eyes were sparkling, including Zen, excited about learning magic. I had thought that since this world is overflowing with magic, they would treat it as something normal, but it seemed like they were moved by the thought of using magic too. But compared to a person from Earth, they were a lot calmer. Yep. Or rather, compared to the me who first knew I can use magic, they were a lot calmer. As I wondered who among us should collect the tool, I turned around, only to find the three of them missing. Panicking, I searched around the classroom with my eyes, to find them heading straight to Zelda-sensei happily. Wait for me. Oni-san is sad. I see, so the three of you had already learned magic perception. Ni said, finally understanding. How did you all learn it? Of course he would ask. You. What should I say? Even though we had gotten closer with that case on Saturday, but even so, I can't just go, it's because I retained the memories from my previous life, hee. It would be depressing if me, whom I had finally become friends with, to distance himself away from me for thinking I had some screws loose, much less to say he is the next head of the Count family. I wouldn't want the rumor that the next head of the barrel had delusions to travel within the noble society. For the sake of my job, as well as my mentality. And just when I was thinking about all that, Zen just went and happily said. Will taught us. Oh, William-sama did? Don't look at me with those eyes. Don't look at me with those sparkling eyes. With a smile plastered on my face, my brain was working overtime, trying to churn out a solution. Like how frantically the fans turned in a CPU. Then, a helping hand materialized out of nowhere. William-sama. Selfie mumbled. Oh, Selfie-sama. I grinned, turning to Selfie. I am pretty sure my expression right now was terrible. She turned away. Dawn, don't be discouraged, me. Did I not tell Selfie? I had seriously forgotten all about it. Can it be Selfie Dano did not know about it? Me exclaimed, surprised. Yes, what? Everyone knew about it? Selfie was staring hard at me right now. I really forgot, please forgive me. Williams is my real name? Why is it a question mark? Zen had wonderfully retorted to my mumble. Yes, we are often like that. He continued. Will is a noble. Yeah. Because it's too troublesome, so I usually don't give my full name out on the first meeting. My full name is actually Williams Barrel. Selfie then jumped in and cut off my sentence. Seriously? Barrel is in, that barrel? Yes, the Barrel family. In Elsmu, there is only one noble family with the name Barrel, The screaming Selfie, the nodding me, Zen who had a weird look and the stunned me. What was this chaos? As I stood there, stunned, Selfie suddenly pitched forward. And the one standing behind her was Zelda-sensei. You guys, what are you doing? Quickly start your magic perception now. He then struck Selfie's forehead with the side of his hand. It was what people call a hand chop. It hurts. Focus on your classwork, focus. Leaving Selfie who was in pain, Zelda-sensei left those words and walked away. Doing that to a girl, he has no mercy. I looked at Selfie who was crouching down and hugging her head in pain, then at the same time, me, Zen and me looked at each other and gulped. That was dangerous, so dangerous. Zelda-sensei was scary. And so, could you explain? Lucky or unlucky, after calming down and recovering from the pain, Selfie asked immediately. You see, I am worried about being distanced if I said my full name, but as expected of Will. You really don't like it, do you? Selfie said uneasily. Grabbing hold of this chance, I replied her forcefully. Yep. So please treat me like you had before. All right. Selfie seemed to have accepted it, but was it my imagination that she looked a little down? Really sorry, Selfie. I did really intend to tell you. Wondering if it would console her, I apologized to Selfie. I was the one who had forgotten, and as friends, it was natural to apologize as it was my fault. Selfie smiled and mumbled, "It's not that, don't worry about it." It was not that? What was it? I don't understand. Anyway, she said not to worry about it, so I guess everything was alright. I kinda convinced myself and turned my attention back to the lesson. Is the Barrow family that amazing? Zen mumbled, still having that weird look on his face. Sigh, let's start the lesson please. Do you understand, me? In any case, leaving aside Selfie and Zen who were talking about Gion-sama, me and I were working hard on the lesson. Which means, magic perception time. Me was currently placing his hand on top of a bronze box. The bronze box, it was a tool to help train one's magic perception. Touching the structure will cause the place which was touched to let out some mana. A processed square bronze box with an empty center, there were intricate patterns densely carved on it. These carvings seemed to make up for the magic formation. True, in the middle, there seemed to be, Tien, Marioka Chado Dara Nagashi, leaking a little mana out, written on it. Well, the other carvings were something additional, I guess. Was rather crude. I am sure there were better ways to phrase it. Tien, leaking/soiling. For example, your pants. Well then, although this tool looked like something that came out of the pocket from the blue tanuki, the power behind this was most likely a mana stone. According to the notes John Sensei made for me to memorize, the country Hatuo had many magic fields where mana stones came from. Mana stones, as the words implied, are stones that have mana in them. As these contained pure mana, they could be used with any magic attributes. For example, the color of slavery. I don't know what attribute it was, but remembering it after this made my mood turn sour. But I had mixed feelings knowing the stones could be used this easily. As I stood there, deep in my thoughts, I was called back by a loud voice. Well then, let's help a friend in trouble. Me, retract your power. Come, hoo. I will not accept any retorts about it not being the situation for the Lamaze technique. It can't be helped because I cannot think of any other technique to aid retracting of power. And so, my first magic lesson ended in the midst of chaos. Selfie, the difference in status between Will and me. My love, won't lose. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 051, Maria's father. 051, Maria's father. Posted on October 31st, 2016 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. TN, aw. What a nice break. Just in time too, since I got hooked on something and don't really feel like translating. LOL. Happy Halloween, guys. Selfie's roommate was no other than the girl Will had christened Holy Mother Maria, the committee chairman who belongs to the gentle and absent-minded type of character. Plus, Selfie was in a terrible mood at that time for room assignment, and the only one who was willing to be with her was Maria. To put it another way, she saved Selfie by just being there. Thanks to Will, Selfie, who was freed from the noise, grew closer to her roommate, and now, they became best friends. You might think that Will had no friends, but that was not the case. Selfie, too, had quite a bit of female friends apart from Maria. The magic lessons went smoothly and Will's class was leading in terms of magic perception. And now, it was finally the time to learn some magic spells. Will did it easily, but the rest of the 10-year-old class, including Selfie and Zen, were having trouble with the pronunciation. Zelda-sensei had grumbled about being irritated with the excessive vowel sounds and was supported by the entire class. Apart from one person. Tien, if you heard Japlish, you'll understand. And so, the end of April came. Although they were only on the level of learning simple spells and magic circles, not yet even learning how to activate nor had confirmed what their attribute were, Selfie, Zen and Will were busily studying for the sake of skipping grades and the time just flew past. But Will most likely had already finished his studies. Selfie said, smiling bitterly as she sat up on the lower bunk, having just woke up from her sleep. Maria had already been up for some time, but that was usual, so there was nothing to be surprised about. Today was Saturday. Even so, Maria was wearing her uniform. Rubbing her half-awoken eyes as she climbed out of her bed, Selfie looked at her, curious. Maria then tilted her head slightly, like how she always does, and laughed gently. The May festival is coming soon, right? Yeah. With the rug pulled out under her by that, Selfie could only mumble a few sounds with her half-awoken brain. Even so, Maria was not bothered by that and was instead in a really good mood. It was rare to see her humming as she braided her hair at the wash basin. By the way, Maria usually wears her hair in a twin braid. And I am ready. Now she was even making up her own lyrics. Unable to ignore, Selfie stood, fully awake, her mouth opened. You have something on today? Hearing that, Maria began advancing towards Selfie with such a force that caused her to stumble back onto her bed. Do you want to know? Looking at the excited Maria, Selfie nodded, smiling wryly. Most likely she will be forced to listen even if she said no. Selfie then sat down on the chair by her table. You see, today I will be having lunch with my father somewhere near the castle. How nice, to be near the castle. Not to mention meeting with your father. Does he live nearby? The unexpected answer made Selfie lean forward. Of course, Maria's family must be living far away since she was currently living in the dormitory, which was why Selfie asked. The both of them are 10 years old currently and haven't entered the I hate my father phase of their life. Therefore, they were purely happy that Maria was about to meet with her father, whom she hasn't seen since a month ago. We decided before I entered the academy. My father is a merchant, you see. The plan was for her father to reach the capital yesterday, and he really did, Maria said happily to Selfie. Ah, so you will be heading off now? Yep. What about Selfie? Ha. I would be studying with Will. Selfie smiled bitterly at the no-rest day off ahead of her, and Maria grinned. That's good, isn't it? Will is cool and cute. He will definitely become a hunk when he grows up. Just like Gion-sama. Maria insisted, standing up excitedly. Will called her Holy Mother, but she was just a maiden. She loves these kinds of topics. Selfie forcefully cut off Maria and sent her off, giving the excuse that she was going to be late for her meeting. I am going now. Have fun. Waving her hands till she was the only one in the room, Selfie coughed. Today too. Study. At this late hour, Selfie finally feels like punching her past self. But it was true that she doesn't want to separate from Will. In the end, Saturday became the study day. Ah, father. Once she left the school gates, she could see her father standing there, waiting. Oh, Maria. It has been a long time. Maria ran towards her smiling father and jumped into his arms. Yes, it has. How has it been going, father? Good and healthy. Financially as well. Father is always energetic, Maria. Maria's father held her hand and they walked down the street together, her braids bouncing. It was early morning where the refreshing air still lingered around. Ah. That was fun. Streets near the castle are something else, aren't they, father? Maria said as she laid her upper body on top of the thick wooden table. Seeing his daughter's position, father smiled wryly. Then, the food they ordered came. The attitude and services received was so good that the both of them can't help but gushed about it. So you haven't been to the lower streets? Sigh, school is busier than you thought. The daughter of Carol's Donny Trading Company is going to be a disgrace. At her father's, Carol's Donny's words, Maria sighed, feeling dejected. Maria's family runs a trading company, started up by her father, and with his efforts alone, he managed to build it up to a medium-small-sized company. The name, Carol's Donny Trading Company. His very own name. It could be that he doesn't have a nickname or he was in love with his own name. No you won't. So, how's school life? Twirling his mustache, he looked at Maria, laughing. Of course. It goes without saying. Please listen, father, I have a roommate, Selfie. Waiting was such a simple job. Everything just came without him doing anything, the guy smiled bitterly. As it was already evening, the room was slightly dark. He, the guy laughed, as the orange streaks of light got nearer to the window. As the black hooded man took his hood off, his mouth, when revealed, was shown to be distorted. Plunging his hand into his robe, chunk, a small sound could be heard as he pulled something out. Then, his mustache mouth changed. At a glimpse, it seemed like the hair retreated back into his skin and his body structure changed too. How easy. That cute girl had told him many things. She might have meant to tell it to her father. The man, who once again grinned, had reverted back to his thin frame. Selfie is really close with him. I am envious. He would have to give his thanks to the girl. He grinned again, looking like he was having fun, his eyes sparkling. Well then. May Festival, is it? The timing is just nice. With that, he melted into the shadows of the room. The May Festival is coming, was the first thing that popped out of Selfie's mouth as I approached the lobby. Her excitement was high, and I think I am seeing an illusion of flowers dancing around her. I then understood her excitement with her words. Yep. So this is what they call festival mood. But May Festival? It was a festival I had never heard before. And when I asked, both Selfie and Zen were surprised. Will has some missing bits, doesn't he? Yep. So knowledgeable yet missing out on some common sense. Selfie and Zen said, one after another. What rude fellows. The real question was why you guys even knew about it in the first place. Perhaps I had a disgruntled face on. Zen panicked and began to explain. Am I that easy to see through? I really had a feeling recently that my mentality was being messed around by my body's age. Let's be careful. Even though I kept saying that. It's a festival where each class has to bring something out. It seems that the middle and high academy can even set up shops. I see. Something like a bunkasai. TN, school festival. Sounds fun. I broke out in a smile and the two looked at each other before laughing. Doesn't it? Right? It's the long-awaited school event. My heart was thumping. What should we do? Bring something out, bring something out. A play? Shall we do a horror house? And as we were excitedly chatting, a voice rang out. HM? I just heard the word festival. It was the hot-blooded Kiro. Ah, Kiro-san, good afternoon. Having suddenly appeared, Zen greeted him in a broken voice. Yo, Zen. Your note is open, Yua, are you guys studying? It's unbelievable. Peeking at the table, Kiro made a disgusted face. What a rude youngster. Ah, but it was true. If it was the previous me, this kind of thing will never happen. I am not studying, I am teaching. If he looked disgusted and I don't reply to it, we can't do stand-up comedy. HM? Why do I want to do stand-up comedy? Ah, just going along with the flow. I grinned and looked at Kiro. If you like, I can teach you too. No thanks. He replied immediately. This guy, he sure didn't betray my expectation. Having guys that know how to go along with the flow sure was fun. Kiro then retorted back, saying that I wouldn't know the subjects from Low 3. Low 3 was the short form for Lower Academy 3rd year. To think the culture of shortening names existed here as well. As I began to feel nostalgic, Kiro, Selfie and Zen began chatting about Schoolfest May Festival excitedly. That's right. Then, my class had decided to set up a shop, a cafe. I got lured by the words. CAFE. This could be the part where my ears suddenly grew big and someone would yell wah, his ears grew in size. Then wah, how cold? Would follow up. Then I would be hurt, he would be hurt. HM. Nothing good will happen. Yep. TN, if you don't understand, he's still talking about the stand-up comedy in a cartoon-like scenario. But a cafe. I wondered what kind of cafe it would be. I perked my ears, trying to listen to their conversation. So now we are fighting about if we should use our uniform or to make some costumes. At that, Zen muttered. Hey, isn't it fine with just our school uniform? Since it's a school event anyway. What was he talking about? Definitely costumes. Before I realized it, I had shouted. Before I realized it, Saturday passed with us discussing about the design for the costumes. It must be my imagination that everything ended up connected. Thanks to Selfie's laughing fit, I got infected by it as well, ha ha ha. Ha ha, dot. But, the product for my entire day of work was lying on top of my table right now. There was no need to say, but it was a splendidly handmade uniform. I went and made it. Because, wasn't School Festival Cafe all about this? Zen, what is this? The stitching is exquisite. Selfie, what is this really? Where do I stand if he can study and even so perfectly? Kiro, what the heck is this? It's too perfect. It's too cute. Will, no, sorry. Tien, ha 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 ha. Sorry, that was too fun to translate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 052, May Festival, 1st. 052, May Festival, 1st. Posted on November 5, 2016 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. It had been 3 weeks since I lost control and made a maid uniform. May came and most of the ichors had fallen, leaving only the leaves. The new green leaves had the feel of both spring and summer as they swayed about in the cool breeze. May was definitely in full presence here. After this, it is June, the start of the rainy season as well as the attack of humidity, which is not something easy to endure. I really had no idea where the wind came from considering where Elsma was located. Elsma was really similar to Japan, having all 4 seasons as well as the annoying rainy season. But as the reason the rain managed to extend all the way over to Elsma was something I really cannot figure out. Previously, when I raised this question to John Sensei, I was instead bombarded with questions from him. That was dreadful. I was exhausted from explaining everything from what a cloud was to how they were formed. I was totally taken advantage of. But since he was listening with eyes sparkling like a child, it was alright, I guess. My bad, I got derailed. In short, it was May now, the month for the May Festival. The entire class was caught up in the festival mood as we prepared for it. That included me, who stayed behind after lessons to prepare. By the way, even if it was called the May Festival, that was only because it was held in May. The rest of it was totally similar to a school festival in Japan, with one day, May 31st, being open to the public as well. 31 St. May. I can't help but grinned broadly when I heard that. It was a pun known by any Japanese. Gojetsu Sai, Snickers. Tien, May Festival is Gojetsu Sai, while May 31st can also be read as Gojetsu Sai. Oi, come out here, the one who said it was stupid. I am very fond of any pun, lame and stupid jokes. I admitted that it was stupid. Let's ignore all that, yep. Time to return to the main topic. We, White House first year, had been arguing about which of the classics we should do, the haunted house or a play. After compromising, we had decided on a horror play. What was this half-hearted attempt? Oni-san would really like to try harder at the discussion. But this kind of discussion can be considered to be a training ground for my young classmates, so I endured and kept silent. I am really admirable, am not I? The theme of the play would be splatter horror. As I cannot ignore their pleas asking if I knew anything related, I began telling them the most horrifying story I had heard throughout my 17 years on the earth. It was really splatter horror, that story. You know, that famous one? The grandpa and grandma one. The tongue-cut sparrow. Yes, I shall repeat it again, this story was the one of the biggest trauma I had from my childhood. But since sparrows do not exist in this world, I changed it accordingly. From a grandpa to a meat girl. From a grandma to a stepmother. From a sparrow to the girl's contracted beast, Akion. As for the name, I had arranged it into something familiar in this world. There was a feel of collaboration between the two worlds, but I ignored it. The ending was set as being able to hear a painful wail from the stepmother every night. By the way, I am cast as the monster that jumped out of the box when it was opened by the stepmother. I am quite troubled by it. It was painful, being cast as such a cool character with such an average face. When I said that there was no need to pay with the best character just because I had provided the story, I was met with pitiful glances. Must be my imagination. And so, we were rounded up, without asking, by the hot-blooded Zelda-sensei in the homeroom, and we ended up preparing for the play together. You finished your costume, Will? As I was stitching the large amount of cloth together, I heard a voice from behind me. For some reason, I was mixed among the girls, and was being in charge of costumes. Yes, all that is left is to cut off all the loose threads. I answered, holding a scissors in my hand. Whoa, you sure are reliable, wahahaha. Leaving that long and chunky laughter, Zelda-sensei went off. He was also cast as the elder of the village. Akion escaped back after having its tongue cut by the overwhelming request from the class. Yep. He does have that presence. Be careful, sensei. Was what I thought, but he seemed to be having fun as well. Stitch, stitch, stitch. My hand was turning sluggish. Shall I make a sewing machine? I'm home. Opening the door, I toppled into the room. Oh, welcome back. You finished the costumes? Zen, who went back earlier, said, as he peeked out from the lower bunk. Ah, kinda. Will, what is the matter with you knowing how to sew when you're a noble? Zen said happily, without a care in the world, but I was troubled at how to answer. It was true that the noble me had never sewed once in my life. If you had to ask, naturally it would be the experience from my previous life. Yep. I did part-time at a tailor shop before, so my sewing can be said to be perfect. Saying nothing, I tried to pass it over by smiling as I removed my outerwear and headed over to the wash basin. Yo everybody! Let's get excited and fully enjoy today. Yeah! Responding to Zelda-sensei's roar, the class yelled back. Today's the day, May 31st, the May Festival. All the windows of this classroom, located on the third floor, had been covered up, and the stage, situated in front of the blackboard, was covered up with a partition where all the props and background laid. I will do my best as one of the show's characters and contribute to the play. Well then, let the entertainment show begins. I said that, but can't seem to hide how fast my heart was beating. As we were excited over the play, the class was filling up quickly. Guests, instead of students, sat behind the long tables, waiting for the start of the play. Then, all of a sudden, the entire class went dark. One fireball appeared, then another one as the partition was taken away, revealing the stage. And the play started with the narration. Shitakiri beast Akion and me, and the chills that came. A long, long time ago, there lived a girl. She was a cheerful, bright, and honest girl. But, after her father passed away, she was abused by her stepmother every day, almost to her limit. Today too, from her stepmother's orders, the young girl walked out of the field. I finished plowing the soil. I will have to wait till afternoon to plant the seeds. She wiped her sweat away and stretched her back. Thinking of having her lunch, she ran to the tree stump across the field where she had placed her only piece of bread on. But when she got there, she was surprised. The place where the bread was supposed to be, laid a tiny bird across the half-eaten bread, sleeping. Mr. Bird, could it be you who ate the bread? Pressing her growling stomach, the young girl woke the bird up. She had not expected any response from it, as she knew that birds can't talk. She was simply talking to herself. I am sorry. I was starving to death, so I was unable to resist and ate it. The bird, who had woken up, sounded really sorry and shrank even smaller. The young girl was very surprised to see the bird talking. So that's what happened. It's okay, you must be very hungry. But the young girl was as gentle as ever. A cute smile appeared on her face as she told the bird not to worry. Thank you. I have nothing to give in return, but if it's okay with you, would you like to make a contract with me? A contract. The girl tilted her head, unfamiliar with the word. Yes, I might not look like it, but I am one of the highest-ranking sacred beasts. If you make a contract with me, we would always be together. I will always be here for you whenever you need help. The bird said happily, and the girl's eyes sparkled. Does that mean you will become my friend? Happily, the both of them did the contract, which was to give the bird a name. After giving a name to the nameless bird, they completed the contract. Its name was Akion. They got close almost immediately, and between her stepmother's orders, they spent the time playing together. The one not amused was her stepmother. Her pretentious stepdaughter had managed to do something not many people had done, that is to form a contract with a sacred beast. She had to do something to break the two of them up. She hid behind a tree, watching the two playing around. A few days passed, and it was when the young girl left for the field. The stepmother force-fed Akion grains hidden in her house, and to prevent it from talking ever again, she cut off its tongue and chased it away. It was a plan she came up with, accusing Akion of stealing food to justify her chasing it away. The young girl got a huge shock when she came home. Stepmother, do you happen to know where Akion went to? She asked, hoping to know where Akion was. Her stepmother then shouted angrily. That beast. It said it was hungry and ate all of our precious food, so I chased it away. Happy with the stunned face the young girl was making, she left with huge strides. If it's Akion, he would leave half of it untouched. The young girl was gentle, but that did not mean she was stupid. Realizing her stepmother's plan immediately, she went chasing after Akion. She ran deep into the forest and asked a crow while trembling. "Mr. Crow, do you happen to know where Akion is?" The pitch-black crow glared at the girl with its beady black eyes. "What would you do if I were to tell you?" "He's my friend. He might be hurt." Looking at her eyes that shone pure, the crow smiled and told her that Akion was at its village located around that huge tree. Following the crow's instructions, the young girl delved deeper into the forest before she saw it, the big tree. "Akion, it's me!" she yelled, and a huge bird, who was the sacred beast village's elder, appeared. "Sorry, but Akion had his tongue cut by your stepmother and can never talk again. Your stepmother is dangerous and Akion is still young. As the head, I cannot let him be with you." Having heard that she cannot be with her friend, her shoulders fell. "But still, our tribe and I are thankful to you, the one who saved Akion's life." He then invited the young girl into the huge tree where she and Akion had a brief reunion as she stayed for their banquet. Suddenly, pale bluish-white balls of flame appeared around Akion. The surrounding plunged into darkness for a moment and Akion disappeared. "Where is Akion?" she asked the elder, puzzled. "Akion really loves you very much." Still, the young girl did not understand. Only that when she hugged Akion, she felt cold to the touch. Akion was dead. The bleeding caused by having its tongue cut off was too much for its young body to take. However, its strong feelings for the young girl was so strong that it tried to go against death. A present. The elder held out 2 boxes for the young girl to choose. As she did not have much strength, she chose the smaller box and in a semi-trance, she went back home. Of course, once she reached home, her stepmother pulled the dazed girl to her side, asking her to spit out all that had just happened. She too snatched the box away. And when stepmother opened the box, there was gold and treasures inside. She then cursed her stepdaughter. Why did she not choose the big box? "It can't be helped, I'll get it myself," she said as she went out into the forest happily. And, to be continued. TN, what a fun chapter. Small spoiler, the upcoming chapters will be as well and perhaps a tad exciting based on the chapter title. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 053, May Festival, last. 053, May Festival, last. Posted on November 7, 2016 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. And it's short. The stepmother went into the forest. There, she met the crow and asked the same question. "Where is Akion?" The crow answered that it's at the big tree just a little further away. The stepmother then made her way towards the big tree in high spirits. When she reached the big tree, she called for Akion, who then appeared in front of her. "Ah, isn't it stepmother? I had been in your care for the short time I was at your house. Please, join us for the banquet. Instead of that I would rather get the present. Without shame, stepmother cut off Akion in mid-sentence and urged for the present. "As you pleased." Akion then timidly gave the remaining large box over to stepmother, who did not notice anything as she accepted it happily. At how Akion was grinning. At how Akion turned into fireball and disappeared as she ran away with her box. Happily, she ran. However, the box was really heavy. Stepmother, who did not work at all, was panting in no time. Having no perseverance, she set the box down onto the forest floor. Immensely curious as to what was contained inside, she did not even hide her snickering as she opened the box. From the box, a black haze gushed out as the surrounding temperature went down. Numbers of monsters then flew out of the box, attacking the stepmother. She ran in a panic, but the scene in front stopped her in her tracks. Growing from the ground was hands. The hands grabbed the ankle of the stepmother, who thought of escaping, and pulled her to the ground. The hands, which felt real yet unreal, were freezing, and that sensation was transferred to the stepmother's skin as her own body temperature plunged before her eyes. Thinking of yelling for help, she opened her mouth, but all that came out was a rasping voice. And as she turned around, she saw the figure of a monster, standing right in front of her. The young girl was a little sad at the disappearance of her stepmother and was mourning at the loss of her friend. But after that, she managed to grasp her own happiness and lived happily ever after. However, till today, in the dead of the night, a woman's screams can be heard echoing throughout the forest. Shitakiri monster END. With that last sentence from the narrator, the curtain was lowered onto the stage. The dim classroom was lighted up and the audience all clapped at once. It was an ovation. "That's great." At last, the entire class gathered and gave thanks to the guests and the play was over. In the bustling class, I was satisfied. It seemed like the guests enjoyed themselves. Me, who was the ending monster that came out only at the end, was watching their expressions from the backstage and was glad at how they are enjoying themselves. By the way, the backstage was where the magic production team was in. They did all they could with the 5 months of practice, such as producing the fireballs. But rather, that was a really splendid horror story. To be able to act like that with only an outline of the story. Zelda-sensei is scary. As the guests left the classroom, everyone from the class gathered and began to chattering among ourselves. It was fun. At first, I was worried if I can blend in nicely within the 10-year-olds, but it seemed like I was better at going along with the flow than I thought. I think I heard a "no wait, aren't you young as well?" somewhere, but it must be my imagination. As we finished chatting, everyone started leaving to walk around the school for the festival. Look, half of them were already gone. Selfie, too, was asked along with a bunch of girls and had left the classroom happily. As the classroom grew quieter, Zen invited me and we began to make way out. It was then. Kaya-a-iya. Together with the sound of shattering glass, screaming can be heard. Is it the first floor? Looking at each other, we rushed out into the corridor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 054, Attack. 054, Attack. Posted on November 9, 2016 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, Poor_Hero. TN, don't lose to Cliffsan. Kaya-a-iya. The two of us ran towards the screaming. It should be around where the shoe rack was. Pushing through others, we arrived at the spot and saw a crowd gathering around the shoe rack with a window right above it. Pushing aside the uneasiness that was welling up, I looked outside the window. Selfie. I wondered who muttered that. The shattered glass pieces were scattered all over the ground under the window, and the green-haired Selfie, whose hair looked reddish, was laying there. Reddish hair? It was at about the same time I realized it was blood that I saw a shadow from the corner of my eyes. I'm borrowing this. Will. I ignored the surprised voice of Zen behind me, and before I knew it, I had jumped out of the window. From the air, what I caught sight of was the shadow swinging a silver knife down towards Selfie. I won't be able to make it in time. Immediately once I landed, I swung the thing I borrowed and shouted. TN, that bastard. Clink, and the sound of metal clashing was heard. Just by a hairbreadth, my weapon was nearly knocked out of my hands by the shadow swing of his silver sword. I will be in the disadvantage if it comes down to weight. Using the point of where the opponent's sword and mine touched as balance, I slid down and struck, going with the flow. But it was avoided by just a margin, and I took the attack full frontal. From my weapon, the sound of tearing cloth was heard. The weapon I borrowed, the cloth on the umbrella, cleanly slid to the ground. You, what do you think you're doing? Clicking my tongue, I asked the shadowy man, who took the chance to put some distance between us. Of course, I had not expected him to answer. The sword he lowered was undoubtedly the real deal, and from his swordsmanship, he had the intent to kill an enemy. In that case, no mercy was required. I glared at the man. He was dressed in a long black robe with his long black hair dancing behind him. The long black hair, which he simply left it growing, got caught in the wind, which smoothly spread it out in the air. It could be said to be a beautiful sight, however, it just looked ominous right now. His exposed face was seen donning a ninja-like mask. The only thing that can be seen was his eyes. The red eyes narrowed in delight. You are pretty good, boy, he said haltingly. Who are you? His relaxed posture revealed no openings. Do I go in with a knife? No, magic. There is magic in this world, isn't it? As I tried to whip my chaos mind in order, I acted calmly. No, magic was out. Although there was a distance between us, there were too many people around. Most likely, a huge-scaled magic would be needed to defeat him. People will definitely be roped in. In that case, I directed my mana onto the umbrella, strengthening it. When I did that, the man purred from the bottom of his throat and said, asking my name. Interesting, dot. Sorry, but I am not interesting at all. As I glared at him, I strengthened my mind and body. My name is Abi. At the same timing as he spoke, the surroundings was overflowing with a chilly magic. People who were on the ground started dropping like flies. Those who managed to stand it was in a hazy state of mind. But it was ineffective to me. Once he finished introducing himself, he lunged at me. Abi. I had heard of that name before. It should be the name of a legendary beast. And by looking at the way Abi in front of me attacked, it was clear. He was strong. I managed to parry his sword, which came in from the right, with my umbrella and dodged it. There are rare magical beasts that had high intelligence as well as powerful magic, but to think one that could take on a form of a human. I could confirm that he was Abi, the legendary magical beast. The sword danced left and right. As I tried to dodge by using minimal movements, I waited for the right timing. The sword then swung downwards from my upper right. Now. As I jumped up lightly, I chanted in my head. Tien, Kasoku, accelerate. Movement around me slowed down and Abi's sword came down upon me slowly. Doing a backflip, I landed on top of the sword and leaned my weight upon it, forcing it down. With the flow, I turned and swung my umbrella down upon Abi's head. The umbrella, which seemed to cut through Abi's head like a tofu, cleanly split his body into half. But, the red liquid that was supposed to be spurting out did not come. As I was wondering why there was no blood, my umbrella touched the ground and Abi's body, which was split in half, dissolved into black smog instead of blood and disappeared. Black smog. What's going on? I stopped, dumbfounded for a moment and unobvious to the commotion around me. Then sound entered my shut-out state. And I remembered. Selfie. I rushed over to Selfie in a panic. As everyone nearby were passed out, there wouldn't be a problem. Tien, Chiyu, heal. I chanted in my heart. Selfie's face was twisted in agony, but her breathing was stable. Relieved, all energy left my body. Thank God. I made it in time. Shall I carry her to the infirmary? I can't let down my guard. Selfie's left shoulder was slashed and blood from the wound had stained her white uniform red. Even if I sealed the wound, I cannot replenish the lost blood. My face tightened and I looked at Selfie. When I reached the infirmary, for some reason the teacher was not there but the headmaster. Headmaster? Why are you here? I asked, puzzled. Having heard screams, the teacher, as well as students here, ran out. The gently smiling headmaster then pushed aside the curtain to an empty bed. Expressing my gratitude, I lowered Selfie onto the bed. Headmaster, who saw Selfie's shoulder wound, questioned me in a rare moment of panic. I too ran towards the screams once I heard it, and there, I saw Selfie being slashed by a man. So that scream was... I see. My next sentence made Headmaster's eyes grew wide. And when I thought he was a man, he turned out to be a magical beast. What? In human form? Yes. He introduced himself as Abi. Is that true? The usually calm headmaster leaned forward. Yes. I thought it was a joke too, but his magical power was huge. Everyone outside fainted when they came in contact. What? Headmaster turned pale when he heard my last sentence and stood up. As the head of the academy, it was naturally for him to have this reaction, I guess. I then panicked for a bit as I held down Headmaster, who looked like he was about to dash out. I lost my cool, snatched an umbrella from the third floor, jumped down and defeated Abi, so it's all right now. Headmaster froze. I know, right? Looking at the half-stunned Gramps, I absent-mindedly thought of something else, like returning the umbrella. Come to think of it, Headmaster said that the infirmary teacher ran out towards the screams, so I wondered if he passed out right now. The frozen headmaster came back to his senses, thanked me, before rushing out to deal with the aftermath. The infirmary teacher, doctor? His name is Verino and he seemed to be the second strongest in this academy. Why? He's just a doctor. By the way, when I asked who the number one is, Headmaster answered, it's obvious it's me, isn't it? Playfully. I smiled, looking at the peacefully sleeping Selfie. Really? I was glad she's safe. It hadn't been 2 months since we met, but I came to know how much she had meant to me. Her eyelashes on her closed eyelids are light green in color. It sparkles in the sun, like how her hair does too. I was happy that I had one more thing that meant so much to me, but also fear. Once again, I was thankful for the power I possessed. As I stroked Selfie's hair, my heart tightened with feelings that might be for a sister or for a daughter. Abi was defeated, you say? Without thinking, the man groaned and crushed onto the chair. The face that often held a sneer was now free of it and can be seen as panicking from new information. It can't be. There's no way. The man murmured, and something worn along his wrist shattered with a glow, as if to prove to him wrong. That useless beast. The man looked at his wrist and yelled in frustration. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 055, Aftermath. 055, Aftermath. Posted on November 12, 2016 by Kraza Pumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. Feeling a slight warmness on her right side, Selfie woke up. Half awake, her memories came rushing back and she quickly put herself on guard. Opening her eyes, instead of darkness, what she saw was something white. A ceiling. That I have no recollection of. Selfie murmured and got up, but at that moment, she realized what had woken her up. Will was here. She tried to think back. She was slashed by a black-clothed guy all of a sudden. Escape, she had to escape. Even if she was bleeding profusely, she was terrified to the point of not feeling anything. Then she tripped once she ran past the shoe racks and thinking that it was all over, she closed her eyes. And when the pain she was expecting did not come after long time, she peeked timidly and saw Will's back. Then she lost consciousness. Sitting on the chair right next to her bed was Will, who fell asleep, still holding onto her hand. Seeing that, Selfie smiled. I'm saved by you again. NN. It's warm. Or rather, it's bright. Morning came. Rubbing my sleepy eyes, I propped myself up before remembering. This was the infirmary. Which means, Selfie. Ah, he's up. I sat up and saw Selfie looking at me, laughing. Thank God. How are you feeling? Perfect, thanks to you. Will, thank you. When I was feeling relieved that Selfie was alright, the curtain was pulled open. Is someone injured? Sorry, I heard screams so I had rushed over to. I looked at the sensei and our eyes met. Why did he seem so surprised? As I stared at the man who suddenly turned silent, he frowned. That disgusting hair color, that disgusting face. Can it be, you're a barrel? All of a sudden, he started sprouting some brash words. Yeah. The me who answered while being confused, was such a gentleman. The man had his black hair all slicked back, and had eyes in a sort of grayish, amber-like beautiful color. He was wearing a black shirt with a white lab coat on top, the very standard attire for a school doctor. He exuded sexiness and had an aura like he's Italian. And an Eichmann, this bastard. Although he looked slightly high-strung, he did still have a sensei aura. In that case, why the sudden rudeness towards me? Ah, but I already had an inkling in mind. As I expected. You're Guillaume's kid? I am the one who wanted to say, as I expected. Father. What did you do to this guy? What? What is going on? Selfie asked, very confused by the conversation taking place. Thank you, Selfie. I had always been saved by you. Especially in this kind of situation. The man finally remembered his job and looked sheepish as he scratched his head. Ah, sorry, I was a little distracted by something else. Really, I wondered what happened between him and father. There was a pressure around him as if telling me not to ask. Ranking second at the academy was not for show. In the end, I placed my question aside and chose to ask something else. You know father? Ha ha. Tentatively we were in the same grade, but instead of friends, enemies would be much more adept. Scary. Your smile was really scary. What the heck really happened? Sensei's name is. Leaving the trembling me aside, Selfie asked him, smiling. Brilliant, Selfie. You had my respect. As a former Japanese, I would choose to remain silent in this situation. I wouldn't even have thought of changing the topic like this. Sorry about that. I'm Verino, the school doctor. You guys are. I am Selfie. I am also the reason for the disturbance just now. What? Are you okay? To the me who only felt dislike, or rather, my father, from Verino-sensei, he was now looking worriedly at Selfie. It's not like I felt hurt or anything. Let's stop, it was not cute at all for me to be sprouting these words. TN, Sundara period over? As I had removed all the bloodstains from Selfie's hair and clothes using magic, she should look fine to others. Even so, for him to be so worried showed that he had a gentle personality. As expected of a doctor. And this kind of person hated my father. I was really curious now. I will definitely ask about it later. Yes, most probably. What happened? About this, the headmaster said he would explain, so we can't. At that vague explanation, Verino-sensei looked like he had something to say but ended up not saying anything. Apart from that person, he was quite meek to everyone else. Or it might be because he had realized the seriousness. Is that so? Then Will, you return to the dormitory as it was announced for everyone to return. He then noticed the worried gaze from Selfie. Turning around to face her, he grinned. As I would need to do a checkup, you would have to remove your clothes. Do you need Will to attend to you? No need. There's absolutely no need to. Selphie yelled, red in the face. Thanks to that, I was able to escape from the infirmary. Black smog. I stood up. Yep. Do you know anything about it, Father? Not much. My voice faltered off. It was unbelievable when it was said that Abi had appeared in now. But Will won't lie. My head was hurting. Abi. The legendary beast said to possess high intelligence as well as strength and magic. Such as, to be able to destroy a small country in a day. Such as, to be able to defeat a dragon single-handedly. Such as, to be able to cause an entire village to lose consciousness by its magic. Elusive and not much about its way of living was known, but it was said to be human-shaped and wrapped in black cloth. It was a beast that came with its own legend as well as preposterous rumors. No, all facts about Abi might just be rumors. As it was very rare, the information about it might just be wrong. This was one of the possibility and also the most appropriate one. But Will had said that it was strong. Just that, and I was starting to doubt myself. A black smog. Most likely it's a summoned beast. Saying that, I took a seat. Summoned beasts, when defeated, will dissolve into black smog. It was not widely known, but it was the truth. It was the truth, but... I had let out a moan unintentionally. Are you okay, Father? Sorry. Will, was it true that Abi's magic caused people all around to faint? Yes, it was quite powerful. Something like coercion? Is that so? Which means... What about it? It's nothing. Is Selphie okay? Bring her over the next time. Bring her, you say? I got it. By the way, Father, do you remember a man called Verino? A surprising question was thrown at me abruptly. I don't have to remember. I don't have the time to hesitate because of that name. I too don't have the intention to tell anything to Will. I'll tell you the next time. Saying that, I hang up the communication tool. It was a tool Will invented. It was a norm to have it in homes, but the one Will was using was made by him and was able to communicate to anyone he wanted. But the mana required to power it was enormous, so it was not practical. As Will was the only one who could use it, it would most likely die along with him. But with a bit of modification, it might be usable. Mana. So it was confirmed that Abi had the mana power to knock people out. And that it was a summoned beast. Summoning requires mana, which was why one can never summon a beast with a higher mana than them. And that you had to make a contract with the beast you summoned, and that contract was not without a price. It might be your real name or various things, but mostly, it would be mana. Yes. It means that someone with a higher mana power than Abi was somewhere near the academy. This stinks. I had thought that once Will entered the academy, the shadows, or the mastermind behind them would start moving. The incident this time, although Will was not the target, but they might be aiming at his friends. It might also be a coincidence. But something stinks. This is too troublesome. First shadows who were controlled by the slave collar, and now Abi? If it was all done by the same person, it will really turn into a troublesome case. Not to mention how strong they were. Will should be alright, but for the sake of my cute son. I would love to head over to investigate, but my gut was telling me about the danger there. If I were to fail, everything would be lost. What to do? I sank into my seat deeply as a sign escaped. Should I contact someone in the capital? Verino. I wonder where Will got that name from. Will's father? Yeah, just to update him. When I returned to the dorm, as Verino-sensei had said, everyone was in their rooms. Trying not to get found, I hastily sneak into my room and contacted Father at once. Might be thanks to my ninja training skills I cultivated when I was one, I was not found out by anyone. As expected, I do have the talent to become a spy. But I did have another motive up my sleeve. I wanted to get information on what had happened between Father and Verino-sensei. War is controlled by information. Though we were not at war. A sigh got out as I sat straight up on the chair and kept my communication tool back into my pendant. No, it's not a locket pendant. I will tell you about it later. Then, as usual, Zen approached me. Oh yes, Will. What? You were so cool. Will is really strong. You're amazing. His eyes were sparkling. Like someone who just met Power Rangers at an event. Really? I know it was stupid of me, but I was feeling slightly hurt. I had put in great effort. From the day Chiffon came, I had been training on how to hold my sword as well as daily sword practices, got beaten up, over and over again. Father was really Spartan. Thanks to that, I can immediately react to Abi's sword and save selfie. I would be lying if I said I was not happy about how far I had come. To know I was praised because of my magic instead was. As I was controlling my face to avoid it collapsing, Zen, who realized something, asked. But where had the umbrella went to? Ah. I had forgotten all about it. And, Verino-sensei. Italian-like and fashionable Oni-san. Around 30. TN, I had to say I love translation Guion. I had also updated the character page, located at the bottom of the chapter list. I added 8 years old Will, Verino and Selfie. As Maria had only just appeared in the manga, I'm waiting till a better pick comes out. Same goes for the headmaster. Enjoy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 056 Compensation. 056 Compensation. Posted on November 17, 2016 by Krasapumpkin. Editor, Poor_Hero. The evening approached as the light waned, just before the need to turn on the light-producing magic tool. His son is the trap. The black-hooded guy said, kneeling. The fat man, seated in front of the black-hooded man, holding onto the report, glanced at him. I see. As I thought. The black-hooded man's owner then grinned fearlessly. You did well, Spinel. With that, the black-hooded man fell back and took his seat on a gorgeous chair, gripping his staff. In any case, what should we do? And that murmur, as seemingly as it got absorbed into the thick gaudy carpet, the fat man opened his mouth. Damn it, Dot. It was the black-hooded man, Spinel, who said that as he stood in the dim room, grinding his teeth. They had achieved their purpose. As his owner had commanded, he had gotten information on William's barrel. But he had paid a huge price to get it. Abi. Spinel had lost one of his important chess pieces. To him, Abi could even be said to be his right arm. To Spinel, this incident was like losing an arm yet getting a sword in return. He can't afford to be careless. Or rather, as the investigation this time was to determine if Williams was the one defeated the shadows, he had laid down plenty of precaution. The plan was injuring his close friend, forcing him to fight against a much stronger opponent to see how he did fare. He had expected Abi to win. Of course, he avoided injuring Williams in order to not place Guillaume's suspicions on them. To think a legendary beast was defeated by an 8 years old. Spinel laughed, self-mockingly. Did his master know about this already, Dot? That was uncommon, to say the least. If Spinel had not seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. It was a shock that only those who had seen it knew. Or it was possible that Spinel's owner did not think much about Abi. Spinel, too, started doubting his owner, who believed in the information he had brought in that easily. On the other hand, he was relieved about not having to explain the situation. With these complex feelings inside him, he instinctively ground his teeth again. The minute Spinel caught sight of William's barrel on the 3rd floor, he had jumped. Spinel had doubted his eyes. Did blood rush to Williams's head, or did he have a strong sense of justice stemming from his admiration for his father? No matter the reason, he had never thought he would be thinking of a reason why an 8-year-old would jump out of a window on the 3rd floor. But then Williams began splendidly overturning all of Spinel's expectations. He landed lightly on the ground and was even able to hold his own against Abi's attack. Again, Spinel doubted his eyes. He clung to the idea that it was all a coincidence due to the chaos and imagined Will being beaten up the very next moment. Then, he wondered if his eyes had fallen out of their sockets. It felt like his heart was seized by someone. In front of him was a sight of Will defending and even attacking back at Abi without an ounce of fear or hesitation. There should be a limit to how unnormal this all was. Spinel then finally realized the trap Guillaume had set. He had really just noticed it. He forced himself to accept that it was because Will was Guillaume's son and waited for Abi's next move. Most likely this will end soon, Spinel thought as he wiped the sweat on his forehead away. No matter how good Will was at the sword, this was not something a human can match. But his expectations were betrayed. Again. The double combination of his betrayal and shock gave him such mental damage that he was able to fall over. This time, he really wondered if his heart had stopped or not as a dull pain ran across his left chest. Abi released all of its mana, and as everyone started falling, a lone boy stood, with a fearless smile on an innocent face. That overwhelming mana was enough to even make Spinel faint. Watching from a distance, Spinel felt terror. Him, who once suspected if he lost all of his feelings, was shocked at how he felt terror so clearly. A chill ran down his back. He was confronting something he can't even imagine. What is that monster? Thinking back to event, Spinel mumbled, astonished. Why? That was because he had seen with his own eyes how Abi died. But he could not stop it from happening. It was one of the pride Spinel had about his job to serve his owner with his life. Eh? You did it in your play, but I was thinking of teaching you guys about summoning beasts today. May festival ended and it was the first magic lesson of June. To think they would jumped back into lessons despite that incident. I came to understand how amazing Headmaster was. After saying that, Zelda-sensei wrapped himself in mana, raised his left hand out at his chest level, horizontal to the floor. As everyone else can't sense mana as finely as me, they had puzzled expressions on as they looked on. Father had only taught me that the black smog was because Abi was a summoned beast, but muddled through the rest of the explanation. As I was thinking of looking it up myself by using the library or something, this lesson came at just the right time. Zelda-sensei opened his mouth. Come forth, Wulia. Wulia. It sounded just like gorilla. My excitement rose as I stared at Zelda-sensei's outstretched left hand that was wrapped in mana. Tien, Shokan, summon. Zelda-sensei shouted as a light gathered at the center of his outstretched palm and a magical circle spread out. As the circle disappeared, something was seen being formed by swirling fire. As my classmates' eyes grew smaller in amazement, my excitement just went through the roof at once. It's a gorilla. Afterwards, with a face of regrets, Zelda-sensei erased Woila, held a chalk in his hand and began explaining, drawing on the blackboard. As all this time Zelda-sensei had not used chalk once, I thought chalk does not exist. It was a common thing, but from the chalk to the long tables, a sense of nostalgia welled up inside of me. I wondered what these coincidences were. Not to mention compulsory education. Clack clack clack, the sound of the chalk resounded around the classroom. On the blackboard, the magical circle seen just now was drawn on it, with the word. How straightforward. Ah, but if it's not this straightforward I would be troubled. Summoned beasts are, as the words implied, summoned magical creatures. Like how the young girl made a contract with Akion, yes, a beast called forward to make a contract with. Pon, Zelda-sensei knocked on the blackboard. Which means, only beasts that could be summoned are called summoned beasts. The magic circle used in summoning is this. The reading for this is Show Kansas. Take great care of the intonation. You would usually summon a beast that matched your attribute, and usually you are not allowed to choose. Like your partner, Sensei said, exaggerating. Though his really matched him. And, the way to contract was like the play, either give it a name or something else. The norm was to give it mana. Which is why summoned beasts have a lower mana usage than you. Yash. There might be failures in your first summoning, but I would like you guys, who still possess small mana power, to try summoning. Zelda-sensei raised his voice as happy voices raises all over the classroom. And we have a problem. I had not had my mana measurement test yet. In Elsmu, Beastman, elves, races living here apart from humans are small in numbers. In this class, we had one elf. Naturally, Selfie and I looked at each other. What should we do? I looked to my left, which now had totally belonged to Selfie, who just tilted her head. I wonder. Then, Selfie's gaze was directed behind me. That thick chest that was approaching was Zelda-sensei. Yash. By the way, you two will be having your test today. Really? My doubt must have been read by Zelda-sensei, who laughed and rubbed my head. Ouch. Don't go overwhelming with emotions. To be rubbed on the head like this, I would rather had father's beard. Don't worry about missing class. You guys would be taught by him. Zelda-sensei then cocked his head towards the blackboard. I see. So it would be Verino-sensei. Wasn't that the number 2 man from the academy? Please stop with the death glare you were sending me, Verino-sensei. Verino-sensei was my father's rival in love. It was that. Like the yakisoba bread he had been yearning for was brought and eaten by my father. Food grudges are scary. Tien, the test all you guys are waiting for is coming soon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 057, oops, I summoned it. 057, oops, I summoned it. Posted on November 19, 2016 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. Tien, it was fun reading all those guesses. Well, since everyone is looking forward to this, here you go. I also made a mistake for the last chapter. Burino-sensei was the one staying in class while Zelda-sensei do the measurement test. I left the classroom like I was avoiding Burino-sensei's gaze and walked down the corridor with Selfie trailing behind me. Come to think of it, Zelda-sensei, what is the difference between sacred beasts and magical beasts? I asked Zelda-sensei, who was walking in front of me. According to Zelda-sensei's script for the play, I faintly remembered that Akion was written as a sacred beast. Magical beasts attack humans while scared beasts don't, that's about it. In general, they often have high intelligence and mana power, so you can think of them as beasts that even high-ranking magical beasts dare not attack. Sensei turned and faced us as he answered, all the while walking backwards. I see. Something like the difference between Inari-san and Yukai. Wrong? Then, Zashikiwarashi or ghosts then? Anyway, in short, we need to run upon seeing one. While I was thinking about that, we reached the venue. Crap. My heart was beating way too fast. I had no mental preparation whatsoever since this came all of a sudden. I really wished they would think about us a little more. Sensei opened the door, which had a huge special mana measurement test hall paper sticking onto it, and urged me inside. There was no choice, I can only enter. My heart rate rose as I felt a deep sinking feeling in my stomach as I entered the hall, or rather, the classroom. My heart is racing. Was it broken? I would not possibly break a tool that even the large-scaled guilds used, right? Somehow, I felt like I just raised a flag, but I shook that feeling off as I went forward. When I entered the hall, all eyes were on me as expected. It might be because Zelda-sensei was with me, but I could hear so that's the rumored will in the chatter. I wondered if it was just me being self-conscious. Since there had only been elves here before, I was the only human around. Maybe that was why I was attracting so much attention. But even my name was known, so the incident before must had traveled around. The special measurement test was for both the lower and middle academy, but somehow everyone knew. Things like nicknames, or that so-called second name was being attached to me. Hey, I can hear you, you know. I feel like puking. Please stop with the umbrella prince thing. Because it's embarrassing. Important things are meant to be said twice. That time was because someone who was holding an umbrella was just standing right by the window. I had no choice. Please stop with the sarcasm. Anyway, it seemed like we will be called up for the test one by one. Those who had the test left the hall and the number in the hall began decreasing. In that case, I wished I could be the last. Since I raised the flag and all. In the end, my wish was granted. Only Selfie and I was left in the hall. Well, Selfie, come over here. Zelda-sensei beckoned towards her. Looking nervous, Selfie stepped forward. I understand. My heart was beating furiously too. If my heart stopped, I would definitely sue Zelda-sensei. The measurement tool looked to be the same as before, a crystal ball, but with a capacity of 1000. As a normal human usually possesses around 100-150, this was an amazing tool. Selfie touched the crystal ball. Zelda-sensei, who was looking at something like a panel that showed the power level, stood up in surprise. What happened? Selfie asked, anxious. The stunned Zelda-sensei looked at Selfie. Nothing, what amazing power, 450. This time, it was Selfie who screamed. Wow, amazing. I had predicted that it would be high and I was right. Even if elves are a race that have higher mana power than humans, Selfie was only 10. At 10 years old, the range was usually half of an adult human. Even adult elves have around 300-500 as an average, so Selfie's future can be said to be unknown. As expected of Selfie, I said, involuntarily, and Selfie, even Zelda-sensei, turned and stared at me. Why? The two of them stared at me and tilted their heads. Then with a laugh that was mixed with a bit of a sigh, Zelda-sensei said. Yash, you're the last one. Nodding, I reached out towards the crystal ball. The shorter the distance towards the ball was, the higher my heartbeat rose. My fingers touched the hanging crystal ball. Bang. A short sound. Deja vu. Zelda-sensei stood up, stunned. Wait for a bit, I feel like puking my organs out. That was a new joke. As my mind began thinking of ways to retort to that, my body was more honest as it could not stop sweating. Yes, in front of my eyes was the shattered measurement tool. In this kind of situation, laughter was needed. The one who said I was disgusting, come out now. Was compensation needed? In the classroom now. Why? The aftermath was left to the adults, Zelda-sensei, and being the children that we were, we went back to class. Adults have their adult things to do. I am an adult too. What are you talking about? No matter how you see it, I am only 8 years old, am not I? Which part of me do I look like an adult to you? Everyone seemed to have succeeded in summoning and contracting, so the classroom was crawling with magical beasts. One by one, they were called up to the blackboard, and using the magical circle, they summoned beasts. As it was going to troublesome if anyone failed, Burino-sensei was there to ensure nothing happened. Under his watchful eyes, one classmate finished his summoning. The summoned beast was none other than slime. So squishy and cute. I am going to try asking if I can touch it the next time. Looking around at all the different beasts, the next one seemed to be Zen. Standing in front of the blackboard, with a tense face, was Zen and a smiling Burino-sensei. Use this to summon. Burino-sensei handed Zen a piece of paper with the summoning magical circle drawn on it. Nodding, Zen took the paper, looked at it, and began to enter mana into it. Tien, Shokan, summon. At his chant, the paper on his hand resounded with a pawn. And its shape started changing. Wow, just like magic. Or rather, it was magic. Then, the shape that appeared was Arf. A dog. Tien, Kyaku Shimashu, let's make a contract. Arf. At Zen's chant, the dog wagged its tail happily. Around them, something glowed and the contract was formed without any accident. The dog had brown fur. Cute. I had doubted for a moment if it was really a magical beast, but it had one part that confirmed it. Its tail. It had 2 tails. Magical beast dog. I had heard that it was like a stray dog that lived in the mountains. When summoned, it would befriend its owner immediately, just like a dog. What a cute beast. That weird cuteness was somehow like Zen. Okay, next. Will. I was the next in line. But I just destroyed the measurement tool. Should I be summoning? Was what I thought, but I can't hide my excitement. Nervous, I walked towards the blackboard. Go ahead. Burino-sensei handed me a paper. Looking at it, I slightly entered mana into it as I murmured. Tn. The paper glowed, and with a pawn sound, a figure was seen on the paper. Did you call, my master? It was something big, something white. Ko, Tn, refer to Zen. The reason for stumbling here was definitely because of my past memories. Tn, Tuchu uniform, the surrounding then got wrapped in light. Wahaha, sorry about that, master. To think I destroyed the classroom. A man standing next to me was laughing heartily. Silky white hair, straight and beautiful nose. Slight upturned eyes that will melt girls if they were being glanced at by them. Men's enemy, the so-called Eichmann. And he was also my summoned beast, a dragon. At the summoning and contracting, the classroom was destroyed. His real form was of a white dragon. And now, he turned into a human form. Yep. Just for today's compensation I was going bankrupt. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 058, you call? 058, you call? Posted on November 23, 2016 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. While Will was destroying the classroom. Isham, what? Please say that again. The baritone voice sounded troubled. Yesterday, we had the misfortune of allowing Abi to intrude into the Phyllis Academy. The short man, the headmaster, kneeling, hung his head in shame as he spoke slowly. And, what happened? You don't seem worried at all, Idus, but... At the words of headmaster, Idus, the man combs his hand up through his black hair. Abi, as rumored, was a legendary beast. According to rumors, it had once destroyed a small country in Hadazerl in a day. And now, it appeared in Phyllis Academy, which was situated in the capital. It was normal that the man would feel like hugging his own head. But, looking at the man in charge of the academy in front of him, he seemed to be suppressing a smile and his tone of voice carried an air of nonchalance. It was said that Abi possessed huge magic power as well as high intelligence. It can't be that Idus, being that strong, had come to request for help. Depending on the situation, there might be a need to mobilize the Black Knights. As the man was deep in thoughts, Idus answered. Abi was defeated, Your Majesty. What? The man called Your Majesty was the current king of Elsmu, Kesamu Mila Oiolan Alisti Elsmu. During when he was flushing out all the rotten people, his honored teacher, Idus, had requested to submit his report in person via a communication tool 3 days ago. In order to make time for that, he had rushed to complete all important documents in business. And when he heard that the report was about Abi infiltrating the academy, he cursed himself for not making time earlier and was already thinking of several ways about handling the situation when Idus' words made him doubt his ears. He wondered if he had heard it wrongly, and with his face cramping, he managed to continue the conversation. But he had not expected to fumble with his words. In order to keep himself calm, he pretended that it did not happen. As the previous words gnawed him, he tried to prepare himself for Idus' answer. But once again, Idus' answer threw him off his feet. A student who happened to be present defeated it. What was that? After the audience with Idus, Kesemu was walking towards his private room. The rushed yet still proper sound of walking resounded down the stone-built corridor. The reason why it was not carpeted seemed to be because it was the preference of the previous king. Anyway, that mattered not. Rushing into his room, Kesemu banged open his door and headed straight towards the connecting room and opened the cover of the communication tool placed there. He wanted explanation for what he heard. Thinking of sending a letter, he reached into the tool, only to find a letter sealed with a wax seal that he had seen millions of times before already there. That Gion, he sends a letter? Letting out a deep sigh, he tore open the letter as he headed towards his desk. Leaning onto a chair, which was bound in red leather as if to confirm that it was really a chair made fit for a king, Kesemu ran his eyes over the letter. After reading this, I like your reply, oh, boy, dut. Having finally sat on the chair, Kesemu jumped up from it. He scratched his head, trying to calm himself down as he headed towards the communication tool once again. Opening the wooden box, among the bunch of levers, a receiver tool was sitting there. Lowering the innermost lever, he took the tool out. At that, a crisp ching sounded. Then a clunk. The transmission was received, Gion. Kept me waiting, Kesemu. The manner of speaking can be heard as impolite. Listening to that, one can see that Gion and Kesemu were old friends. Yes, they were classmates from the same Phyllis Academy. Which was why, if it was only the two of them, there was no need for all the stiffness. Kesemu, too, was thankful for this bad friend that spoke without reserve. I came directly after meeting with Idus. He told me. In that case, there is no need to explain. That. What is going on, Gion? What is it with your son? Kesemu pressed for an answer. It was Williams, Gion's son, who defeated Abi. Kesemu could not believe it. First of all, he heard nothing about Gion's son being that strong. But Idus won't lie. Kesemu was utterly stumped. Could it be Gion who did it secretly? All the unanswered questions was making him irritated. Kesemu, do you remember the incident 3 years ago? As if reading his mind, Gion dropped his tone of voice. 3 years ago, the anti-kingdom incident? Kesemu was the king. Therefore, almost all incidents were reported to him, and the amount was enormous. A lot of incidents had happened within the 3 years time frame, but if it was a big one, it could only be the flushing out rebels incident that happened. That one. At that time, I said it was all due to traps I had set at my residence. Kesemu became speechless at Gion's words. Can it be? I see. As one would expected from the wise king. Just by Gion's few words, Kesemu had grasped the meaning. Most likely there is a puppet master pulling the strings behind those anti-kingdom rebels. I am still currently in the midst of investigating, which is why I haven't reported it to you. I apologize for that. Really sorry. Gion's truly apologetic voice came through the tool. Kesemu laughed bitterly. No, I understand the importance of making sure. About that, I will entrust it to you. It's fine to report to me after. That would help a great deal. The attack this time round, did you know that it was a summoned beast? Yeah. Are you saying it's those guys 3 years ago? The enemy is smarter than we thought. They even managed to gauge Will's abilities. If I have the chance. Gion's voice started wavering and Kesemu was wondering if that was Gion's black aura leaking out of the receiver he was seeing. Flustered, Kesemu tried to understand what Gion had just said. Did that mean that the enemy was doubtful of how the shadows were caught and they aimed for the moment Will entered the academy, where security was the thinnest, to attack? But he just realized there was something he cannot overlook in Gion's words. Wait a minute. Summoned beast? Sorry, I was distracted. Yes, that's the problem this time. With Abi being a summoned beast, it means that its owner was somewhere near. That is. Kesemu unintentionally groaned. As he stayed silent, Gion started speaking. Yeah, that's the problem. You can ask about the details from Will, he is more useful than some of those around you. Plus, I left the investigation to my subordinate in the capital. Most likely we won't be able to find anything, but if we do, I'll inform you. As expected, you sure work fast. Got it. I had also confirmed that you are one of those idiot parents. With that, the line was cut off. But still, to think Abi was a summoned beast. Kesamu groaned again. Even if he had taken into account that the rumors about Abi might be exaggerated, he had the words of Gion. Which means, from Gion's word, Abi was as strong as rumored. As he had not heard any details from Idus, he can't make any conclusion yet. In that case, it would have to be from Will. He would have to make sure that Gion was not just a simple idiot parent. Smiling, Kesamu mumbled. Tien, Shoken, summon. Pop, a sound like popcorn popping went off as the room lit up. Did you called, Master? Ooh, Alcumedes. I want you to go to Phyllis Academy and tell Williams Beryl to make a trip down. As you wished. Leaving a phrase that if heard by Will retort about how oldish sounding that was, Kesamu's summoned beast dissipated. Sigh. Sitting on my chair, I let loose a deep sigh. At the pleasant morning, I was already tired. And depressed. There was totally nothing refreshing about me right now. Especially my mentality. Physically, I'm still okay. What's wrong, making such a deep sigh? Zen, who was sitting beside me, asked. Because this and that happened. Yesterday, apart from the crystal ball, I even foolishly destroyed the classroom. Ah, but when the morning came, everything was repaired. Yep. Viva magic. How wonderful. But it was natural for me to be depressed. I tentatively went back to my room yesterday, but I was definitely going to be called out. I wondered if they have suspension from school. But this was a compulsory education, right? No, I skipped grades, so in the worst case, I might be expelled. It might be too much to ask a 10-year-old to understand all these, but I really wished he did notice. As I glared at Zen reflexively, a familiar sound was heard. It was the sound of Zelda-sensei slamming open the door. Looking at the direction of the sound by reflex, our eyes met. Then, as expected, he grinned and said, Will, the headmaster is calling. See. I raised up dejectedly and left the classroom. I stood in front of the public headmaster's office. Phew. I exhaled and took a deep breath. Yash, calm down. It's okay, there was nothing to be afraid of. Then I raised my hand to knock on the door. You had come. Tien, using a super polite way of saying. The door opened from the inside. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 059, to the castle. 059, to the castle. Posted on November 24, 2016 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. Tien, as a rule of thumb, wait for about 3 days between each chapters. You had come. The one who opened the door was not the headmaster. How should I explain? For a moment I thought no one was there, but when I directed my gaze down, I saw it. It was definitely a magical beast. Why? That was because its height was only around 10 centimeters. And not to mention its head was an eyeball. I was surprised, it looked just like a certain father of a certain yokai kid. Tien, Jejich, Edi, Nokotaro, yes, the one who opened the door and walked out was an eyeball effer with an appearance of a butler. Tien, Medama Oyaji. An eyeball butler. Tien, Medama Shitsuji. Wah, awesome, it was only 2 words difference. No. Stay calm. The person right in front of me, although I was not sure if he was a person or not, anyway, the person right in front of my eyes just said you had come. Which means he was most probably the one who called for me. And he must be an important guest to be waiting in headmaster's office. As I had mostly calmed down, I pulled myself together and answered Eyeball-san. Yep, I will try not to be rude. As a student of Phyllis Academy, and as the next head of Beryl, I will try to uphold the pride. Was what I said, but really, I was just very relieved that I was not called out because I broke the crystal ball and destroyed the classroom. At Eyeball-san urging, I entered the office at the same time as headmaster came out with tea. Without thinking, I glanced at Eyeball-san. Can Eyeball-san even drink? I wondered if he had any mouth. As I was thinking about it, Eyeball-san and the headmaster had already sat down on the sofa. 3 eyes stared at me, as if telling me to sit down too. As I did a small bow and took a seat on the sofa, Headmaster and Eyeball-san had begun chatting like old friends. You could have left the greeting to me. Surprisingly, Headmaster was using polite language. That's great, Eyeball-san was as important as I thought. No, I am only a small summoned beast, there is no need to be polite. Eyeball-san said, perhaps even smilingly. Ah, a summoned beast. But he would be a quite high-ranking one. As a summoned beast does not have social status, his owner must be a bigwig. I looked at Eyeball-san, who then jumped off the sofa in a comical way and started walking towards me. And I was. The big, round and shiny I was walking. Or rather, Eyeball. The walking I stopped in front of me and did a graceful bow before speaking. My name is Alcumedes, a summoned beast of His Majesty, the King. By the King's orders, I was sent to ask William-sama over for a trip to the royal castle. Would it be possible for William-sama to go this very moment? Ah, the King. Definitely a bigwig. The biggest one. But somehow I was not all that surprised. Yes, I was sure everyone knew it by now. Alcumedes, a walking eyeball. Tien, Arakumadisu, the name in Japanese. Oruku Medama, walking eyeball in Japanese. It's like naming a dog. I was slightly worried about the King's naming sense. But I have seen this kind of pattern before. Miso soup no fu, Alcumedes. I wondered if we could become puny friends. Trying my best to hide my feelings, I acted calm as I gave my reply. I understand. But is it okay for me to be in my uniform? Most likely I was being called because of the incident with Abi, and because of that, I was able to act calm. Satisfied with my answer, Alcumedes nodded, jumped onto the table and drank the tea. Well then, let us get going. Where did he drink from? I was too surprised and sat there, stunned. And when I finally noticed, Alcumedes was already standing by the door. Panicked, I stood up. Headmaster casually gave his orders and a huge carriage was parked outside the door. By the waiting coachman, Alcumedes jumped onto the carriage and with his small body, he opened the door of the carriage gracefully. How? My eyes were wide open, but the people around me was treating it as though it was nothing. Ah, I got it. I lose if I mind it too much. I won't be surprised anymore. If my eyeball started walking out from my wide open eyes, I would be really troubled. With that new determination, I boarded the carriage. It was a comfortable ride inside the spacious and refined carriage as long as you don't mind the rocking. Yes, the rocking. The inside of the carriage was painted in a chocolate brown color with black leather-bound seats. It looked classy, as expected of royalty. And, on the seat facing me, seated Alcumedes. On the three-person wide seat, he looked really tiny. Plus Alcumedes was wearing a black butler uniform. He just melted into the background and it looked like an eyeball floating about, moving, and when I was thinking about that as I looked at Alcumedes, he tilted his head. Well then, William-sama. I wonder where his mouth was. I was really curious, but it would be rude to ask. Yes, what is it? If one was being talked to, one would have to answer with a smile. This is the iron rule of a gentleman. The me right now was not a student, I had entered into noble mode completely. Ah, it might be rude of me to bring this up all of a sudden, but I get a nostalgic smell from you. Alcumedes laughed, sounding like he was embarrassed. If he had eyelid, most likely it would narrowed into a crescent as he smiled. That might be from my summoned beast. Alcumedes, who was laughing embarrassingly, mumbled an oh well under his breath. Could it be? Your summoned beast is the white dragon? Alcumedes moved his line of sight to my left wrist. There was a nostalgic tingle. Yes, we had a summoning lesson yesterday, but I ended up destroying the classroom. I see, it sounds like something he would do. To the me who was laughing bitterly, Alcumedes grinned. Scary. As I cannot see any mouth, I can only read his expression from his eyeball and voice. Ah, could it be you know each other? Yes, something like that. We had an undesirable relationship, but we haven't met for some time now. As expected, they knew each other. Shall I summon him? Ah, please do not destroy the carriage. To my words, Alcumedes gave his affirmation with a joke. But smell. It just sounded like I stink or something. Thinking back, I felt slightly depressed but managed to give a ha, I won't. While laughing dryly. I will lose if I mind it. This person? Was only a summoned beast, plus I had not been told I stink before. Yep. Nodding, I focused mana onto my left wrist. Appear in human form, Shiro. Tien, summon. But Will, your naming sense isn't all that great too. Pon sounded and something white appeared beside me. Oh, you finally called me, Mast, Al. At the same time as the grinning face turned towards the facing seat, I jumped in surprise. Long time no see, Fumu, Shiro, is that it? As compared, Alcimedes, who was being called Al, had a calm attitude. It felt like he was gracefully drinking tea instead. When I first summoned Shiro, he wanted me to name him. And when I asked if he would prefer Manny instead, he said that he had more than enough so it was okay. Thus, I gave him a name. I kind of felt like I did quite a bit of naming already. Although it was not a splendid name like Alcimedes, I do think Shiro fitted him. Yep. Like a dog. It was disappointing that Shiro was an Eichmann with long white hair and a flirtatious glance. He would definitely happily retrieve a frisbee if I throw it at him. Let's try it the next time. And that disappointing Eichmann Shiro was the so-called Asian dragon. According to himself, he seemed to be a holy beast. And when his huge form, with its transparent white scales, destroyed the classroom, I can't help but think that he looked cool. How very fantasy. After destroying the classroom and taking on a human form, he apologized and we contracted by me naming him. Am I troubled over naming him? None at all. The only name to give a disappointing Eichmann was Shiro. But when I named him, he had a delighted face on. As I thought, you had the same smell. He said as he embraced me. Before our contract, for some reason he kept on hugging me as well. The faces from everyone else who were taken aback was hilarious. But if I was hugged I would really prefer female. Sorry. My secret savings were all gone thanks to the compensation, so give me a break. But how did the both of you come to know each other? Is there a connection to the smell the both of you were saying? Sorry for butting into long-awaited meeting for the two of them, but I was curious. Even me, when being said to have a smell, would be interested. It was just an innocent question, but to think Alcimedes would throw a bomb. No one would think there would be such a destructive bomb. No one. This needed repeating. Yes. The smell of the first king. Alcimedes' gentle smiling face? Broke into a wide smile as he said that. I tried imagining a little. As Alcimedes was the king's summoned beast, I, who had the same smell, must have something in common with the first king. Not just now, I was wondering about it earlier. Elsmu was founded about 200 years ago yet had compulsory education. And blackboard. And the huge blackboard eraser was called Jaeko. Which means, it was not a coincidence about the first king having such a puny naming sense like me. Doubtingly, I opened my mouth. Can it be the one who named Alcimedes was? Yes, the first king Elsmu-sama. I work for the royal family rather than the nation. As I thought. At the Alcimedes who looked proud, my excitement that was bubbling underneath was about to overflow. It came. The first king was a Japanese? What a standard story of a trip to another world. Inside the carriage running along the stone pavement. On the way to a meeting with the king, instead of feeling nervous, sat an 8-year-old kid with sparkling eyes. Or rather, me. I had been waiting, Yamamoto's face. Or Sato's face? Tanaka? Anyway, I might be able to see a face from Japan after so long. Or at least some traces of it. Yes, I was only thinking of the king's face as I sat in the carriage towards the castle. And Shiro and Shiro. Shiro and castle. TN, don't get used to this. I wanted to translate it as Tom, Dick or Harry's face, but then the next sentence about it being Japanese just makes it weird. So I choose the 3 most common surname from Japan. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 060, The King and the Emperor. 060, The King and the Emperor. Posted on November 25, 2016 by Krasapumpkin. Editor, Poor_Hero. TN, once again, rule of thumb. 3 days between each chapters. The history of how Elsmu was founded was quite abrupt in the first place. It was founded in an instant by the first king after he suddenly appeared. Elsmu's origin was unknown. Even the Elsmu name itself was unclear if it was the first king's name or the name of the land. Anyway, the first king called himself Elsmu. The hero really came out of nowhere. With his strong magic and perfect swordsmanship, he had the ability to pull people in as well as possessed unbelievable knowledge. The strength of the king was legendary and he was a hero to everyone. The founding of Elsmu 200 years ago was by Beryl and Elsmu. And from then on, the Beryl family, together with Elsmu royal family, supported the country together. That was the truth. And now, I was going to meet with the head of the royal family, the top of the country, the current king, as I headed towards the audience room. The corridor gave off an air of intimidation and you could just feel history oozing off it. I am sorry for saying you have a Yamamoto's face. Once again, I was reminded that I was about to meet with the man ruling this country. But the castle's interior was out of my expectations. The floor was not laid with gorgeous carpets but was instead bare, showing the stone paving. Alcimedes walked in front of me gracefully. The castle had a simple internal structure as the way towards the audience room from the entrance was almost a straight line. In front of the door to the audience room stood 2 guards in black metal armor. Spotting me, they went on alert and doubtfully stared at me. Then they realized that Alcimedes-san was together with me and hastily corrected their posture, but I would still feel their doubtful gaze through their helmet. Stopping right in front of the door, Alcimedes-san turned and faced me before executing a perfect bow. "We have reached the audience room, Williams Barrel-sama." At Alcimedes-san's words, the 2 guards corrected their posture once again with great force. What happened? Was the Barrel's name all that great? I wondered as I gave a sidelong glance at the knights. Soldiers? As the 10 tall door that reached all the way to the ceiling slowly opened. Made you feel like making sound effects like creak and groan for it. The room inside was bright and dazzling. The ceiling was high and adorned with a gorgeous chandelier. Red carpets full of detailed patterns were laid out on the floor as well as a plain red carpet that extended all the way to the throne from the entrance. Instead of stone, the walls here were made with white mineral and decorated with beautiful furnishings and paintings. On the left was a huge glass window. You can see the entire capital from here. It was a magnificent view. Awesome. To tell the truth, I had made light of it when I first entered. Awesome. This place was awesome. It was so elegant that it was hard to breathe. Ah yes, I am a real noble. The heir to the best duke family. But the inner me was a peasant, you idiot. Which was why, instead of blinding myself with all the elegance, I kept my eyes down as I walked slowly towards the throne and knelt. Yep, I was sure this was the correct etiquette according to John Sensei's teaching. Raise your head. A dignified voice resounded throughout the audience room. I was envious of that cool baritone he had. Yes. In contrast, mine was an alto. How embarrassing. Pushing that feeling deep down within, I raised my head, keeping a serious face. Yo, so you're Will. Yes, I am Williams Barrel, your majesty. With that sentence, my eyes met with the king's. Contrary to his strict voice, the king's eyes had a twinkle in them. Alcimedes. As you wish. No one is near us at the moment. Before I knew it, the king seemed to be confirming something with Alcimedes-san, who was standing next to him. The minute he heard Alcimedes-san's response, he looked at me and grinned. I was really surprised. That grin was an exact carbon copy to father's. As my heart raced, the king stood up and laughed happily. As expected of Gion's son. There is no need to be this nervous, Will. Can it be that father and the king were good friends? But being a duke as well as the leader of the knights, I was pretty sure they were familiar with each other. As these thoughts ran through my mind, I was called by the king. Yes. I answered calmly, despite the chaos state my mind was in. The king looked surprised before revealing a wide grin and started laughing again. I will bring you to my private chambers. Okay, I confirmed it. Or rather, the moment he called me Will, I was pretty sure he was father's close friend. Which was why, in the king's private room now. Yay! I just can't get excited. By the king's beckoning, I approached the throne. I was puzzled as to why, but by then, I had reached the king. The king, who was happily smiling, reached inside and a door appeared. Here it came, the hidden door. It would be our secret that I was excited by that. Compared to the audience room, the corridor was dark and stone paved. Following the silent king walking in front of me, he came to a stop. The room was locked by a mana recognition lock, and when the king poured his mana into it, it opened up just like an automated door. Following blindly by the king's beckoning, I was seated on the sofa before I realized it. And now. The king was in front of me, making tea. At the very least I could make my own tea. I do have the skill for it. But my suggestion was rejected, so I would only sit on the sofa, waiting. There you go. Ah, thank you. He held out the tea, and unable to react right away, I accepted the tea. But the tea stalk was standing in the tea. It looked like good things will happen. If possible, I would like it to happen right now. I would really want to escape from this situation if I can, Tea Stalk-san. but to think the tea was green tea. Yash, I've confirmed that the first king was a buddy of mine. As I stared at the tea I was given, the king spoke. Drink. Ah, yes. There was no helping it since I was told to. Supporting the bottom of the cup with my left hand as my right hold onto it, I drank it. Do I need to praise his tea-making skills? No. I had no experience in any tea ceremony, plus this was green tea and not matcha, so it should be okay. Or rather, this was a different world. Yep. Even though the teapot felt really out of place. The king drank his tea and let out a breath. It really does make people relax. I will admit that I can't stand this silence. Your Majesty, please say something. In the end, I kept stealing glances at the king, and as if my thoughts got through, the king opened his mouth. Relax, Will. Your father and I go way back. As I thought. I wondered who father really was. Most likely, 9 out of 10 would reply he is Gion-sama. But the king started talking, so I was relieved. Placing the cup onto the table, I looked at him as he opened his mouth again. You should know why I summoned you over. Yes. Is it about the incident where Abi infiltrated the academy? At my answer, the king narrowed his eyes happily. That guy is just an idiot. He murmured. That guy? As I was looking at him weirdly, he tried to brush it away by laughing, and the atmosphere got lighter in an instant. The mana that had been floating about was withdrawn as well. Ah, sorry for testing you. I let out a bit of mana. Although most guys would have fainted by now. So that magic was let out on purpose, as I thought. Which means he was gauging my mana power as well as studying my reaction. Thanks to father, I am used to it. Let's pretend as it is and leave it at that. And so, I would like you to explain Abi's incident in detail. I tried to be humble, but it was blown away by the king. Nodding, I readied myself. Okay. It might be long, would that okay? Please. May 31st was the May festival, but my friend Selfie and I. The nervous explanation meeting started. Today too, the fat and ugly stomach that was sitting on top of his ass, which was sitting on a luxurious and gorgeous chair, was a man with a displeased expression as he frowned. Your Majesty. The balding from the top guy said. As evening approached, in the room that was purposely darkly lit, his head stood out more than usual. Placed in the middle of the room was a large flat table, and surrounding it were a few guys. The one being called Your Majesty was the frowning fat man. What? Without hiding his bad mood, the man answered. The man called as Your Majesty was Guda Hatuo, the Emperor of Hatuo. He glared at the balding man. We have gathered the army of Hatuo. The man who was glared at said, his voice trembling. To him, Guda snorted. And? Are you saying we are to attack now? No. But. No but. Having such person like you standing at the top of my army just means that we are dead. By Guda's words, the man jumped. He understood the meaning of his words as do the rest. However, they did not say anything in order to not get themselves involved. I will have you retire as the general. He said the words that were on everyone's mind. But, the man, the general, tried to struggle in his last moments. Your Majesty. Did Your Majesty forgot what you promised? After all that I had done to expand this country. Silence. Enough, get out. The man's words were cut off and his face paled. Facing southeast is the Far East Demon Forest. Facing southwest is Central Demon Forest. And the area around the Iza River is currently being guarded by the Sosiana family. To fight against the Black and White Knights is to use the mana stones and throw it at the magical beasts. Is that what you are saying, General? Guda condemned with an expressionless face. The man who was once general seemed to have given up. Really, very, very sorry. I was foolish. Giving up this easily was the man's way of protecting himself. If he was to cling onto it, it wouldn't be simply retiring from the general position. Which was why the man chose to give up. Get out. Guda said in a low voice, and the man walked out while hanging his head. Listen. Right now we are going to focus on raising our strength. The development of magic fields and the expansion of the market. Territory expansion would happen after. Guda said slowly to the remaining people. Seeing everyone nodded, Guda smiled. But, unknown to others, Guda was grinding his teeth. His aim was the development of Hatuo. To achieve that he would use any means. For better or worse, he values efficiency more. Guda grinds his teeth without anyone noticing. He had a strategy aimed at destroying Elsmu. If there was no way in from the outside, then he would aim from the inside. However, his plan failed. Just to get a kid, he even used the anti-kingdom rebels and slavery collars, but they did not do much. His last ray of hope even lost his summoned beast. Even if they were just disposable pieces, to have failed this spectacularly left a bitter aftertaste. But for better or worse, Buddha values efficiency. He would not let his plan stall just because of his feelings. He had not given up. The fat fist above his knee tightened. "Tien, don't get used to this. I'm serious, this is the end of the streak. I'm taking a rest before continuing, so please check back in 3 days' time. Either that or just follow this blog. I'm pretty sure I had something like that at the end of the page. Oh well. Hope you liked this chapter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 061, Report and Departure. 061, Report and Departure. Posted on December 2nd, 2016 by Kraza Pumpkin. Editor, Poor_Hero. Tien, yes, I was working on this chapter yesterday but I grew tired of it halfway, so it's delayed another day. There is a price to fast chapters, mohahahaha cough. Abi's mana was tremendous. According to what I can gauge, it's over Father's. I ended with that conclusion for my report to the king as he groaned. Gion? How can it be? His mana level is 999. That's right. The king, whose elbows was propped on the table as he hugged his head, directed his gaze at me. And when he heard my answer, he groaned again. To tell you the truth, Will, it's quite impossible to believe you. Of course, if I was the king I would not have believed me either. It was just the words of an 8-year-old, plus in this world, which mana averages at around 100-150, no one would believe that Abi's mana level was higher than my ridiculously out-of-the-norm father. Again, I was just 8 years old. 8-year-old kids, usually, have only about half of an adult's mana level. They would have fainted the moment they were hit by Abi's mana. At my matter-of-fact way of speaking, the king stared at me in amazement. Can it be? But, of course. Will's mana is. The king mumbled. I smiled in return. I understand, it is difficult to believe even for me. Would you mind if I show you? A question mark appeared on top of the king's head, but he nodded. There was no need for worry as there were no one around. According to the mana the king let out just a moment ago, I was pretty sure his mana level was around 800. So I let out just a bit of mana. It was not to the point of how many % I was letting out, but really just a little. But, the king's expression changed. The door which we entered from rattled. The lock was a tool that opened upon reading the registered mana. That was why it was able to feel mana flowing, and most likely, after reading mine, it overloaded its capacity. Glancing at the door, I smiled at the king, who raised his voice. Noticing my smile, his eyes opened wider. Then, I gradually stopped the released mana and with an image of rewinding, I returned it back inside. Perhaps. The king said, feebly. Yes, Abi had about that amount of mana. Your Majesty? I asked the frozen king in front of me. The king then gave a small jolt, as if he finally returned back to reality. That is. Troublesome. He said, squeezing that line out, and I nodded. Yes. The summoner's mana is unfathomable. Plus, even if it's a summoned beast, it managed to infiltrate Phyllis Academy, which had a barrier up. Indeed, to enter without breaking the barrier, Yes. It would be appropriate to think that there is someone who guided them in. What about you, Will? What do you think of this? Asked the king, who had calmed down, as he looked straight at me. I was surprised. To ask an 8-year-old for his opinion. Though I was the party concerned, and it might be thanks to me being father's son. Accepting the reason, I began to put my thoughts together. The aim of the summoner should be to test and measure my ability if I am not wrong. Selphie, who was attacked, had been living in the elf village prior to this, so it would be hard to think she had any connection with this. As a coincidence, the timing of the attack was way too good. Although I asked father to leak out information that it was the traps for the incident 3 years ago, the mastermind behind it seemed to be doubting that. I took a breather and looked at the king. His eyes were telling me to continue, so I did. 3 years ago was the shadows, and this time, Abi. If it was the same person, he had the ability to keep the shadows, as well as the technique to make slave collars, and was capable of summoning Abi. I think it is an organization that is above the shadows. So you don't think it's the shadows who are behind this? The king had caught on to the meanings behind my words. Our eyes met and we smiled at one another. That's my conclusion as well. It is easy to link it to them, but I cannot see what their aim for doing this is. It would be their area of expertise if they are aiming for Will's life, but it's too big an uproar for them. As expected of the wise king. He was able to see through to the heart of the problem immediately. In that case, I should tell him something that I had investigated. The one who guided the culprit in is most likely within my circle of friends who knew about my movements as well as how close Selfie and I are. Ho ho! The king looked amused as the corners of his lips raised. I had contact with father. Me Sosyanov had contact with his father, Manuel Sosyanov, but nothing was said regarding about Selfie. That's everyone who had used my communication tool. There are other communication methods like letters, but those are quite expensive, so not many students used them. And within this month, no one had visited the reception area to send letters. There are students who used the weekends or the holidays to go out, but all of them are always with friends, so the possibility is quite low. However, there was just one person who went out for lunch with her father. Who? The king, who was listening to me, spoke with an amused face, turned serious in an instant. Yep. A Japanese face, but beautiful. He was so Eichmann that you would be surprised. Was it because of that? The mixed parentage of first founder and the people of this world. How irritating, what a sexy Eichmann. I can't really say that out loud, so let's continue with my report. Yes, my report. Selfie's roommate, Maria. Her father is Karolsdoni of the Karolsdoni Trading Company. And that's my report. At this time, the man himself. A man in shabby clothing had collapsed along the roadside. Where am I? It seemed like he had regained consciousness. Looking all around him, all he could see was unfamiliar scenery. Tilting his head in puzzlement, he then noticed the clothes he was wearing and frowned. The previous dazzling white robe was stained brown by something like mud. Once aware, a stench wafted to his nose. Turning over his robe, he was not even wearing any underwear. He was beginning to feel like he was stripped. Why was he in a place like this? The man took another look around and hugged his head. The place where he was in was a side alley, a place that felt like the slums. For now, the man tried to remember what happened before he fainted. Ha? He hugged his head again. He could not remember. I am a man, a merchant, named Karolsdoni. I am supposed to be heading towards the capital with Karolsdoni Trading Company's caravan. Karolsdoni said slowly, trying to reconfirm his situation. He then paused in the middle of his sentence and reached for his beard, a habit he had when he was thinking, and was startled. The short beard that he had always kept in order had become long. At the demon forest. Stroking his overgrown beard, he tried thinking back to the last scenery he had seen. But his memories after that, traveling along the Isa River to head towards the capital and meeting with Maria, was very fuzzy. He reasoned that he must have been attacked by robbers or someone like that and was force-fed some kind of medicine. Normally, one would lose his bearings when he found out he was thrown by the roadside with just a piece of robe on, but don't underestimate Karolsdoni. He had single-handedly built up his company and had been recognized as a medium-sized trading company. He had a tenacious spirit, can't be shoved off that easily. Money, none. But Karolsdoni grinned. If the gods of this world were watching, they would have grumbled at how he just leapt over the trials they had planned for him. As long as the world had money, he would fight for it any time. Was the kind of positive thinking Karolsdoni had. The fact that he would taste regret and despair later was unknown to him now. Maria, I'm coming right now, so wait for me. Karolsdoni, with just one robe covering him, started on his journey. Led by Alcumedes, Will left the king's private quarters. Kesemu leaned back heavily onto the sofa, sighing in satisfaction. What, he is more useful than some of those around you? Stop joking. If he continued with his sentence, he would sound like the knight's leader, Guillaume. To tell the truth, Kesemu had belittled Will. He knew Guillaume was not joking when he said Will was more useful, but he was only 8 years old. He thought Guillaume meant Will would be more useful than those useless nobles from the anti-kingdom fraction. How about meeting him, face to face? Kesemu laughed wryly as he had thought he was on the right track as a politician, but it seemed like he still had some way to go. He was completely fooled by the Will's age and his child appearance. He had looked at him with preconception, so he would have to go back to a blank state and look at him with fresh eyes. Having inherited the first founder's blood, he had confidence in his mana power. Sitting on his throne, he would look at his opponent as he let out a bit of mana, and most people can't even stand when they are exposed to that. To an 8 years old, he had childishly let out the same amount of mana as he did when he was meeting with nobles he disliked. It was to test the extent of Gion's idiot doting parent sense. But his son just stood there with a calm face. Plus he was graceful. Each of his movement was so polished that it was unbelievable to think this child had defeated Abi. How amusing, he had thought. As expected of Gion's son, he had thought. As planned, he invited him over to his private room and Will had followed without faltering. It must be because he was still a child, unknown about the fear of people. But this was where Kesemu received his first shock. The green tea, which was passed down only within the royal family as it was the first founder's favorite, was drunk by Will without any question. Plus he drank it the correct way. And from there, it were blows after blows from Will's attack. His spirit was completely beaten down. Will had let out enough mana to break the mana lock. Which meant he had mana that outdo that gigantic amount that he let out. And he did not seem to be drowning in the power of it, like he knew both the merit and the demerit of that power. And the way his head turned. He was a prodigy. There were rumors about him being a prodigy, but to think that he was to that extent. Kesemu felt like punching himself for not meeting him sooner in those 8 years. He would have had fun talking. Kesemu was being called as the wise king. He was proud of how fast his brain can turn as compared to others. As the speed was different, he did not have much fun in conversations. And now, he felt like talking to Will would be fun. Will was able to follow and even exceed him before the conversation grew boring. Till now, the only one able to do was only Gion. Actually, the skill to be able to guess what others were talking about with just a few words were trained by Will being a former Japanese. It was called to read between the lines. TN, to read the air. I personally prefer them to speak out instead of requiring me to read though. Alcumedes. Kesemu called out to his partner, who had returned some unknown time ago, happily. Yes, how can I be of help? Fu. Call Zerko. As you wished. Alcumedes, most probably with a smile, dissipated. 8 years old. Kesemu can't think of him as an 8 years old. Williams. It would be great if they would be good friends like how he was with Gion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 062, Information and Situation. 062, Information and Situation. Posted on December 6, 2016 by Kraza Pumpkin. Editor, Poor_Hero. And Zerko Ninja is the leader of the Black Knight Info Corps. TN, once again, sorry for missing out on this chapter. I did this in a few hours so it might be rougher on the eyes. I'm heading to bed now, bye. In Elsmu, Knights' Order was separated into 2 groups, Black and White Knights. The one who managed them was Gion, but the one who was usually mobilized was White Knights. Why? Because Black Knights were mostly Imperial Guards. Would it be easier if it was explained that Black Knights were King's personal knights? Even though it was the vice leader who gave directions, it was known that he was moving under King's order. Black Knights were again separated into 2 groups, Combat and Intelligence. Combat Corps were mostly guarding the castle or King's personal guards and would join the war as soldiers if there was one. The 2 guards who stood before the audience room and trembled at Will's family name were under this corps. As for Intelligence Corps, they were not widely known. What they do was as their name specified, intelligence gathering. Gion's secret job could be classified as so, but strictly speaking, there were slight differences. Gion's work was to handle those who opposed Kesemu. Black Knight Intelligence Corps were to handle and managed all information. Plus, they were not widely known, which meant there were still people who knew about them. As opposed to Gion, who moved in absolute secret. That day, Zerko was summoned by the king and was given an assignment. He admired the king. Kesemu, both as a king and man, was magnificent and he had decided to swear his loyalty and his life to him. To add to that fact was that Zerko's family, the ninjas, had served the king for many generations. No one knew, but they had been supporting the royal family behind the scene throughout history. It was in his blood to serve the king. Kesemu was being called as the wise king. Zerko had been told to do some crazy things which he couldn't understand why. It was always afterwards where the king's action revealed their meaning. Which was why he does not question the king and simply moves according to his directions. But this time was different. This time, he totally could not wrap his head around what he had been told. The usual crazy requests had been easier to understand as they were usually something that had a deeper meaning to them. This time, however, the reason was given right from the start, which made it even more difficult to accept. The one who provided the information and also the one who gave his suggestion was an 8-year-old kid. An 8-year-old kid who had seemingly defeated Abi. Any usual king would dismiss it as a kid's prank. Of course, not to mention to even research and follow the kid's suggestions. It was something Zerko had never thought he would do. His head hurt. He had, for a moment, thought to ask the king if it was what he really wanted to do. Of course, he said nothing. Kesemu had always been able to see through his opponent's true nature. Having doubts against such Kesemu was something only an idiot would do. Which was why, he would have to meet with the person to understand it all. He walked along soundlessly even in the stone-paved castle where sound reverberated easily. It was meant to make it difficult for any spy to infiltrate. It was said to be the first founder's taste, but actually, it was a countermeasure. William's Barrel. The next duke in line. Any noble would have heard of his name once before. He was said to be like an angel at his debut when he was 3, and was even praised by the famous court scholar John Velter for his intelligence. A genius, a prodigy. He was someone who was covered in rumors. And to add on, Gion-sama's son. Gion was Zerko's superior. He was the leader of both white and black knights, so it's a given. As said, Gion, who usually led white knights, had very little chance to come in contact with Zerko, who was from Black Knight Intelligence Corps under the king. Even so, Zerko knew how splendid Gion was. He was as admired by the people as Kesemu. That person's son. Zerko knew the theory of not coming to a conclusion before investigating, but he was just 8 years old. He can't help but makes light of it. Plus this incident might be the death of this country if it was revealed to be a child's prank. But this child was recognized by 2 highly respected people. Then calmness was restored to Zerko's heart by a simple fact. Just focused on the king's order for now. Putting aside his complex feelings, he focused on the order he received straight from the king himself and rushed out of the castle soundlessly. The table shook under the man's tapping of his foot. The comfy sofa, placed in front of the large table in the spacious room, sat a man who plucked off his remaining 2 strands of hair. Rummaging through the shelf placed to the side of the table, he took a map out. In the middle of the map were the words, "The country of Hatuo." Glaring at it, Guda mumbled in a low voice. "Winter is coming soon, Dut." The country of Hatuo, which Emperor Guda reigned over, was set at the north of the continent Rana. Therefore, the weather had always been cold. At winter, the ground would freeze over, drift ice would cover the North Sea, and sea voyage was deemed as sheer stupidity. To this Hatuo, instead of farming or fishing, they would breed livestock instead. And since they began breeding, they were militarized not long after. And as compared to the other countries around them, they had a big problem. Food. No matter how they trained the army, no matter how much they earned from magic tools, the only one thing that can't be solved was the problem with shortage of resources. No matter how much land the country possessed, people cannot live without food. The people would lower their heads to people from the surrounding countries for food. Cold and hungry. Guta had watched it happen. He wanted to save his country. It wasn't justice. Guta desired growth for his own country for his own benefit. Guta wanted the continent. And for that to happen, he needs a place where the soil does not freeze over. He glanced at the map again. Starting from the center of Rana, mountains ran along from northwest till the southeast. The places around the mountains were known as the Demon Forest. As the name implied, it was squirming with demon beasts. With the unknown reason, a large amount of demon beasts were spawned in the forests, and in there, a survival of the fittest. If anyone dared to take a step in there, it was sure that they would never come out. And in the middle of the demon forests sat Elsmu. Their territory was squeezed in between the demon forests. Even so, they possessed good soil and their agriculture development bloomed. Thanks to that, people who won in life and people who yearned for peace began gathering in Elsmu. They started researching magic tools, and now, their magic development was almost reaching Hatuo's standards. The barrier between the 2 countries was Isa River. But, 200 years ago, no one knew that area over the river was inhabitable. Then, it was taken over by a man who suddenly appeared. Thinking back, Guda pities the emperor of that time. It was a precious land that they needed. The land from the south that won't freeze over. Spinel. Guda called out. Here. Guda did not seem surprised even though Spinel suddenly appeared in front of him. Spinel was a shadow owned by Guda. William's Barrel. No, stop investigating Elsmu. Understood. At that, Spinel melted into the shadows. It wasn't like Elsmu could live in between the demon forests that easily. Thanks to the strong knights, they had made it livable. Guda was not that stupid to make those knights his enemy. Hatuo had an army, but they were people after all. But Elsmu would definitely not raise a hand against the demon forests. No matter how strong they were, there were things they couldn't do. If you raise a hand against the demon forests, calamity would befall you. It was a phrase passed down since the olden times. It was a tradition, a belief. The corners of his mouth raised as he grinned. He would have to develop Hatuo in order to save his people. Which was why he would silently wait for now. Carol's Doni tasted despair quickly. He had reached for the top from zero. He had thought that as long as money made the world go round, he would do anything. Yes, he had thought, past tense. Carol's Doni, who had finally walked out from the slums, went to confirm the place he was in. He could kinda guess where he was by looking around him, but to be sure, he asked people who walked past. He was at a remote countryside in Dayuvu. He would reach Delsmu if he crossed the demon forest, but he would have to cross the demon forest again. There were many beastmen living at the place he was in. He had no discrimination against them, but he felt angry at those beastmen, who had better noses, steering clear of him. URG. He stank and he knew it. Moaning, he tried to look for a job to earn money so he could get somewhere. And at that, he tasted despair. Carol's Doni had the talent. He turned his business into a success. That much was the truth. But he was lacking in something now. And that was youth. No matter how good he was at calculation, how good he was in business, how good was his tongue, he cannot overturn the truth about his age. Everyone had rejected him, thinking he must have had some problems to be fired at his age. His dirty robe made it worse, but Carol's Doni did not realize it. It was no use. He can't get a job. He hanged his head in defeat. The country of business, Dayuvu. It was not that he hated the place. He had visited a few times on business. But this was not the place he wanted to lay his bones upon. The Maria he loved was still waiting for him in Elsmu. He can't give up. In that case, he would have to reveal everything. Tell the truth and he would get a job. Was what he thought, but it didn't work. A merchant who was tricked to this extent was out. And he was rejected also to protect his pride and not be seen with pity as a merchant. Plus, not remembering what happened to him and with his fuzzy memories, no one would really accept his vague explanation. Ah, but it's really itchy. Carol's Doni knitted his brows together. That's right, let's wash himself clean first. With that aim in mind, Carol's Doni staggered over to the river. Ugh. I'm done. This was tiring. And not very interesting. Ugh. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 063, The Merchant. 063, The Merchant. Posted on December 6, 2016 by Kraza Pumpkin. Editor, Poor_Hero. After walking around aimlessly, Carol's Doni finally reached the dried river bed. He had endured the itchiness as he had no clothes to change. Plus the fact that he was naked underneath, so he can't jump into the river with just his underwear on like he did when he was young. Carol's Doni had been thinking, but not before long, he gave up. Yep, there was no other way. Carol's Doni, who reached enlightenment, jumped into the river with his robe on. I'll just take this chance to wash it as well. He cried in exultant. Forgetting the bitter reality, he swam. His younger happy days about playing in the river came back to him as he began to play around too. And it happened when he finally started to get out of the river. Losing his balance and slipping on a rock, his upper body fell backwards into the river and he hit his head on the riverbed, hard. In a word, he tumbled. Tumbled. Glub glub. As he slowly lost conscious, he cursed the god. Oh God, why would you do this to me? Was it because I sold that vase higher than it was supposed to be? No, maybe it was that carpet? Various things started appearing in his head, but it was not the time to start regretting now. As he fainted, his body drifted down the river. Ah! That is. A short and stout bear-like man mumbled, having seen something from the bridge over the river he was standing on. Or rather, he was a bear. Ah, no matter, the moment he said that, he leaped off the bridge in a movement that was very different from a normal person. Landing in the river without breaking a sweat, he carried the driftwood-like thing, Carol's Doni, under his arm and leaped out of the river again. To think I would be of use here, ... Laying that driftwood? Down onto the riverbed, the bear said. It is, artificial respiration and heart massage, right? Saying that, he tipped Carol's Doni's chin up. Yes, it was as you had guessed, he was Bahul-san. Who is he? Please remember. He was one of the Shadows trio that attacked Will 3 years ago. The moment Carol's Doni woke up had been a nightmare. He can feel something soft on his lips. His soaked rope was chilly to the touch. The only thing calming him down was the rugged sensation on his back as he gulped down a breath. Something on his lips. He opened his eyes with hope, and the thing that entered his sight was a shaggy, bearded bear-like uncle. Which means... Carol's Donny touched his lips as he turned pale. Did he did it with a man? He had no idea what the situation was, but all he knew was the lingering sensation he had on his lips. It was a nightmare. His mind was totally in chaos. Throughout his long history as a merchant, he did panic before, but even his panicking during his first sale was nothing as compared to now. Jumbled words leaked out of his mouth as he sat there, stunned, and it seemed like he was going to be in that state for a while. Then Carol's Donny began to recall the situation before he fainted. Smelly, itchy, river. Fell. Yes. Carol's Donny tried to find an explanation that he could accept. Of course, Carol's Donny, who did not have the knowledge of artificial respiration, could find none. Bohol-san, who had been glancing at Carol's Donny, came to know that his artificial respiration worked, stood up, placed Carol's Donny under his arm and started walking, almost skipping. Maria, what is going to happen to me? Carol's Donny is from Kansai. He is using Kansai Ben, something similar to either New York or Texan accent. Carol's Donny moaned, half crying. What does the future lie ahead? Before he realized, he drowned in the river, and when he thought he was saved, he was then abducted by a bear. Carol's Donny, with his bleak future, truly wanted to curse God. Escorted by Alcumede-san, it was late afternoon by the time I reached the academy. And from then, the afternoon class were a continuation of the morning class regarding summoning beasts. Everyone were to summon their beast and developed a deeper bond with them. As for the morning class, it seemed to be about giving a nickname with their respective beasts, which had no connection with me having named mine. That's great. It was kinda impossible for me to fall behind in terms of studying, but I had been missing a few of my practices. I can't really tell my classmates the reason for not being able to attend was because I was summoned by the king. The hero of the nation, father, and the leader of the nation, the king. The two people who were greatly respected. Who am I, who knew the both of them? Though I am father's son. It was going to be hard if I was to be compared to them. An Ike-Men king. Which novel did he take inspiration from, damn it? Father was my only salvation. Though through all the rumors and hearsay, I found that the people of this nation had been beautifying him. I wondered if they were troubled about what reaction to give when they really met him in person. No, they actually screamed enthusiastically. For what reason, it was a mystery. I had been rambling about useless stuff. And thus, class ended without any problems and I was dragged back to our room by Zen. And, what did the headmaster say? Zen, who was not even hiding his curiosity, attacked me with his question. It was not the headmaster. I was summoned by someone else. And the image of Alcumede-san popped into my head. What? Who was it? This guy really only took this kind of bait. I grinned. His Majesty. Zen simply let out a foolish sound in response. As he tried to digest the truth, Zen's eyes fell out of his sockets as he used his brain, which, of course, did not really happen as it was just a metaphor. How amusing. Noticing the grinning me, Zen shouted. You can't trick me, you're lying. I'm really not. Laughing, I looked at the ceiling, wanting to explain everything to Zen. If you want a proof, how about asking that person? Like always, Zen had a blank look on as he went, and looked up towards the ceiling, giving me no time to warn him before something heavy falling could be heard. The family motto that was passed down with the ninja family since the era of the first founder was this. Instead of hearing it 100 times, see it for yourself once. Tien Byako Kai Kiku Yori E Kaimi Ro. It was said that this motto was told by the first founder to the head of the family at that time. It was short and to the point. Being the one who dealt with information, he knew the importance of authenticity. Of course, rumors and hearsay was not said to be unimportant as well. Information can also be taken from knowing why and how rumors started. But, no matter how much he had heard, he could not determine the authenticity without seeing it for himself. It was not to say people were lying. When people retold information, it would be tainted with their perspective and opinions and wouldn't be objective. Which was why Zerko held the motto close to his heart. This fact was made clear to the king multiple times, so the moment he brought William's name out, it was understandable that he was given approval to investigate. That's right. The king knew about it. Zerko, despite having deep respect for the king, could not believe his ears. He was perplexed as how he could not even believe his partners, who had brought him much information and had never lied to him. Which was why he did something that was unbecoming of an intelligence officer. Normally, it was a highly covert activity to gather information. And it was also why the ninja family had been working and supporting the king for so many years. The wind attribute. For some reason, the ninja family could produce people highly talented in the wind attribute. And it went without saying, it was very effective for espionage. Its theory was unclear, but they were able to use wind to erase any noise they produced and was thus able to erase their presence. Plus, intelligence officer like Zerko had many years of experience in that skill. He was able to keep all of his mana inside of him, and even when using, he was able to direct the mana back into himself and was almost impossible to detect. Did he grow careless because he was just 8 years old? No, he did not. Zerko rejected the reason he came up himself. Even if he was only 8 years old, he was recognized by the Gion-sama. He was sure he had 120% of his guard up. And in this job, he cannot afford to be careless. He was always keeping his guard up. It was easy to lose everything if he relaxes. But why was he detected? Did his magic fail? No, it can't be. Did his mana leak out? No. Not possible. Will was rumored to have defeated Abi, so he had kept his mana from leaking out to the limit that he could avoid being sensed. It can't be, to be able with just that? Normally, that reason was the easiest to accept, but Zerko just can't. He could not believe it. He had underrated him. Again, he came to understand Kesamu's magnificent ability and his own inexperience. Even if his heart had not understood and was not well satisfied, he had finished processing his own feelings and information. Even if he was caught by his opponent, there was no hostile feelings coming from him. In that case, Zerko slouched and reached for a panel from the ceiling. Even if he hated revealing himself, it was deemed to be the best thing to do in this situation. The rumor about defeating Abi immediately became credible as well. As Zerko came to a conclusion, he reluctantly removed a panel from the ceiling and landed into Will's and Zen's room. As I stared at the ceiling, a panel was removed cleanly with a cluck, and from that hole, a man dressed completely in black came flying down. Zen, bewildered to the point that his voice won't work, stared at me. I had felt a wind presence. The moment I walked into my room, I felt that presence and that he was trying to hide it. I was a kid who had just told the king I defeated Abi. I guess this was someone, maybe a ninja, was sent by the king to confirm that fact. But I had not guessed his appearance. Which was why I cried out without thinking. TN, ninja. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 064, to know when to give up. 064, to know when to give up. Posted on December 12, 2016 by Kraza Pumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. 3 years ago. Buhul and Bibinyaru, who attacked Will and got the table turned on them instead, were originally merchants before they were turned into shadows. Although they were not to the ranks of Karel's Doni, they were still merchants who lead a large caravan and were making money from the trades between Dayuvu and Elsmu. The two, who just got out of the demon forest, were captured by the ambushed bandits and sold as slaves due to them being beastmen, but in reality, they possessed quite a bit of strength. They were strong enough to pass through the demon forest with minimal number of guards. When passing through the forest, they were attacked countless times by demon beasts, thieves, and bandits. To remain alive after all, that proved their strength and how many they had killed. There were many times where they faced death. Which were why. Brainwashed into shadows, they killed many innocent people, and the guilt gnawed at them. The guilt that hanged over Buhul might be even deeper than Chiffon. Which was why he did not seek death like her. To him, he had a place he had to return to and things he had to protect. Just because he was forced to do the thing he did not make it right. Nor did he think that he would be forgiven. He understood that painfully. But he had something he needed to do, which was why he had to continue on. You might think it was stupid. You might think that he was just adding on to his sins. And when he was released from the slave collar, he was assaulted by nightmares over and over. The guilt tortured him and caused his whole body to tremble. It was something he could never forget. He had not expected to be forgiven, nor did he pray for forgiveness. But even so, now, he would instinctively save anyone's life if he could. It might be to repay for him being saved, or his feeling of just wanting to help. Or even possibly to remind himself of how fortunate he was right now by looking at their plight. He did not think he would be forgiven, and yet he realized that he was somehow trying to redeem himself little by little. And now, Bohul, who went back to being a merchant, started helping anyone who needed it. He learned the art of lifesaving from Wool, so in a way, Carol's Donny was very lucky. But since he was used by Spinel just to gauge Will's abilities, maybe it was better to say that the innocent him who was dragged into this mess to be extremely unlucky. Bohul, in a half-kidnapped way, brought Carol's Donny back to his house and started nursing the very confused Carol's Donny back into health. Carol's Donny, who hadn't eaten anything for a few days, was in a malnourished state, so Bohul fed him porridge and forced him into bed. By the way, let's keep it a secret that Carol's Donny was trembling with fear when Bohul hauled him over to the bed. But it was true that Carol's Donny was exhausted. He was forced into this situation all of a sudden, but seeing as how he was given food and even a place to sleep, it seemed like Bohul was not out to hurt him. Once he knew that, the highly strung him just let loose and fell into a deep slumber. Looking at the deeply asleep driftwood, Bohul let out a sigh of relief. At the same moment, a wave of regret came over him. What to do? He did not think through this properly. Looking at the thing he brought back home with him, he sighed again. This complicates his future plans. Before Bohul started having this people-saving streak, he was a merchant. He had made plans with Bibinyaru to head over to Elsmu to trade spices. And that's the problem. And he cannot leave him with his family. Bohul sighed again. Looking back at his action objectively, he came to know how bad it looked. He sighed again. He shouldn't have lost himself in happiness when his CPR worked. Thinking back, he had carried that guy under his arm the moment he came to and even brought him to his house without any explanation. It just looked like kidnapping. But to think that guy did not struggle or yell during the entire time. He can't help but praise that middle-aged man. After being through that period of being a shadow, he too wouldn't yell if he was put through the same thing, but rather than saying he had nerves of steel, it might be because he was just confused. The good thing about having been a shadow was the improvement in his strength and adaptability. Thanks to that, he was able to pass through the demon forest without hiring any guards. Plus another thing. Looking at the goods he had gathered and was planning to sell, sitting at the corner of the room, Bohul smiled. Anyway, he can ask about what had happened to that guy when he wakes up tomorrow. Right now, he was just excited about the negotiation that was coming soon with Mr. Specialty. TN, Ninja. At the words that carelessly spilled out of my mouth, the completely black ninja twitched in surprise. Indeed. It was my turn to be surprised at his words. Really? A ninja? Then I remembered. Yes, this must be the work of First Founder. I would like to ask how you came to know the name First King granted my family. As I expected. I looked at the silent man who looked like he wanted to do something. He was around 165-170 cm tall. Although he was on the shorter side, regretfully as we were 8-10 years kids, we had to look up to him. He then suddenly bowed and lowered his head. Seeing that, Zen and I both gulped down our breath. There was no need to rely on my previous memories for this. The lowering of one's head, in other words, an apology. I deeply apologized. Even if it was for work, it was rude and impolite of me to peek into your private life. It was easier to accept such a straightforward response. I could sense apology and respect emitting from his entire body. This person was probably quite smart. Anyone would find it hard to believe it was an 8-year-old kid like me. Which was why he was apologizing. He understood by theory, yet his heart was unable to accept it. At this, Ninja-san, I grinned and gave an answer. Respect shall be responded with respect. This was common sense, no matter between Japanese or Elsmu's nobles. By no means have I found the ninja cosplay amusing. Not in the slightest. Don't worry about it. This is the matter of the nation, so it is natural to want to confirm the authenticity of the information. I don't mind it at all. Please raise your head. I thank you for your leniency, William-sama. Saying that, Ninja-san lifted his head up and our eyes met. His eyes narrowed in worry and he continued speaking. By the way, during the entire time, Zen was frozen on the spot without moving. It was slightly regretful that it was not Alcumede-san who appeared, but if he continued like this he is going to turn into a statue. Glancing at Zen, I chuckled as I listened to Ninja-san. Sorry for not introducing myself. I am the leader of Black Knight's Intelligence Corps under His Majesty, Zerko Ninja. Once again, I ask for your cooperation in this matter. At Zerko, who came to glance at Zen as well, I quickly nodded. Why? To hide my face. So it was not that his occupation was a ninja but his family name. First Founder, I fear you. Within that short moment of hiding my face, I rearranged my expression into a serious one, lifted my head and placed my hand on Zen's shoulder. So, I'll be going. Leaving that, I followed Zerko-san back into the ceiling. As the removed panel was being placed back into place, it's a secret that I snickered when a hysterical voice was heard going from below. Moving along, Zerko and Will reached the impressive front door of the academy. Different from Will, who was thinking off the tracks that he had been moving around a lot today, Zerko was trying his best to remain calm. He was lured by Will, who was staring at the door absent-mindedly, into staring at it as well before an was heard coming from Will about his clothes. His black ninja clothes changed into common clothes in an instant and was being called as the illusion show in secret by Will. It was all Zerko's skill. If he was to come to Earth and work as a magician, he would be at the level where he would own a part of the moon. But Zerko had a reason for acting like that. It was because of that child in front of him. Not only was he found out when he was hiding in the ceiling, he was blown away by Will's show of intelligence from his reply as well as his polished and elegant movement. Furthermore, Zerko, who used wind to assist him to jump back into the space above the ceiling, Will managed to do so without any help whatsoever and even placed the panel back into its place for him. And he got amazed further. The wind technique passed down in the ninja family was seen through in an instant. Zerko was totally defeated. Normally, one could not use a magic technique just because one had seen it once. You would have to understand the working and the minute details of the spell and with a suitable balance of mana before being able to active. Plus Zerko did it chantlessly. He had carved the intonation, the meaning of the incantation as well as the tone into his brain after repeating it millions of times and was able to finally activate it just by thinking of the image of the incantation. Besides, he was casting it without using any excess mana. As for Will, his brain was already wired in Japanese, which was why he had no problems with casting spells chantlessly. And Zerko was troubled for not knowing that fact. Seeing as to how Will succeeded in casting spells chantlessly, the painstaking effort he had put in since young looked so absurd now. His heart felt like it was breaking. In spite of that, Zerko managed to maintain his silence and suppressed his urge to sigh, which made him feel like praising himself. Anyway, the important thing right now was Abi's case and the name Carol's Doni provided by Will. Luckily, Elsmo had a flourishing capital. Composing himself, Zerko randomly entered one of the eateries lined up. And to the people inside, seeing a common attired man together with a uniformed boy, anyone would thought they were father and son or even brothers. No one would think twice about them. Understood. Let's find out who Carol's Doni really is. Is it alright telling me that? Looking at the nodding Zerko, Will teasingly asked him. There is no problem. I will send a letter out within Elsmo immediately. No matter if you are the mastermind or get dragged into this incident, it does not change the fact that you are involved with this matter. Zerko declared, having found the way to have fun with it. All he needed to do was to not treat Will as an 8-year-old kid. You could say he got enlightenment or he just gave up understanding. He was unexpectedly bold, Zerko wondered to himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 065, He Who Came Back. 065, He Who Came Back. Posted on December 16, 2016 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, Poor_Hero. His consciousness began to surface slowly after submerging for so long. He then slowly opened his eyes from that comfortable slumber. An unknown ceiling. Yes, the uncle who just spitted out this phrase just a moment ago was no other than the one and only Carol's Doni. He then remembered he flew out of the water and began to look around restlessly, putting his guard up. That's right. As his brain started waking up, last night's memories started flowing back. It seemed like he had managed to go through last night without any accident. This room was the room the bear guy had carried him in. Although it was not confirmed to be safe yet, he felt like it was okay to relax. Relieved, Carol's Doni stroked his chest to calm himself down. Even so, to not have woken up before then proved the nerves of steel he had. And when he was feeling half shocked and half amazed at what he had done, the door opened with a clank. And caused Carol's Doni to doubt his eyes. I am so very sorry. A bear was doing a dijiza. TN, prostrate on the ground. What? In the end, Carol's Doni fell into a state of confusion as he darted his eyes about. Really, I am hopeless. I tend to ignore the surroundings if I get too engrossed in something. Bear Guy and Carol's Doni were sitting opposite each other at the dining table. The room made out of wood was kept simple, which in turn gave out a calm and peaceful atmosphere. And in that room, as opposed to the embarrassed Bear Guy who was scratching his head, Carol's Doni had a troubled smile on his face. What was going on? He was completely lost. For now, he understood that Bear Guy had no intention to harm him and instead was apologizing for something. Carol's Donny had been tilting his head in confusion for a while now. I am really so sorry. To have brought you here without any explanation whatsoever, you must have been very confused. Bear Guy said, regret dripping from his slowly drawn-out words. Now Carol's Donny got it. It seemed like Bear Guy finally realized what he had done. It's all right. It seemed like I was saved as well. He had to give his thanks first. Although he had many questions, it was manners to give thanks to the man who saved his life. As Carol's Donny gave his thanks, he too urged for answers. I had a shock when I saw you drifting down the river. As you stopped breathing, I gave your CPR, cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation? When he revealed a confused face, Bear Guy showed a proud look as he explained. I was taught by someone I know. The way to help someone resume breathing when they stop. I see. Carol's Donny nodded. Bear Guy nodded in satisfaction as well before glancing at Carol's Donny. But why are you washed away in the river? Bear Guy had a curious expression that masked the worry that fleeted across his face now and then. Carol's Donny felt a lump in his throat. The reason was that he fell and knocked his head was so embarrassing that he dared not to say it. Looking at the complicated face Bear Guy was making in front of Carol's Donny, he must have thought Carol's Donny was involved in some incident or something. Carol's Donny swallowed his sigh and started thinking. He knew the longer he stayed silent, the higher the expectation was. He was in deep conflict with himself. No, it was just that he was really embarrassed. Steeling himself, he opened his mouth. Bear Guy was his savior. Let's swallow his pride and spit everything out. Besides, this turn of events seemed to be convenient for him. There was no loss in telling the truth. Apart from the burn of embarrassment. Actually, I fell and bumped my head when I was swimming in the river. Saying that, he felt Bear Guy's gaze. A pitying gaze. It's no good, he felt like running away. He felt like running the hell away. After all the misfortune and despair, he wanted to cry. Panicking, he started to explain. No, actually, my name's Carol's Donny. I own a trading company. Perhaps. In Elsmu? Carol's Donny was surprised. The man in front of him had a well-built body that had scars like a warrior here and there. As he was wondering why, he realized it. This place was close to the mercantile nation, Dayuvu. If it was a mercantile nation, even merchants would be muscular. Carol's Donny felt admiration at that, totally missing the point at the same time. Plus, he was glad that he was known even in such a faraway place that his voice raised. Oh, you have heard of me? I am honored. So you are a merchant too? Ah, I am just starting out as one. They shared a moment of laughter. Ah, let's get back. Carol's Donny then continued explaining about his embarrassing situation. And I led my caravan through the demon forest a few days ago. We went through it peacefully, but as we relaxed, it kinda happened. Carol's Donny gave a vague explanation and a question mark floated above Bear Guy's head. There's no wonder. Even Carol's Donny himself had no idea what happened. I think something happened, but my memories are very fuzzy. Even I myself don't know what's what. In the end, it was as he hadn't explained anything at all. Carol's Donny finally allowed himself a sigh. And there, the Bear Guy in front of him seemed to have realized something. With a bitter face, he murmured. It might be better to not know anything. Eh? This time, it was Carol's Donny who had a question mark above his head. I had an idea about what happened, but it is dangerous to talk about it, so. Sorry. Carol's Donny was shocked at the sudden apology as well as the sadness in his voice. Then, before he could even react, Bear Guy lifted his head up with a snap. Different from his previous sad expression, he looked happy. But I think I can help. The clear blue sky. The floating clouds. The beautiful green grass against the contrast brown color of the earth. The bright rays of sunlight. Ah, the world was such a beautiful place. Why had he forgotten about it till now? In the swaying carriage, Carol's Donny leaned out. Full speed ahead. Bohul cried and whipped both of the horses in front of him. At the sudden acceleration, Carol's Donny, who was riding at the back, along with the luggage, fell and hit his butt hard. Asterisk snicker. Somehow he could hear laughter, but even so, he had a bright smile on his face. Yes. The reason for that was because he was about to meet with his beloved Maria. He felt like shouting out his joy, but as that would disturb the peace of other passengers, he managed to surpass it down. Oh God. Oh wonderful God! How amazing! It was the second time in his entire life that Karol's Doni gave his thanks to God. By the way, the first time was the moment Maria was born. Bear Guy, who said he could help, introduced himself. His name seemed to be Buhul. He hadn't heard of that name but kept silent. As he was led over to the carriage, he saw someone loading his stuff onto it. It was he, Bibinyaru, who was sitting beside Karol's Doni and also the one who laughed. A bear and cat beastmen. And the luggage they brought along was spices. With that he came to realize it. These two were the merchants whose products were a big hit in the country. The product, with the use of spices, or, as you guess, food. The noodle that was mixed well with sauce, yakisoba, the round dango filled with a jipo meat, takoyaki, the noodle dish with its rich ogre broth, tonkatsu ramen, and many more. It was so popular that whenever the food cart appeared, white knights would be needed to maintain the long snake queues. It was delicious beyond imagination, and not long after, it was being termed as grade B gourmet food. By the way, Karol's Doni was a fan. He ate every one of them. And as if that surprise was not enough, the two of them were to set out for Elsmo on that very day too. What a coincidence. That was why Karol's Doni gave God his thanks. He was saved in ways more than one. But he did not consider that he is going to be shocked again. To reach Elsmo, one would have to cross the demon forest. And even now, not one guard could be seen accompanying them. When he asked, the answer given was that they had no use for them, as both of them was enough. No way. It can't be. Wow, merchants from the south are scary. He felt that deeply as he stared at Buhul's back. Karol's Doni thought Buhul was acting as the guard, but it looked like Bibinyaru was as strong. He had doubts about that slender body being able to do anything, but as he saw how Bibinyaru played with the beasts and the speed that's so fast he could not follow, his mouth just couldn't close. The way there went by peacefully, and as the road they were traveling on slowly turned to stone paving, Karol's Doni saw the lovely familiar scenery unfolding in front of him. I am back. Once the carriage stopped for inspection, Karol's Doni leaped out and started running towards the nostalgic city gates. And was caught. And he left the stunned Buhul and Bibinyaru behind him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 066, Raging Bear. 066, Raging Bear. Posted on December 19, 2016 by Kraza Pumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. Just a moment, Will. As I was idling in the dorm after lessons, I was called out by headmaster, who looked unusually troubled. Since Abi's incident was tentatively over after talking with Zurko-san, he must have come to talk about the compensation for the broken crystal ball and the destroyed classroom. Ah. My secret savings were going to decrease. But I should have some leftovers, so it should still be alright. As I had wanted to eat some familiar food, known as B-grade gourmet food in Japan, I had Buhul-san gathered some spices for me and made some sauce and stuff. And thanks to that, I earned some pocket money. Or rather, as it was super popular, I earned enough to even buy the entire land around my house. Hee. Anyway, I believed I should had no problem with money. Speaking about money. Karol's Doni-san. According to Maria, he does not sound like a bad person, but magic exists in this world. As long as the possibility of him being controlled by the slave collar existed, it was better to be careful. Although it didn't feel good to be doubting a friend's parent, it was not confirmed that Karol's Doni was the culprit. He might be in a similar situation as Chiffon. Or rather, that possibility was higher. As a merchant basing his trade around this country, why would he go looking for trouble with King or Barrel's family? As I heard, he had a favorite phase, energetic as long as there is money in this world. As that kind of person and a merchant, it was difficult to think that he would do anything that could result in a loss for him. King, as well as Barrel family, had lowered their taxes as well as the toll to enter the gate in order to improve the economy. In anyone's eyes, even with the incident 3 years ago, it would be better for the merchants to choose King's side than the corrupted nobles. Even without that reason, as someone who single-handedly brought up his company, he should be able to do simple calculations about which side would give him profit. Despite him being wanted, I do not think that he was the mastermind. I did share all of these with Zurko, and he seemed to be putting that in consideration as well. Anyway, I left all Karol's Doni related stuff to the leader of Intelligence Corps, Zurko. As my job was supposed to be over, I did not think that it was the reason I was called. Whom? Who called me anyway? Headmaster, please give me an explanation. Thoughts ran through my mind as I approached the school gates and got a shock. How troublesome. A bear was raging outside the gates. What's the matter, Buhul-san? A sigh leaked out. It looked like he did not visit in peace. Once the summer holidays are here, I'll stroke chiffon to my heart's desire. And what happened? I confronted the still excited bear after capturing him. As the academy does not allow outsiders, I lead him out to eatery in the streets. In cases like this, being in the capital sure was handy. There were an abundance of shops lined up here. Calming Buvul-san down, I made sure no one was around us before taking a seat. We were not specially attracting attention but just in case. Letting out a bit of mana, I cast it chantlessly. Tien, Shaon, sound block. Looking at Buvul-san's panicking reaction, it might be better not to be heard. Will-sama's magic is as warm as ever. Buvul-san murmured, his eyes closing slightly. Warm? I knew that mana had no temperature, but Selfie said the same thing before. Might be something about the warmth of the aftermath of the magic, maybe? I guess? The first time I used magic was when I was 1. Maybe that's why it felt kinda warm and full of life. Oh, I digress. Anyway, it seemed like Buvul-san had calmed down. What did you do? I blocked the sound from going out. It might be better this way. As he stared at me in amazement as if saying I had not changed, I used my gaze to urge him to continue. Oh yes. Bear-san cried, looking like he just realized something. What was he standing up all of a sudden? Taking the opportunity while I was taken aback, he grabbed my wrist and pulled me out of the shop. Oi, wait, the bill. Twisting myself while being hugged underneath Bear-san's arm, I stretched my hand forward. No need for change, ugh. Saying the phrase that I had always wanted to say, number 10, I threw the coins towards the counter. Although I was feeling sorry towards the waiter, who was blinking his eyes in surprise, I was in confusion as well. Or rather, I would like you to praise me for this instantaneous decision. Yep. As the son of Barrel family, I can't be said to leave without paying. A strange moan came out. Let's do that again. For the sake of me, let's make this a secret. Wait, you-san. Tien, a refresher, well, it gave Buhul a nickname in chapter 34, the future, but it was never revealed. It is now, from the obvious poo, he called him Bu. The shaking. Every time the tall Bu-san moved, the difference in stature caused my body to sway/shake wildly. The jolt that ran through my entire body caused me to moan. As expected, tall people have long legs. This Bear-san, for a bear he sure had long legs. Ugh. No worries, I still have the future. That's not it. Why did this person carry me and start running through the capital all of a sudden? But as expected of a former shadow, there was no sound coming from his running. Oi! Someone explain please. I gave up. Because Bu-san was really sprinting through the streets. There was no choice, I can only leave it to Bu-san. Struggling will only cause me to injure myself. As I stared at him, my mind drifting away, he suddenly stopped. Sorry. Will-sama. Carol's Doni was captured. Lowering me down onto the stone-paved road, the severe shaking had my vision swimming with stars, but Bu-san seemed to be overlooking that as he desperately looked at me. I did hear him. It was just that why had Carol's Doni, who had the intelligence officers searching high and low for him, was brought back by him? No, it was not that I wanted an explanation. What do you mean by picking him up from the river? Was Carol's Doni Mamataro? As my vision slowly stabilized, it began to sink in. In short, he wanted my help in saving the innocent Carol's Doni who was captured after picking him up from Dayuvu. Let's just go to the checkpoint first for now. Truthfully speaking, I am only 8 years old. Yes, I was involved in the incident, but why would Bu-san come to me for help? He shouldn't have known I was involved. Glancing at Bear-san, I sigh softly. My Maria. Finally, tears flowed down his cheek and through his thickly grown beard. Carol's Doni was stricken with despair. He should be. An almost naked person being thrown in a foreign country would be confused and cried normally. Such tough spirit would not even withstand against such sharp attacks. Having finally reached the capital and thinking of meeting his lovely Maria, he was captured at the checkpoint as a person of interest. At this moment, he was holed in an empty room made of stone. Most likely, he would be facing a harsh interrogation according to the rumors. Just thinking about it gave him the shakes. Really, what did he do? Having been captured despite not remembering anything was another unknown fear. But if he was to go to prison, money can't be used there and he could never meet with his beloved daughter. It was hopeless. Total despair. It was like someone holding a knife and forcing him to the edge of the cliff. It can't be. Carol's Doni cried, jerking up. He regained consciousness in Daewoo, but maybe he did something during the period where his memories went hazy when he entered the capital. That's not good. The isolated Carol's Doni went pale. And when he curled himself into a ball, a man that looked like the knight in charge of the holding cell walked in. It was as though he pitied the completely pale Carol's Doni. The knight gently got him up and brought him out of the cell and into another room. What was going to happen to him? Should he hate God or should he pray to him? His feelings right now were a mess. As opposed to the dull and heavy atmosphere in the cell, Carol's Doni was surprised by the bright and cheery atmosphere in the room. He was totally thinking that the interrogation or the torture was about to begin. In fact, he was sure of it. And in the room, sitting on the sofa, were a slim man and an angel-like boy. Are you Carol's Doni-sama? The angel spoke. Carol's Doni jumped up without thinking. He had no idea what was going on. Being caught as a person of interest, was he not going to be interrogated? Was the angel being the one interrogating him? Carol's Doni stole a glance at the angel, who had a beautiful smile on his face. Was he going to whip him while maintaining that smile of his? As his imagination ran wild, his pale face turned completely white. How dreadful. As he stood fearing the two in front of him, the angel spoke suddenly. Zurko-san, what did you do to Carol's Doni-sama? He is completely fearful of us with such a pale face. No, he was the one Carol's Doni was afraid of, was what he would never say even if his mouth was split open, because it seemed like the opponent was not out to scare him in the first place. Which means he was never meant to torture Carol's Doni. Everything was okay once Carol's Doni realized that. Because he was a man who recovered fast. The slim man then urged him to take a seat with an apologetic face, and in relief, Carol's Doni sat down. And so, Carol's Doni-sama. Yes. His shaking voice was just a sign of courtesy. Carol's Doni looked straight at the angel, preparing himself for the oncoming questions. Would you mind answering truthfully? Have you met with your daughter after she enrolled into the academy? All strength left his body. He was prepared to be asked if he had committed any crimes, but to think questions about his daughter? Could it be something happened to her? And no. I haven't met her. Is she okay? Forgetting his fear, Carol's Doni stood up and leaned forward, shouting. As if trying to calm him down, the angel smiled gently and shook his head. Don't worry, nothing happened to her. She is having fun every day. Relieved at his words, Carol's Doni sank onto his chair as if his knees gave way. That's great. His tears started flowing again. And at his words, the angel will exchanged glances with Zurko. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 067, Regrets and Determination. 067, Regrets and Determination. Posted on December 22, 2016 by Krasapumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. I did something bad to Carol's Doni-san. Sigh. I let out a sigh out of habit. That day, I entered the checkpoint, explained the reason, and joined in the questioning that was about to happen with Zurko-san. If Zurko-san hadn't come, I might have been forced to use my status or even money. Activating USO Hakenki lie detector, Carol's Doni's brainwaves and heartbeat were analyzed as we questioned him, but it seemed like he was not lying. But, did he really not meet with Maria? In that case, was Maria lying? In any case, I did a really bad thing to Carol's Doni-san. He was wanted nationally as a person of interest, and that must have been really bad for his business. Even if it was for the sake of solving that incident, to not have explained that misunderstanding immediately was enough for a defamation lawsuit. No, maybe the king will be sued for slander. No matter the case, it might be better to compensate him first. Would it be better to ask Carol's Doni personally about how much he wants? Having been dragged out of the previous shop in that manner by Busan, I couldn't really go back there now, so a room was borrowed at the checkpoint and then we began our way there. All it needed was Zurko-san's one word. Viva Zurko-san. Wasn't he abusing his authority? Not at all. The checkpoint was under the Knight's jurisdiction and Zurko was tentatively the commanding officer of the Black Knights. It was all good as long as we used it for proper reasons. And when Zurko-san saw the waiting Busan, he turned his shocked face towards me. And he is a merchant that had been supporting me. But this time, it was him who brought Carol's Doni-sama back here from Daewoo. At my words, Zurko-san looked over to Busan, who shrugged. I only picked him up when he was drifting along the river. Drifting along the river? Zerko-san's mind just went blank at Busan's unexpected words. Ooh, his eyes became tiny dots, that's a first. How rare for a person who was always without expression, always calm, just like a ninja. It can be hard to catch up to Busan's logic sometimes. Yeah. He had said that he seemed to have found himself in the slums of Dayuvu with just one piece of robe, and when he wanted to wash his body in the river, he slipped and fell. Carol's Doni-san. What were you doing? Or rather, how unlucky. Too unlucky. He sure did well for not being discouraged. What a man. I salute you. But then I suddenly sucked back a breath. It was because of me that he was dragged into such a mess. I messed up. Regret just welled up inside me. If only I had read that this would have happened more accurately. If only, instead of not wanting to stand out, I had joined in the investigation 3 years ago. Many things came and went in my head. All of it was maybes, but there must be something I could do now. This time, it was not over to say that it must be a whim by the enemy that no one died. Even so, Carol's Doni-san was reduced to this haggard state, and I had also produced a lot of troubles for the knights from the intelligence corps. It was all because of my careless mistake that their job load had increased. Rage began to slowly build up, directed at the unknown enemy. No, not that. Me. In the end, the one the enemy was aiming at was me. I invited this incident to happen because I hid sneakily. What was I thinking at that time? The blood-stained clothes of selfies. The terrified scream. The face filled with fear. I was scared of everything, so scared. I want to run away. I saved her? No way. I was only wiping my own butt. I simply unleashed my anger at the cowardly me onto the enemy. Did I not swear not to lose anyone I loved? Did God not give me this outrageous power because I wished to not lose anyone I love anymore? And so, why? I repeated the same mistakes again. How stupid can I be? The feeling I felt when John-sensei was kidnapped and ended up with wounds all over his body, did I forget all about it in just 3 years? Be it self-satisfaction. Be it fear of this power. Be it that it may cause people to fear me. If I lose this person, then there won't be a future to talk about. Did I not think of that at that time? In the end, I was too naive. Will-sama? I was pulled back to reality in an instant from the swirl of my thoughts by the sound of Busan's voice. Even if I am feared because of this power, as long as the person is alive, there would always be a possibility of being liked. There would be no meaning if she is dead. Worried at the me who had suddenly fell silent, Busan bent down and looked into my face. I laughed. No, it's nothing, don't worry. That's right. People who worried about me like this despite knowing my power existed. Like Busan. Selfie and Zen. Chiffon too. John-sensei and my parents too. What am I craving for? I had so many people I loved who loved me back. Being disliked? What's wrong with that? Wanting to be liked only ended up with me being stuck in my self-satisfaction. I had no idea what others were really thinking. Only that they were important to me. Only that I wanted to be with them, always. Only that I wanted to see their smiles. These were all only my wishes. If I want to be liked, I can slowly increase my likability, can't I? Busan, could you give me the details? Grinning. The me right now must be showing off a very wicked smile. Understood. As if answering me, Busan too grinned widely. First, I explained how Busan used to be a shadow, and how before he got turned into a shadow, he was a merchant, and how we were working together now, with me being the advisor, on food-related business to Zerko. When he heard that Busan was the rumored B-grade gourmet merchant, his eyes shone like no other. Then, I see, a shadow. Zerko stared in wonderment before mumbling. I had heard that they are attached with a collar of slavery though. After saying that, he stared at me, his gaze doubtful as if asking for the reason why. Or maybe he was questioning if Busan could be trusted since he was not attached with one. As father had given his permission, I had told the king in detail about the incident that happened 3 years ago, since I thought that no one would ask again. But I was wrong. Once again, I was reminded how unusual collar of slavery was. As Zerko was the commanding officer of the intelligence corps of the Black Knights directly under the king, I had predicted that he would know about the collar of slavery. I was right. Which means I handed father the baton of command about the future of the shadows. To use them or to crush them. It may sound harsh, but in this world, it's the survival of the fittest. Plus, father was the leader of the knights. To be caught by the leader of the knights, who acted as the police role as well, was equivalent to handing your life over to him. To think I just realized all of this now. And I just released it so easily. I really did an outrageous deed. I broke it. I disclosed, having no choice. While my determination from before was still strong, I shall reveal everything. I shall give information to Zerko, who collects information. It was called, to use all that you can. There was no more going easy. According to the enemy's fickle mood, the people I loved will be in danger. Having decided, I shall stop hiding and help as much as I can. What? How can it be? No. Zerko, his veins popping out as he could not believe it, suddenly calmed down and even nodded. What was that? Because it was Will Dano, was heard being mumbled by Zerko. What were you seeing me as? He then looked at Busan. Then at me. Please don't look at me with such emotionless face yet having your eyes sparkle with amusement like that, I'll blush. And, although it was pretty late before I noticed it, Zerko was rather good looking. He usually had a mask on so I didn't get to see his face most of the time. And coupled with that slim muscled body that filled the ninja costume out perfectly, he was totally a beauty. I am jealous at his masculine body, instead of my childlike one. But as usual, I am still young. I still have a future. I felt like his standard emotionless expression and his nice features were the way to let him change into any appearance if he wanted to. Ah, damn it. Why were there so many Eichmann? It might be better to change one of the requirements to enter the Knights by stating no Eichmann. Ah, okay, let's stop with the jokes. And, why did you think that Carol's Donnie was innocent? I looked at Busan. I too, had kinda guessed it. The one who sent shadows after me was the same person who sent Avi after me. If it was really the same person, it would have to be a shadow or someone related to the shadow to be able to use Carol's Donnie to get information. Which means, there exists a technique used by shadows on Carol's Donnie. Busan then gave his reason. It's the magic drug. I see. Looking at Busan's regrettable face, I nodded while Zerko tilted his head. It seemed like even the leader of the intelligence corps knew nothing about it. I don't know the exact way of making it, but it's a drug that when mana is being poured in, will produce something out. Like illusions. I did not know something like this exists. Zerko said, his voice full of surprise. It was used quite often by shadows. To gather information, to manipulate the people we come in contact with, or even to place the blame on them. Busan had a face full of regret. So what if I know? I won't be pointing fingers like an idiot at him. But from Busan's eyes, I can sense hidden feelings like anger and helplessness. I don't know if Zerko noticed it or not, but in a rare tone like he was joking, he threw me a question. With an emotionless face as usual. Even so, why did Will Dano know about it? From Will Dano? No, he said nothing. The two of them turned and looked at me. Please stop that way of looking as if you were looking at a strange creature. I scratched my cheek meekly and mumbled in a small voice. Ah no, I just got hooked onto reading pharmaceuticals manuals, spellbooks and other books for a certain time. The silence was difficult to bear. It seemed like I was branded as a really strange person. It might be better not to say I was 4 years old when I was hooked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 068, Guideline. 068, Guideline. Posted on December 24, 2016 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. There is no need to use unusable chess pieces. Gouda grinned. Spinel nodded, controlling his face to not reveal any confusion at Gouda's words. Satisfied, Gouda smirked as he slowly said. Well then, your last job. I'm relying on you. As you command. With that sentence, mana swirled around Spinel and he disappeared from the room. Within the next few minutes, even the remaining mana had dispersed and the only one left in the Emperor's private room was Gouda. Adjusting his posture, he reached for the bell and shook it violently. Things to throw, things to remain and things to add to his hand. Looking at everything, he wondered which the way he would gain a profit and how he would make a loss. This all depended on his ability. Gouda smirked to himself and looked outside the window. Another 2 months and the scenery would be dyed white. Even the forest and the grass-covered plains. What Gouda wished for was for the country and his people to thrive, and only that. Spinel felt like cursing and yet despite that, felt refreshed. What should he do? It was his dream to die while on a mission. That was what it meant to be a shadow. It was a job that robbed people of their lives, so he should lay his own life on the line as well. He had come a long way by doing that. He knew what he was doing and his logic was deemed wrong by the common sense of this world. Having said that, he had never once thought he was wrong. Which was why he placed his life for this mission too. Rather, he was happy he got to live and die as a shadow. But, what about Spinel himself? He had never held his life dear, but he had this out-of-place feeling that he could never erase, and it had accumulated into irritation. He wondered why he felt that way. As a chess piece for his owner, he thought that the best way was to use his life as a smokescreen to keep the enemy away from his owner. If that would make his owner happy, he had fulfilled his job perfectly. But then why? In the end, he can't accept it. Was this really the best way? Was there no other methods? Had the enemy already known this much? No, that's not it. It's simpler. He could not comprehend it. Even if he did see it with his own eyes. The enemy's power. He could not accept Williams Barrel's power. He did not believe it. It shouldn't be like this. He swallowed his words. If he were to say it out loud, his pride as a shadow would be totally lost. How troublesome. Even if he died, it might not work against the enemy. He gave a small laugh and stood up to prepare. The human that the perfect shadow, human, was about to confront was an unimaginable monster. His owner should know about it. In the dark room, only Spinel's mocking laugh remained. Is the development for the demon forest prohibited? The long black hair. The strangely sexy sigh. That's right. I haven't taught you about that, did I? Yes, the one standing in front of us was John Sensei. Possessing a muscular body despite being a scholar, a super Eichmann despite his level of intellect, long silky hair and glasses, a super S person. He was the enemy of all men. By the way, me included. But his only saving grace was that he was married to his research. That hidden meaning of "you knew about it despite me not teaching you" in his words only made it difficult to answer. Of course I knew about it. I learned about geography in the previous world. But even so, John Sensei should be fired for neglect of duty for not teaching me. Was something I could never say out loud, so I only glared at the map, mumbling under my breath. I am currently at the research lab in the castle. Why am I here? It's a long story, but by some twist and turns I ended up here. You won't understand if I don't explain the twist and turns? It can't be helped. I'll explain, so listen up. Who the heck am I talking to? On the day Carol's Donnie was captured, I was extremely irritated at myself after hearing Busan's story. So I had decided. Attacking is the best defense. If I stayed like this, waiting for the enemy to attack, it just looked like I am inviting them to come. They had the upper hand. The point I am making was, I am going to crush them. For Zerko, he was worried about civilians being injured. For me, yep. I shall show them the consequences for raising a hand against the people I loved. No matter the reason, a murder is a crime, you say? I said nothing about killing. Although I didn't agree with your reason, I did not particularly think about killing. Shall I do it then? And my smile when I was thinking about these things made Busan shiver. Tee-hee. Okay, enough with the jokes. The enemy was someone who used the shadows and even summoned beasts like Abi and, even if the security was laxer at the May Festival, managed to release them at the heavily guarded academy and caused people to get injured. There was no need to stay silent and watch them throw their weight around any longer. Get them before they do anything. For the nation's sake, we could only move. Although I am bearing a personal grudge as well. Which was why I am investigating along with Black Knight-san. I shall assume it's my imagination that I heard someone saying I am abusing my social status. Yep. It was not like the rest saw it as the son of Beryl hopping onto the investigation just to play at being a detective. Nope, no one saw it that way. Oh well. I too asked Zerko-sans for his authority and name and got myself approved for having top-notch spy techniques as ascertained by former shadows, Busan and Bibinyaru-san. This is the result of all the sneaking around I did when I was young. Wonderful. I really do have the talent for spying. Things like society. Like school, yeah. I don't know. I am not worried about being seen like I am playing truant just because I cannot reveal the reason. I am not afraid of Selfie's scornful eyes. I am also not sad about missing the lesson today on how to handle summoned beasts. My summoned beast Shiro had experience, so all I need to do was to ask Senpai. I am not afraid of Verino-sensei's icy attitude too. Not a bit. No, I am not trembling. Actually, all I need was to take the test at August for grade skipping, and all thanks to a certain someone, there was no worry about the contents of the test. I kind of feel cold. Will? Lost in my thoughts, a kind and gentle smiling face appeared right in front of me. No, nothing. I am sorry, please continue. This person could definitely read my mind. John-sensei, after so long, I still fear you. But why the sudden topic about the demon forest? As if he could sense my feelings of regret, John-sensei returned back to the topic without skipping a beat. I am looking for a remote, isolated place. Since we are certain that the shadows were involved, we are looking for their base. Sorry for not being of use. Ryu-san said sorrowfully, looking like he shrank in front of Zurko-san. Looking at the two of them, John-sensei folded his arms. I see. Oh yes, you should have known it by now, but this is John-sensei's research lab. During the 2 years when I was in the academy, John-sensei went back to the court and continued his research. After being recognized as a scholar of the Duke class, he got promoted from the professor's assistant to a professor at once. Ah, congratulations on your promotion. Anyway, the king should have his reason for doing due. But the main reason should be that he was a well-rounded scholar well-versed in magic circles, mathematics, history, geography, and also one of the people who knew the truth about the incident 3 years ago. Head of the Intelligence Corps, Zurko-san, wanted advice on the recent information as well as the history and geography of it and also about the shadows. But as the information about the incident 3 years ago was classified, it can't be told to normal court scholars. The only one that fulfilled all conditions was John-sensei. Of course, we would need the help of the 2 former shadows too. By the way, Bibinyuru-san was being introduced as a normal merchant just in case if there were complaints, at least one of them would not be affected. The populace was terrifying at times. I got the gist of it. The academy was under attack and although Will defeated Abi, it caused Carol's Doni-san and even his girlfriend to be pulled into the mess and got injured. Which is why he is looking for the shadows base. I see. You definitely was not seeing. The words why is Will poking his nose into this. Written all over your face. But I won't back down on this. I am a man too, I do have my pride. Staring at Sensei timidly, he then gave a snort of laughter. This super S. It had been some time since we met so I had forgotten about it, but this was the kind of person he was. Thankfully, in the presence of Zurko, he did tone it down a bit. But his next sentence caught me. I am kidding, Will. You must be asked along by that person over there. He is a person that would use anyone that could be used. He called Zurko that person. Shocking. Too shocking. Could it be they knew each other? Do they? Noticing my gaze, Zurko laughed wryly. I had his help a couple of times. Oh. My face at that time should be showing a dumbfounded expression. It seemed like there was no normal with John-sensei. You think that the demon forest of the east had the best place for the shadows to build their base, am I right? John-sensei put his glasses on. I admired how he looked like he just transformed. For normal people like me, we would be simply looking like we're wearing glasses. Will. Somehow his gaze was warm. Yes. Only you would say such crazy things. Yes. Sighing for some reason, John-sensei looked around the bookshelves before pulling a volume out. The book was locked with a mana-recognizing lock. Whoa, classified indeed, . The lock opened easily when John-sensei poured his mana in. If anyone other than John-sensei tried to open it, the pages would then stick together and the book can't be opened. On the spine of the book, Tien, John Marioka Ninshoshiki Kaihen, open and close by John's mana/magic, was written. It was me who taught him how to write that though. So he was using it in this manner. I am impressed by his way of thinking. As expected of a scholar. Once again, I am reminded of how amazing John-sensei was. If you raise a hand against the demon forests, calamity would befall you. This was a superstition known not only in Elsmu, but throughout the whole world. I interpreted it as a huge disaster had once happened in the past, maybe like a landslide, and this was passed down to prevent it from happening again. But even so, with that ominous-sounding warning, no one in their right mind would want to develop the forest. Plus, magic existed in this world so it was normal to believe that warning. Which was why it would make a perfect hiding place. John-sensei then looked at me with that warm gaze again. Impossible. Okay. TNO. Merry Christmas. By the way, this is the last chapter of this arc. After this, I won't be continuing the story but will instead translate the interlude, Summer Holidays, as well as all the digest chapters until it is caught up to this chapter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Interlude, Summer Holidays. Interlude, Summer Holidays. Posted on December 25, 2016 by Pumpkin. Editor, Poor_Hero. TN, working on Christmas cause I promised you guys one extra chapter today. My masters, that was small. What's that? That was that. His age. But other than that, everything else was huge. His heart, his strength, his kindness, his angel-like cuteness. My master, the one who saved the me who was a shadow Will-sama, was 8 years old. As the Duke in line, he did not act all high and mighty and treated the beastmen me equally. But that's not all. He removed the collar of slavery on me and saved me from the pit of darkness when I had given up. When I first got here, I wanted to die. Instead of comforting me, Will-sama scolded me instead. But his scolding was kind and gentle. Ah! Just thinking about it made my heart beat. Because I was hugged and stroked. Not just my ears, but my tail as well. Anyway. Will-sama was amazing. At 4 years old, he completed his studies and was even stronger than me. He also knew many things that others didn't. As expected of Gion-sama. Old master's son. Not really. Somehow, Will-sama was too out of the norm that old master just didn't seem all that special anymore. It's Will-sama, so it's inevitable. I had decided that no matter what happened, I wouldn't be surprised anymore. Because if I don't think I can hold up. Because it's Will-sama. Even so, I still really like Will-sama. My gratitude for being saved was included as well, but it's not just that. After being taught by Will-sama and playing with him, I came to realize it. Will-sama was really strong and kind. Not his strength, but something like his heart. I am older by 9 years old, but he knew a lot more than me, was a lot more mature than me. It's an irony to know that I was the one being taken care of instead. I don't think I am committing a crime. Others would think the taste I had was quite dangerous, but no, Will-sama is not a child. He was really an amazing person. What was he, really? And by the time I noticed, I came to like him a lot. My heart pounded whenever he looked at me with his kind and gentle eyes. I like him? No, I really like him. Or maybe I even love him. Or rather, that smile of his was foul play. Yes. That's why, I am only under the pretext of returning the favor. I'll become his attendant and stay by his side always. That's my dream. When I told Will-sama that, he had a happy yet troubled expression. Tilting his head, he looked straight at me and said, "Chiffon is free, you know? You don't have to worry about repaying and stuff like that." He was too kind. Will-sama will always be Will-sama. Or rather, Will-sama was too clever. There were times I had even forgotten the fact that he was a child. But you see, he was too thick-head. I came to know that even if he was normally a genius, he was cursed with being really thick-head in terms of feelings. Will-sama discussed with old master and my days of learning started. Mary-san was really strict. But she did not discriminate against me just because I am of beastmen race and always looked upon me warmly. Besides, Will-sama was in charge of all my studies. I had fun every day. But fun only lasted for a short while. The cursed time, compulsory education, finally came. Will-sama had skipped ahead and entered school. As expected of Will-sama. I can't be willful, but I really want the time we spend together to last longer. But it seemed like he could skip grades and it would only take 3 years before he completed high academy. Was this good or bad? Either way, it's amazing. Which brought us to now, right in the mid of summer. The summer holidays that I had been waiting for had finally come. La 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 la. Chiffon, in an extremely good mood, waved her dust cloth about. If the window pane that she was cleaning had emotions, it would be in fear of when it would break under Chiffon's force. Usually, this was where Mary-san would lay her iron fist down, but as she knew about the circumstances, she just looked on with a wry smile. Just to say, Mary-san was as happy as Chiffon that she could hardly hide it as well. La 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 dot. The reason why Chiffon was happily humming to herself was known to everyone in the mansion. Or rather, everyone was behaving the same way. Today's the day Will-sama is. Yes, today's the day Will was coming back for the summer holiday. The owner of this house, Gion, got information about it through the communication tool about a week ago. He was in high spirits after hearing about it that he missed a step down the stairs, did a turn in the air and landed beautifully on the ground. He was so unusually clumsy than usual that you knew immediately how happy he was. Will would also bring along 2 of his friends from school alone. Which was why Will's personal maid, Chiffon, was tasked with preparing the head maid's room. While she could not deny the bad feeling she had when she heard Will's friends, the truth was that Will was coming home. The tail behind her swished furiously. Leaving the absent-minded chiffon aside, Mary, as expected of a veteran, had already finished preparing the second room. Of course, veteran means having worked as a maid for a long period of time and had gained the experience throughout working. The next was something that could never be said. Talking about the age was a taboo for a maiden. All the housework were done by all the maids who gave their all, and all that remained was waiting. After being chided by Mary, Chiffon finally took her position. Her tail wagged ferociously as she started thinking of the topics she wanted to chat with Will. Her thinking was seen though immediately, as exposed by the wagging of her tail. Looking at her, Mary smiled. It took 5 hours on the rocking carriage. Although it was said to be a 4 hours trip if they hurried, but as it was not urgent, they took their time traveling, putting breaks in between and had fun along the way. Selfie and Zen, who boarded the Barrel's personal carriage, was nervous at first, but slowly got used to it and had fun looking at the scenery outside and chatting within themselves. It was then. As the streets that could rival the ones in the capital slowly came into view, Selfie and Zen cheered. Amazing! I heard rumors, but this is amazing. At their words, Will smiled. He won't deny it. Hearing them praised his father made him as happy as though he was the one being praised. As the carriage cannot run through the streets, it went into a side road as it continued on. And in front, a small grassy hill could be seen. A building stood on top of it. Zen and Selfie looked at each other. Could it be? Selfie looked at Will, who grinned and nodded. Yep. That's my house. Welcome home, Will-sama. Once the carriage that Will, Zen and Selfie was in came into the grounds and started heading towards the mansion, everyone came out and gathered at the entryway. As it had been 4 months since he had last met them, Will's face broke into a smile. Welcome home, Will. Guillaume ran over to Will happily. Having a bad feeling, Will tried to run but failed. The captured Will got his usual face rubbed by Guillaume. As for Zen and Selfie, they were frozen on the spot. By the size of the mansion, the number of maids. In a word, they were taken aback. To add on, the national hero, Guillaume-sama, appeared. They were bewildered by the attitude shown as Guillaume ran and caught Will happily as opposed to the image they knew of him. Sorry about that. I lost myself for a bit. Guillaume said, embarrassed as he looked at the both of them. The frozen two jumped a bit, surprised. Welcome, Zen, Selfie. Take your time and enjoy your stay here, Look at Guillaume's usual smiling face. Zen and Selfie somehow got their balance back. But somehow, Selfie thought as she tilted her head, she had been feeling a strong gaze for a while now. Especially from the entryway. Of course, the maids were all looking at Will's girlfriend. As they were escorted by Guillaume into the house, their luggage were carried by the maids as they felt sorry at troubling them. The luggage, which had a weight to them, was carried easily, single-handedly by the maids. Zen and Selfie were amazed by it. Everyone in the Barrel house seemed to be above average. Stepping into the house, their feet landed onto the soft carpet, which made them instantly recoiled it back. Zen and Selfie hesitated, wondering if it was okay to step on it, and then they saw Will walking normally ahead of them. They are Will's friends. They need to have guts. But once they entered into the guest room, they were wowed by Guillaume's dignified aura that they shrank back again. Will looked at Guillaume, who smiled. Well then, I still have some work left, so I will leave you kids to have fun. There won't be any nosy parents about, so there's no need to hold back. I'll excuse myself then. Guillaume said as he left, and all strength left both Zen and Selfie. He is definitely Will's father. Zen said, causing Chiffon and Mary to laugh. Not the national hero Guillaume-sama, but Will's father. It seemed like Will's out-of-the-norm status infliction stretched all the way to the academy as well. Leaving the one who was tilting his head, everyone in the room was strangely unified together. What? Will totally didn't understand, but as the conversation can't continue like this, he gave it up. Yes, I am not in the wrong here. He thought to himself, trying to accept it. These two are my friends. This is Zen, my roommate. This is Selfie, we are in the same class. Same dorm too. At Will's words, Zen and Selfie hurriedly gave a bow. They had not expected to be introduced. I will be in your care. What a perfect harmony, Will thought as a weird smile appeared on Chiffon's face. As predicted. Reading through her, Mary gently smiled and nodded. And this is our head maid, Mary-san. I had used to change young master diapers. Mary said, grinning. Will froze in an instant, and within minutes, he went red. Will was usually the one doing the teasing, so Selfie was very interested at this new reaction from Will that she hadn't seen before. Chiffon's bad feeling was a strike. This is Chiffon, my personal maid. She is also my friend, so I hope you all would get along well. At Will's introduction, Chiffon grinned. At 4, we slept together, at 4, hugged together, and was bound by a promise, as an attendant. Chiffon said, embarrassed. Wah! Selfie exclaimed, face reddening. Her head looked like it was about to boil. What Chiffon said was the truth. As for Will, he froze at the sudden attack. During this time, Chiffon continued. Will-sama had taught the useless me a lot of things. The reddened Selfie. The Zen who understood where this was going. And Will, who could only laugh at this already chaotic beginning of the summer holiday. And, as I wrote, something seems to be missing. John-sensei, I'm sorry. That took me 3 hours. I'm off to finish off the entire gingerbread house now. And ice cream. Loads and loads of ice cream. I'm going for a winter wonderland in my stomach. By the way, I'm on Team Chiffon. There's something special about those fluffy ears and fluffy tail. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. D007 My son went to the academy, Gion's POV. D007 My son went to the academy, Gion's POV. Posted on December 30th, 2016 by Kraza Pumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. TN, Happy New Year. It was a bolt out of the blue. Yes, it was a magnificent and delightful surprise. My son was going to attend the academy. Not to mention he got in by skipping grades. Normally, the starting age for the compulsory education for the lower academy was set at 10. But Will was only 8. Plus, according to Giordano, Will's ability was more than enough to take on the court scholar examinations. No matter how much of it was just flattery, it just proved how amazing my son was. I might have to take back my previous words of magnificent and delightful. It would be so lonely. I was hardly at home these few days in order to handle the anti-kingdom revolts plus to deal with the aftermath of the incident a while ago. Thanks to that, I hardly met with Will. It was hell. It was so painful that I wanted to fire an attack on the demon forest with my sword. Well then, that incident. The ringleader turned out to be Gene Velter, Giordano's father. It was immediately proven that Giordano was not part of it. The reason was because he was a victim of the incident as well. He was confined in Velter's house basement by his own brother and father and tortured till he was bleeding all over and even had fractures all over his body. The one who got him out was Will. During that time, I was rushing over to the capital due to a tip about a ship smuggling the prohibited slave collar. And Lily was at a tea party she had promised to attend for some time. As for Giordano, after receiving the news that his mother was in critical condition, he was rushed home. Him being rushed home and me going to the capital was all a setup to lure us out of the house. The moment I realized it was when I inspected the ship and only found chickens. By then it was already too late. The objective of the enemy was the documents in the house and the abduction of Will. Apart from my position, I was also in a very close relationship with Kesemu. My strength could also be said to be the best in the entire nation. Above all, I am a duke and I lead the knights, especially the white knights that maintain the public order, is directly under my orders. The abduction of Will was them betting against the stakes. Under our undercover activities, the power of the anti-kingdom faction waned. Especially Velter, who had committed many offenses, such as importing slaves. He was really a picture-perfect example of a noble-sama, and to Kesemu, king, who was thinking more about the commoners, he was a thorn by his side. Because of that, Velter must be thinking there was no other way out. And to think his son was working under the Barrel's house. He might have thought he could learn about Barrel's weakness from Giordano. Being the tutor for Will was totally unrelated to the workings of Barrel's house. I would not have hired someone who did not know that difference. It greatly puzzled me why Gene Velter would even think that. In the end, the shadows they hired was defeated by their target, Will, who even rescued their information source, John. They were relying on and ended everything before anything happened, but of course they were caught and stripped of their power and possessions. And then there were the trouble of having to settle the land that Velter ruled over. In the end, it was placed under the Barrels. As citizens had been running over from heavy tax in badly governed Velter state, it did not make much of a difference in Velter's son. Giordano had been in the talks of handing it over as well. And when I went to Velter to ask how he came to hire the shadows, the information was of a black-robed man. To think they would actually use such a suspicious person. That was not all. The problematic part was the shadow slaves were all bound with a slavery collar. It was a magical tool that had been prohibited throughout the world since a few hundred years ago. I thought it was obsolete. But even if a few of it were left over, the technique to make it was rather difficult. Could just an organization handle it? My head hurt just by thinking about the circumstances. The only organization big enough to control the shadow group could only be a country. Which was why I was running around dealing with many things, and when it all had finally started to settle down, I had then realized it. It was an electric shock. I did not get to play with Will at all. To think I even went through the trouble to order a child use sword. But the reason Will skipped grades to enter the academy was I wanted to be able to help father as soon as I can. He. This is my son, everyone. He could even skip grades. He had a good head. But still. It's lonely. As I complained in front of the wash basin, Lily entered the room. Dear. Please stop with the grumbling. How about hugging Will when we see him off? That's right. My mood lifted a little with Lily's words. Yes, just a little. Will once complained that your beard hurt, didn't he? How about shaving it properly? That's right. I am going to shave it till it's smooth. At my words, Lily laughed. She was as beautiful as ever. Gently, I hugged her and whispered. Let's go somewhere when it's our day off. I found a good place in the capital. Oh my. This time Lily burst out laughing. Oh well. The academy and dorm Will entered were situated in the capital? That's totally unrelated. I love translating Guillaume's POV. He's my fave after Will's POV. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. D008, Beginning of School. Zen's POV. D008, Beginning of School. Zen's POV. Posted on January 2, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. TN, last chapter before I go for my holiday tomorrow. Yes, I just dropped that casually. It was my first time setting foot into the capital and it was all very interesting. I finally arrived at the capital where Phyllis Academy was located from my hometown, located at the countryside, excited. My aim was to skip grades and complete my education as soon as possible. The academy came with a dorm and the capital's library was said to be the biggest one. Plus, Phyllis Academy was the oldest academy around and it was rumored that one might possibly find things that the first founder had left behind. It was all very interesting to me who came from the countryside, which had nothing, that I couldn't help but looked around restlessly. I love strange and weird things. They just shine so brightly to me. I exclaimed, looking at the sky. Amazing. What a weird color for a tree. Despite being one, it had pink flowers blooming and were planted near the entrance of the academy gates. I was sure I could find plenty of amusing stuff here. It is this time of the year again, where seedlings plants their roots here and bloom beautifully. First years, I congratulate you on your first day of school. I didn't really get what the headmaster was trying to say. Sometimes adults were so difficult to understand. Was there any meaning to using a roundabout way just to say something simple? It was just a waste of time, wasn't it? Thank you, headmaster. And so, the entrance ceremony is over. Students, please head towards the classroom that corresponds to the color of your student card you were given earlier. Once you exit the assembly hall, there would be upperclassmen guiding you, so please do not worry. Glancing around, I saw that there were many whom had fallen asleep. I was almost going to, at one point. Then, according to what the muscular sensei had said, everyone stood up from their seats. They must have been bored. Well then, Color of my student card. I looked at the card I was given. It shined a beautiful white. It's white. Cool. As to Sensei's instructions, I began heading towards the person who was holding a white flag up, holding up the card high and skipping along the way. Because I was just so happy. Thanks to that, I did not see the person standing in front of me and bumped into him. To think I had already messed up. Because of this, my childhood friend used to call me a clumsy and inattentive fool. Sorry, I did not see you there. I should apologize in moments like this. And I should look at their eyes when apologizing. I was surprised at the child who turned back and looked at me. I mean, he was as cute as those angels from the picture books. How small? Did he skip grades? It's okay, don't worry, I am not paying attention as well. Could it be that you skipped grades? By the way, I am Zen. Kinda. I am only 8 years old, so I am not a real chibi. I am William Beryl, you can just call me Will. I see, so he's only 8 years old. What was I doing when I was 8? Maybe only to the standard of running errand from the opposite streets. He's amazing. Eh? Did he just say his last name? Only nobles have a last name. Father used to say it was because they were part of the older generations or something like that. I don't really understand. Anyway, Father said that if it's possible, praised anyone who gives their full name as they were most likely a noble. That's amazing, you're a noble. I am not that amazing. Only by chance did I get born into a noble family. I did not do anything. You're interesting, Will. Is that so? Yes, you're interesting, Will. I had thought nobles were people who had a strangely strong pride. I want to be friends with him. Plus, with that cute look of his, he used or. Was he trying to be older? He. Related image. https://pumlated.files.wordpress.com/2017/01/relations.png?w=739. Image taken from the website. TN, ops, such a short chapter, did not realize that. Anyway, I came to realize how childish Sen's monologue actually was as compared to Will. Cute. Oh yes, holiday. I would be gone for 4 days, so the next new chapters would be in around 5 days' time. I hope. Happy New Year. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. D009, I enrolled into Phyllis Academy but. First part, Mi's POV. D009, I enrolled into Phyllis Academy but. First part, Mi's POV. Posted on January 7, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. I was the eldest son of the Sosyanov family and was the succeeding Count, Mi Sosyanov. The Sosyanov family had sworn their loyalty to the kingdom even since Elsma was founded and was in charge of guarding the border to the East Demon Forest. They were an old family with a history. And the next head, me, had graced the Phyllis Academy with my presence for enrolling. I had a bit of resentment for being grouped together with the commoners for the dormitory, but it was unbecoming for a high-class noble such as myself to be raising my voice. A noble would never trouble themselves over such petty stuff. That's why I shall endure. Look at me. Ha ha ha. Wasn't I awesome? Father, was I doing the noble standing at the top thing correctly? Feeling a bit uneasy, I recalled the words Father spoke to me when I was setting off. We are not commoners, but the Lord who governs over them never forget this. Yes, I think that was what he said. I had a feeling he said something else, but oh well. My father is amazing. He managed to rebuild the land and made it prosper after what that rubbish Gramps had done to it. Thanks to that, he got back the faith from the royal family that was lost after Grandpa's generation and seemed to be relied by the king. Ah, Father is magnificent. I gave my all to uphold the words Father had specially granted me when I enrolled into the academy. A situation happened when we were guided by the upperclassmen to our respective classroom after the entrance ceremony. An angel-like young boy just randomly took a seat, resulting in everybody doing the same. Don't think I would forgive you just because you are cute. That's because I needed to follow my father's words. Why should I be seated behind the commoners? But, free seating, was written on the blackboard. Ah, so it was not that he simply sat as he pleased. I shall obey since it was the academy's rule. A noble shall always follow the rules. I sat down and crossed my legs over the seat next to me. That way, I can at peace knowing no commoners will be sitting next to me. No, I am not feeling lonely. I blew my nose and gazed at the blackboard. Come to think of it, my old home tutor was using one as well. This was one of the first founders' invention. Elsmu's first king sure was great. As these thoughts went through my mind, the door opened with a force and a huge man entered. My house was situated at the border, and as a knight's family, I had seen my fill of muscled guys, but was such muscles needed for a teacher? Scholars and officers who worked at my house were usually slender and thin. Ah, everyone is here. I am glad everyone is sitting down nicely. Muscled man looked around the classroom happily. Man, his voice sure was loud. No one was making a racket, nor was the classroom big enough to warrant this volume. We can still hear you without all the shouting. Okay, let us start with self-introduction. Muscled man shouted before grinning. Why was he grinning? Firstly, my name is Zelda. And he flexed his muscles. I opened my eyes in surprise. That's because when he said the word Zelda, the name appeared in fire in the air. As you can see, my attribute is fire. Fire attribute primary level teacher, and the in charge of this class. According to him, the fire words seem to be his doing. Father had once said it was difficult to control magic to that extent. As expected of the Academy's teacher, the name was not for nothing. So, that's it for today. There would be a body checkup tomorrow, so for those staying in dormitory, don't be late just because you are not used to it and can't sleep. The man said something, but I was still in awe at the wonderfully controlled magic. I wondered if I would become such a wonderful magician like him. I wondered if I would become a knight that, after succeeding father, developed the land and protected the border against demon beasts and caught the king's attention. No one shall be hungry and everyone would have a smile on their faces. My bad, I was lost in my thoughts. When I realized it, no one was left in the classroom. Oh, no! I was going to be late for the important task I was entrusted with. Ah, it should be okay. A hero always makes a late entrance was the first king, Elsmu Dara Oyo, favorite phrase. I seemed to be held in high expectation to lead the commoners as I was chosen to be, door duty officer, the one to open the door for the first years. The door was locked with magic and without knowing the magic word, it cannot be opened. Of course, no first years would know the magic word, which was why there was such a duty. The word was taught by Kiro, who seemed to have been the dormitory leader for a few years. Such an honor. This needed reporting to father. Panicking, I opened up the map and rushed over to where the dormitory was. But the academy was built in a really confusing way. I was completely lost. In order to find my way, I drew out the path to the dormitory on the map. I should be okay if I walked according to this path. This time, I won't get lost. I was lost. The map was bogus. Why do I need to go up and down the stairs a few times when it was just a straight line on the map? Please draw the map properly. When I finally arrived at the dormitory, I panicked. What was this? Everyone had already arrived at the dormitory. Plus, my role had been taken over. You. What did you do? Rushing over, I saw the silvered-haired child with a curly red-headed kid pair, who sat down first at the classroom. And then I realized it when I rushed over. What was this? Why was the door opened? Is it not me who was in charge of the door this year? I stood there stunned, looking at the open door before I realized. There were many commoners standing around the door. According to the placement of where they were standing, it must be Silverhair who opened the door. Strange. Was I not given favorable treatment from the dorm leader because of my noble status? From what I remembered, Silverhair did not give a full name when he introduced himself. It meant that he was a commoner. Did it mean that he was chosen and not me? What was going on? Besides, aren't you guys simply commoners? Was this what it meant by commoners stealing the role from me since I was late? Had I already betrayed father's words? Every day, father would tell me, conduct yourself with the awareness of a noble. Which meant that I shouldn't be looked down on. Even though I had already compromised by agreeing to live with commoners, what is with these guys? Since there was no point crying over spilled milk, I shall teach them the wonderfulness of my family. By my words, Silverhair and Curlyhair shrank, finally realizing the greatness of noble me. But then, for some reason, Silverhair let out a deep sigh like father. And? Who are you and what did we do to you? What? I had, in class just now, introduced myself with as much appeal as possible with my beautiful family name, and he was saying he did not remember it? The class went into a buzz because of my name. I get it. This Silverhair was an airhead who forgot things the next second. Must be. A noble must possess a large heart to accept these kind of people too. TN, in Raw, it was Birdhead. You think you are so important, isn't it? Not knowing who I am. Oh my. Being unable to remember despite hearing it once is so pitiful. There's no choice, I shall teach you. I am the next head of the Count family, me Sosianov. And when I shall be Bigheart and introduced myself once more, Silverhair had a flash of surprise on his face before hanging his head. His shoulders even trembled. He had finally realized who he was talking to. Ooh, are you scared? It can't be helped, you, who did not know, shall be forgiven, But, as I was about to forgive him with me big-heartedness, he lifted his head up, interrupting me mid-sentence. Ah, I am sorry. That was amusing. What? What was amusing? Was this guy's head okay? Looking at me, he gave a beautiful smile. I thought no matter the status, everyone in school studying is a student, am I wrong? He remained composed as his smile widened and he did a graceful bow. The movement was refined, and did not look like he just came up with it on the spot. He looked clean and healthy. It then finally dawned on me. Was the child in front of me really a commoner? Since you specially introduced yourself, it would be rude of me not to. I am the next head of the Duke family, Williams Beryl. Nice to meet you. Congratulations. My mind just froze at that moment. Tien, I did not give this a run over as usual, so this would be in the roughest form. I am going to sleep away this fever before giving this a run over. Read at your own risk. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. D010, I enrolled into Phyllis Academy but. Last part, Mies POV. D010, I enrolled into Phyllis Academy but. Last part, Mies POV. Posted on January 11, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. TN, digest chapter. If you prefer to read the main story, please ignore this as it would only be a recount in Misokuin's POV. Just to let you know, there will be another digest chapter after this before I get started on the next arc. And so sorry for delaying this for a day as I was hit by a combo of fever, flu and cough. And it seemed to be getting worse. Ors. Changed Williams to William as Christopher Williams had commented. Thanks for that. Before I noticed it, it was morning. I seemed to have entered the dormitory without realizing it. I could vaguely remember Kiro, the dorm leader, leading me into a room. It appeared that this was going to be my room. Remy, my roommate, had told me that I would have to go to the cafeteria if I wanted breakfast. Reflexively, I gave my thanks. What a blunder. I think father once said that a noble should not lower their head easily. After breakfast, I was dragged into the classroom by Remy and his friends. Why were they not lost in this maze of an academy? I wanted to go back to my room to retrieve the map I had forgotten and was guided by Remy, who did not even use one. But the way of pulling my wrist along was... it can't be helped since commoners did not know about etiquette. Wait. I had a feeling I broke etiquette too. That's right. I did an outrageous thing to the son of a duke's family. It was at this point when I finally remembered all that I had done. I had not even apologized. What should I do? As I was about to leave my seat in the classroom, Professor Zelda entered the classroom, banging open the door. I lost my timing to escape. Good morning. Well then, today would be the body checks I mentioned yesterday. Follow me. I had forgotten to mention, apart from the measurement of body weight, there would be a measurement of mana as well. And the classroom was drowned in cheers and moans. We then, as a group, walked down the corridor. Being blocked by a wall of classmates, I did not get to see off the child with silver hair William Beryl, who went out first. I had been looking forward to the mana examination even before school start. I was lucky to have an above-average talent in swordsmanship, but if I were to have a high amount of mana as well, I would be able to do anything. Like magic. Tien, karate shintai, body strengthening, I could defeat all the demon beasts and get praised by father. That's why I was looking forward to it. Though I was feeling slightly uneasy as well. But now was not the time. I still had not apologized to William Beryl-sama yet. But what should I apologize? How do I apologize? William-sama seemed not to mind me one bit as he spoke with the curly-haired kid happily. As he did not introduce himself with his family name, our classmates may not know that he was a noble. But why? Even if I could not understand his reason for doing that, it would still be better to apologize to him first. As I worried about that matter, my mana examination was over. I had 20 points above the average of 50, bringing it to 70, but now was not the time. When should I apologize? How to do it? Where to do it? Wait. In that case, what about father's words? What did he mean? We are not commoners, but the Lord who governs over them never forget this. He gave that advice to me while patting my head, before I set off. It should mean that even if we were only a countryside noble, we should not be looked down upon by the commoners in the academy. I should stand on the ruling side and face them with a firm attitude. But, father did not teach me how to handle nobles that were of a higher rank. But father had always said when you are apologizing, know and understand the reason as to why, and with an attitude of wanting to change, truly apologize from your heart. But I didn't even know the reason and how I could change. I would only be doing a pose if I were to apologize like this. I am surely going to get a harsh scolding from father. Our family had only just gotten our position back, and to think I did something like that to a duke family. As I worried endlessly, it was William Beryl-sama's turn. He looked afraid of the mana measuring tool. As he timidly reached for the magical tool and his fingers brushed against it, there was an accident. In that instant, the tool exploded into tiny pieces. Surprised, William-sama fell onto his backside and his honorable hand was bleeding. I am going to bring Wool over to the infirmary. The rest of you just wait here silently, okay, dot. Leaving only that to the panicking class, Professor Zelda brought William-sama out. In the end, William-sama did not return to the class for the rest of the day and I missed my timing to apologize again. I knew I had to apologize, but as time dragged on, questions started swelling within me. What was the meaning of Father's words? Father was amazing, but William-sama's father, Gion-sama, was amazing too. That person must have also passed his words down to William-sama before he left for the academy. But what was the behavior William-sama put on before the commoners? There must be a meaning to it. Father, please teach me how to handle people with a class above me. I feel like shouting with all the questions swirling inside. Even I know I cannot go on like this. Before I knew it, I had stopped walking and started running. I knocked. My breathing was erratic and all over the place from running, but I didn't care about that right now. After a while, the door opened. And the one who appeared was William-sama. He, with his beautiful silver hair that was slightly messy, had a confused look on his face. He had every right to be. He could not have expected a fool would visit him at his room after going through that accident yesterday. When apologizing, one would have to understand the reason for doing that, truly reflected on it, as well as to improve on that mistake. Me, not knowing what to do, decided to visit William-sama. I was disappointed at myself. Please excuse me for visiting suddenly. Could you spare me some time? I stabilized my breathing and asked. William-sama did not get angry by my sudden visit but instead welcomed me inside his room. When I entered, I saw the curly-haired commoner looking at me, shocked. I shifted my sight to a nook on the floor. So he was William-sama's roommate. Resolving myself, I told William-sama everything. Even if I thought this was foolish, I would rather ask William-sama directly instead of confusing myself. I told him how my father's words and how his action were confusing me. And that's it. William-sama, showing not even one repulsed expression, listened to me quietly till the end. What a kind person. And then, he nodded slightly and opened his mouth. That action looked just like what father always did, that I instinctively curled myself up and looked at him with respect. He had an adult-like presence. Did your father really say that? He did. I think. Questioned by William-sama, I suddenly got insecure about what I remembered and added that last part to my answer. With all the uneasiness piling up inside of me, I can't help but ask William-sama. William-sama, why did you do all that? He looked at me and smiled. I stared dumbly at that angel-like smile. That was because I did nothing. The answer was so unexpected that I responded in an impolite tone. At this William-sama smiled wryly. Which mean, I had not yet done anything to support our people. The only amazing thing about me was my luck for being born into this house. Which was why, as I said before, in this academy, we are only students. Why would I go around acting superior when I am not doing anything? It was like I was struck by thunder by the smiling William-sama words. I see. I had only focused on fathers. We are not commoners but the Lord who govern over them. Word govern. But the sentence was not about that. It was as William-sama had said. I see, I finally got it now. But what was the true meaning that father wanted to convey to me? We were the ones being supported by the commoners, so I should revere them? I had no idea what that last sentence meant. Is there any communication tool in your house? I must have an extremely confused expression because William-sama laughed and pulled out a magical tool and opened it. My son, who is currently in the academy, contacted me. Within the communication tool, our house was a version which can send and receive letters. Had a letter from my son addressed to me, surprising me. Being in charge of the defense of the border, it was important that we, the Sosianov family, can communicate easily with the capital. According to the letter, it was sent borrowing a simple communication tool from a friend, but this kind of tool was not something a student usually has. Maybe they had created a small mobile one which students can bring about. I would need to check this information with the capital, I thought to myself as I continued reading the letter. I cannot understand the meaning of father's words. We are not commoners but the Lord who govern over them. Never forget this. What does it actually mean? Reading that, I buried my head in my hands. My son was a straight and frank person, but he was a little. No, too frank. Sigh. Letting out a deep sigh, I began writing the reply to my son. My dear son. What I said was we are not commoners but the Lord who govern over them. Which means, we are fed by them in exchange of us governing over them. Never forget this. Apart from that, was a new model of communication tool released in the capital? I had never seen any tool that could correspondence without registering first. And, the truth was that Will can't escape his commoner's root from his previous world. TN, everyone who wanted to know Misokuen's father reply now have their answer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 069, cast aside shame when traveling, first. 069, cast aside shame when traveling, first. Posted on January 15, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. TN, surprise. I wanted to finish the last digest chapter but it seemed to be the exact same thing as Zelda's Troubles so I skipped it. So here's the first chapter of the new arc. Enjoy. Sorry I had it delayed a day. My fever is getting worse. Damn it. The horse carriage rattled. Without realizing it, we had passed the streets and was traveling along the seemingly endless stretch of grassland. The warm rays of sunshine made a perfect atmosphere for a nap but unfortunately, my situation did not allow me to. Ouch. Ouch. That beautiful grasslands that just screamed this is nature. Were of course, not man-made. Which meant the horse carriage was swaying to its fullest on the unpaved road. Was there a time where I had hated the smallness of my body as much as when I rode a carriage? None. Every time the carriage shook, my small and light body jumped. It was as amusing as you thought. Bu-san, who was acting as the coachman, was still alright but looking at Zerko-san, who was sitting snugly opposite of me, with his eyes closed, caused a wave of murderous intent over me. Damn it. I don't wish to be fat but I really want some weight right now. I want to start planning a weight-up program right now. No, wait a minute. Not weight, just the bouncing. What was wrong with the bouncing? Easy. My butt, my bottom, my gluteus maximus hurts from all the bouncing. Very, very much so. You see, what goes up have to come down. When I bounce, I have to land. This is stupid. I found myself getting depressed after I don't know how many hours of continuous bouncing. It might be better to find a way to get rid of this pain. This rugged, adventurer-look carriage, with its rough wooden seat that was simply covered with a sailcloth, was dealing a lot more damage than the exquisite carriage nobles rode in. This is going to be useful in the future. Failure is the mother to success. Need is the mother to inventions. As I stared at the moving scenery from the opening at the back of the carriage, I floated above my seat. Somehow, I felt a hot gaze from Zerko-san, but it must be my imagination. The sigh must be my ears hearing things too. He must be thinking, why did you only think of it now, you idiot? How rude. What are you saying to an innocent 8 years old? And there I was, raging by myself. But I was sure I guessed it 80%. Yep. All within my brain. By myself. I am not lonely. My speculation if the shadow space would be in the East Demon Forest was shot down by John Sensei at Mach speed. It was overthrown easily. That gaze, the way he said it. Moreover, the way he ended it by stroking my head gently. I hated myself who had no comeback and could only look up to him. I am still young. I will grow as tall as the trees and leave John Sensei in the dust. I vowed in my heart. Anyway, it seemed that the history of shadows was older than the founding of Elsmu. It seemed, because no one had ever seen the shadows in action. It was when the details of the case was checked that people noticed that it might be the work of shadows. Right now, this continent had 4 countries, but Elsmu was only founded, very suddenly, around 200 years ago. The 3 older countries were Hadizerl at the west, South Mercantile Nation Dayuvu and North Hatuo Empire. Although they did have traces of overstepping each other, but it was difficult to think that they would go out of their way to build a hiding place at such a dangerous place. Plus it was highly unlikely that they would move around East Demon Forest, as according to their scope of activities. In that case, what about the Central Demon Forest? You might ask, but no. As you know, that forest was being used as the route for transit trade between countries. I don't know about Hadizerl and Hatuo, but to attack a place this close to their own country was just a bad strategy as well as an unprofitable one. Which was why I needed to turn this around on its head and deduce from the information I got from the incidents. Or rather, I was already doing that. Had I forgotten it? Tee-hee. But, even if I had read uncountable mystery novels in my previous life, the knowledge and common sense I held about this world was only about 8 years worth. In short, I am using everyone as my Google. But that was what an advisor was. There were plans for John Sensei to work under the Beryl family as our scholar/researcher after I graduate. He wishes for it as well, and of course, me too. He wouldn't judge me even if I said something weird. My jokes got through, and above all, it was fun talking to him. I don't know if it's friendship or only me who was feeling this way, but I would like to think it went both ways. It was as how famous politician always had a personal legal advisor in my previous world. Here, nobles would have a scholar beside them. As for father, I don't remember anyone besides him. Anyway, a personal advisor. They would be someone you fully trusted, as they would need to handle sensitive information as well. When it is my rule, I would love to have him beside me. I can trust him. And I am fortunate to be able to do that. I have to give my thanks to father because he comes to discuss with me despite there are some troubles with the Velter family. Oh, I should give my thanks to God as well for the miracle that John Sensei was present at my debut party. Dear God, thank you. And the topic had strayed very far. I was pulled back to reality by the loud rattling of this large horse carriage, and, at the same time, a voice could be heard coming from the front. A magical beast came out. There was no sense of nervousness at all, but this was my first encounter with a magical beast at the grasslands, you know? I stopped Zirko-san, who stood up immediately, and simply floated out through the back window and around over to where Bu-san was. I looked over to where the magical beast was and was stunned. This must be fate people was talking about. Beside me, Bu-san could be heard swallowing. Jipo. Why did it appear in the grasslands? It looked so out of place here. In front of us, around 100 meters, was a huge octopus with its 8 legs floating around. Air. Tien, Kamaitashi, Whirlwind Cut, or a certain weasel-like yokai. But I doubt he's summoning one. It would be better not to use other attributes in front of Zirko-san. I tried attacking with the wind attribute I was currently using to keep myself afloat. A jipo was turned into sashimi splendidly. Tien, sashimi, raw slices of fish. Easy. Too easy. I really wanted a cool battle. And thus, my very first you can't even called it a battle with an encountered magical beast ended all too quick. This is too relaxing. Bu-san and Zirko-san might have heard my mumble as a wryly smile appeared on their stunned faces. As usual, Bu-san said. Shoo, shut up. Why would an Ajipo be here? Someone, enemy, brought it here? Zirko-san did not answer my question. To think I directed it to him. Taking pity, Bu-san answered it instead. As for Zirko-san, he was stuffing himself silly with an extremely delighted expression that no one could imagine he was capable of. Yep, it's delicious, wasn't it? Because I made that takoyaki. It was as genuine as it could be. I am not just showing off. It was hard work concocting the sauce by using the spices from this world, but the frying was perfect. All the hard work that went into training my tongue and nose was finally paying off. I was thankful for all the part-time jobs that I did. The leftover Ajipo meat was stored inside my subspace. It was really handy. I did not mind that Zirko-san's eyeballs were about to pop out when he saw how I stored it inside my clasped pendant. I can use the excuse that it's a magic tool. Since I bribed takoyaki him, there was no problem. The timing Ajipo appeared was just nice for lunch, so we stopped the carriage and took a break. Ignoring Zirko-san, who was stuffing his face, I asked. Why? You're asking why? It's because it's Will-sama, but normally, people would have a hard time dealing with it. A hard time? I got lured into stretching the N sound by Bu-san. I thought a jipo was a sea creature, but someone really worked hard in bringing it here. And it was instantly turned into our food provision. Don't mind. Thanks for the feast. It might be the sea birds who did it. A sudden interruption. Zirko-san had finished eating. His expressionless face was somehow transmitting a feeling of satisfaction. Sea birds? Yes. A type of magical beast that lived along the waterside. They would grab their food as they fly over the water surface. Zirko-san took a handkerchief out of his pocketless black clothing and wiped his mouth. Sea birds. That's right, there should be a river around here. Bu-san said, agreeing. Why were there sea birds at a river? I don't understand. Or perhaps, the pronunciation was sabirds, without any meaning behind it. Yep, that must be it. I heard it as Japanese naturally as it was a ninja that said it. Ha ha. To think the first founder even left his traces here. What a fun guy. I tried thinking once more, in John-sensei's laboratory. The aim of the enemy was our scale and method. Which meant, the mastermind was a person using others as pieces to attack, seeing that he did not stop after that incident 3 years ago. I had no doubt that the mastermind was the same person behind this recent incident as well as the incident 3 years ago where he used a shadow to stir up the flames and even resort to kidnapping. And this time, he even used a summoned beast. And thanks to Busan, we found out that Carol's Doni-san was used by a shadow as well. We too confirmed that a shadow was the owner of Abi, the summoned beast, who attacked Selfie. I understood that he were aiming for me. The question was the mastermind the shadow, or did he use one? Busan, Bibinyaru-san and even Chiffon did not know who their boss was and not even the base. They were forced to faint by the collar and when they woke up, they were already inside a building. The shadows, whom had hidden for hundreds of years. There were not even a sniff of them and now we were in a stalemate. In that case, there might be someone who had the space and power to keep the entire shadow in. And he used them many times over. He would need an enormous budget and in addition, the technology to create those slave collars. When it came to this, a vague silhouette could be seen. Instead of waiting for them, there was value in chasing after them instead, even if it was the wrong lead. Which was why Busan, Zerko-san and me were heading towards Hatuo Empire in the north. We could reach the border, the Iza River, of Hatuo if we traveled a little distance from the north of the capital. I said a little distance but it was in fact quite a long way there. Slavery was approved in Hatuo. Beastmen and kidnapped children were smuggled into Hatuo and sold into slavery. Once they crossed the Iza River, Elsmu cannot lift a hand against them. Plus, the Emperor of Hatuo was against beastmen and was with the idea of human supremacy. It was a country perfect to create shadows. Why did we not think of it before? Its existence was so black. And now, under a merchant disguise, Zerko-san, his son, me and our guard, Buhul were traveling along the road to Hatuo Empire smoothly. If it is really the sea bird who dropped it, that means we are very near the Iza River. My excitement rose a little at the aspect of seeing a river as I really had enough of all these grass. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 070, cast aside shame when traveling, last. 070, cast aside shame when traveling, last. Posted on January 18, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. TN, I think I am on my way to recovering. I think, oh please, not again. A ripple ran through the school that day. Beryl's son is playing truant? The baritone voice sounded throughout the classroom. The poor white winged ones who did nothing, trembled. The title of being number 2 in the academy was not just for show. The temperature dropped lower. To skip the lesson, of all things, on dangerous beast summoning. As expected of his son. He slowly raised his right hand and ran his fingers through his comb-backed hair. His son? Questioning looks ran through the class but at this point of time, no one dared to ask. If there was anyone, that person would be dubbed as a hero, idiot. In the heavy atmosphere of the classroom that one would start wondering if the windows were going to break soon, Verino, the mastermind, took no heed of it as he placed his hand on the table and declared. I am going to get a long and detailed explanation from him next time. I'll be counting on all of you if you ever catch sight of him. Leaving those words, the chill in the classroom dispersed but the entire class shook their heads violently. The meaning behind those words were a silent threat to bring William to him and if they did not. There was no one who dared to go against this order. Friendship? What's that? It was true friendship to stand up to a friend who did wrong things. Everyone came together. Their hearts were of one. You cannot do wrong things. Achoo. All of a sudden, I sneezed. If it's not my nose that was itching, that meant someone was talking behind my back. The night air was rather humid but somehow, I felt a chill. I trembled. What was wrong with me? I tilted my head in confusion but then I felt a magical beast presence above me. I immediately knocked it down. Tien, Kamaitashi, Whirlwind Razor. Again, not the yokai. It was just a magic I used to assist since Zerko-san was here but it ended up being really useful. I really found a treasure here. As expected of an old-fashioned, delusion, magic. Tien, this magic came from the yokai and yokai might not exist so, you really cannot look down on the black history of chuniness. The magical beast that came falling out of the sky was a bird-like creature. Most likely, this was the rumored sea bird. It was covered in green feathers with orange lines running all over its body. It had a mohawk-like hairstyle? Made out of yellow feathers on top of its head. Its name was quite rock-sounding as well. Mohawk plus rock equals funky. But the colors of magical beasts sure were marvelous. Life sure is mysterious. Although its colorful feathers were a bit of a turn-off, its meat shouldn't be a problem. Okay, you shall be our breakfast tomorrow. I then casually stored the sea bird into my pendant. So boring. William Barrel, 8 years old. Right now, he was at his first campsite. But he was bored. A barrier was set up around the surroundings so there should be no problem there. Plus, it was set up to detect any sign of a presence, mana or movement. If anyone could bypass this barrier, I would gladly offer my head to them. Not to mention Zirko-san and Bu-san were here. A former shadow. It would be almost impossible to sneak an attack on us. You must be wondering what I was trying to say, but in simple terms, it meant that I was too excited to sleep. I totally paid no heed to how much I resembled a child who was too excited and nervous to sleep before a trip. It was just that I was being pulled by my body's age. Ah, that's it. Yes, it was definitely it. I lose if I were to mind it. It is important in life to know when to give up. To not mind it when your pay just does not seem to go up, to not mind when your body is not moving as well when you are old, to not mind when you give up seeing your hero. The important thing is to not stop. To not be crushed. To face the front and move on. No matter the result. Once I got started, my thought just flew to another direction altogether. That was dangerous. I almost got into an accident. The first day of our travels. We finally reached a place near to Iza River, where seabirds flew above us. We were still 1/3 away from the border. To begin with, the capital itself was situated at a place that values convenience more than defense. It's a straight line from the Iza River border, aiming for the ease for trading. Naturally, being the capital, the king would be living there. You would think the security would be tough, but it did not seem to be so. Oh no, please do not misunderstand. It was just that the tops of Elsmo country were ridiculously strong. The white and black knights led by Guillaume were said to be the strongest in the world. Not only commoners living in the capital, everyone who lived in Elsmo had knowledge, thanks to the compulsory education, and so, the crime rate was low. It had the best public order around. What about tourists then? That area would be under Zirko-san's information core and father's secret something. Plus, after meeting with the king, he had a good head on and his strength was about second to father. Ah, a force to be feared. As for the officers, if they were assigned to the castle, they would have to take care of their own safety. It was just a rumor, but I think I was very close to the truth. Because I had an example by my side. Like John-sensei, and John-sensei, or John-sensei. Yep. Let's put a stop to this topic. That person had a special ability to read my thoughts. The aftermath is scary, so let's stop it here. He had that ability. Let's just sleep. I woke up because I was somewhat excited. Looking at the starry sky, I got up from the tree stump I was sitting on. Tomorrow, we would be reaching the Iza River. And there, we would undergo an inspection. I was feeling uneasy as this was my first time going to another country since coming to this world. The first stage was the inspection. I clenched my fist and prepared myself. And decided to go back to sleep. Going back to the carriage, I took out a pillow and a quilt from my pendant and closed my eyes. It was early in the morning, but the area around the border's inspection booth was bustling with people. Hatuo soldiers were running checks in front of the huge bridge above the Iza River border. This early in the morning, the only ones here were wholesalers, beastmen merchants, and maybe Elsmo rich travelers. One by one, names were asked, tolls were paid as the soldiers checked if there were anyone suspicious. Then, the next moment would cause them to give their thanks to the one who assigned them morning shifts. The next one in line who wanted to enter the country and appeared in front of the soldiers was an angel-like, beautiful young girl. Her father was a slender man with well-featured facial features. Hiding behind her father, she peeked shyly at them. "See you, cute." Trying their best to endure the cuteness, the soldiers repeated systematic words they said to everyone. Go, good morning. Here's the state border, so you would need to undergo an inspection. Nah, name, place of birth and reason for entering, please. Her charm was out of the world. The soldier was politer than usual as he took out a new form. During the entire process, his gaze was fixed at the silver-haired beauty. He usually did not have a fetish, but he kinda came to understand it a little. He could see flowers floating all around the little girl. The world was different. It turned dazzling, sweet and elegant. The aura surrounding the girl was divine. It was not clear if the father knew what the soldier was feeling, but he smiled as he pushed his daughter gently in front of him. Good morning, I am Jill Stewart. I am here on a trip with my daughter from Elsmu. Come here, Willia, do your greetings properly. The soldier was dumbfounded by Jill Stewart's words. So she's called Willia. The ever-smiling soldier was miles away from his usual self. The usual punk like him was so different that his friends wouldn't even recognize him. By Jill Stewart's urging, the girl came forward. Go. Good morning. I am Willia. Doing a small bow, Willia looked up at the soldier. Ever so bashful, with her big upturned eyes. You Border soldier received critical hit. You hi. I covered my face as I moaned. I think I was about to die. As expected of Wilsama, what great acting, snicker. The guard role, Busan, fought back to my disgraceful behavior as his shoulders shook. It was disgusting even if I had to say so myself. No, it was a perfect young lady. Zirko-san said, trying to console me but sorry, really not helping. To avoid being recognized as the leader of the Black Knights Intelligence Corps Zirko and Duke Barrel's son, we decided to get a fake name as well as a disguise. But my silver hair, green eyes and my eloquence were proving to be a trouble to hide. It seemed like I was known in the surrounding countries as well. This information came from the Intelligence Corps, so it couldn't be wrong. I had to strongly say that it was not me thinking too much about myself. We had no idea where the enemy would look. Or if the shadows were coming as well. Which was why we decided to go with cross-dressing. My shoulders slumped just by thinking about it. The smooth silky long hair entered my vision. Using magic, I amplified the growth of my hair en route to the border. Thanks to that, my hair had grown all the way to my waist. Sigh, was there really a need to cross-dress? Definitely. No one would know it was us. No one would connect you to the Duke's son. I did not even get noticed. At my sigh, Zirko-san and Busan answered in a small voice. True, maybe it was the grossness of me, the rumored violent and haughty soldiers of Hatuo were somewhat gentle. Even Busan, a beastmen race that were often being looked down upon, was given nary a glance. Their gaze were fixated on me all the way. Being stared at that much made me felt sick. On the contrary, I was feeling unease about the fact if they had too strong of an impression of me. My white one-piece dress bounced as I walked, trying to be as childlike as I can. Daddy! Where are we staying today? In the coach? I tilted my head at Zirko-san as I held his hand. No, we will be staying at an inn today. Yay! I am a kid. I am a kid. Desperately hypnotizing myself, I walked beside Zirko-san. Oi, Bubohul. I can hear your snickering. And stop that trembling shoulders. With the body of a child and the mind of an adult, that famous detective. I really admired him for being able to do such embarrassing things calmly. Am I stuck in this until we get out of this country? I felt myself getting depressed when I saw the road ahead of me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 071, Retaliation against Grousel, first. 071, Retaliation against Grousel, first. Posted on January 22, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, Poor_Hero. TN, thanks for all the well wishes. I am well on the way to recovery. The cough is still persisting but, hey, no fever and flu. The street that had stone-paved houses lining up along it was quiet. At this early hour, it was to be expected that no one was out and about. Although it was the same for Beryl Street and the capital, the extreme use of stone paving here gave off a cold and inorganic feeling. Maybe it was the low temperature, maybe it was the whiteness of the cloudy sky. The only sound that reverberated throughout the street that was connected to the checkpoint was from people who entered through it. The National Border Street, Flowason. It was a small town situated at the side of the Iza River that was the border of both Elsmu and Hatuo Empire. Why it was that, just by a bridge alone, was enough to set up a border checkpoint, despite not having walls to prevent illegal entry, was easy to understand once you think about it. In other words, there was no other way to enter/cross the river. Along the upper stream of the Iza River lies the Demon Forest. And thanks to that, aquatic magical beasts had their den within the river itself. It went without saying that if you tried to swim across, you would be attacked. Apart from having your legs pulled by the huge ajipo, sea birds would be circling above. To cross the river, one would need to freeze the surface of the river while fighting off the huge fishes and birds. Those who could actually do that would not go for illegal entry in the first place. As for Flowason, it was hard to say that it was flourishing despite all that. Those who visited were merchants who did trading and a portion of travelers who used it as a waterhole only. The morning air felt cool. So this was what it meant to come to the north. It sure was cold. Found an inn. An inn was found easily a little distance away from the checkpoint. It seemed to be called Matilda. The beautiful proprietress of the inn must be called Matilda. It was built in stone, as like the surroundings, but had a huge wooden door around 2 meters in length. Hey Willia, don't run. Zerko gave a wily laugh as he chased after me. Wow, what an actor. Despite being a ninja, he was perfectly acting as a gentle and stylish father. No one could find any fault with the Intelligence Corp when he could act till this extent. Me? I threw my embarrassment to the floor. To the me who had been through the baby period, this was nothing. Yes, this was nothing. Once I could throw my embarrassment away, my acting became pretty good. I pushed the door but it was too heavy for me to move it, was what I acted out. To the cheap me, I could easily crush the door without using much strength, but for an 8-year-old young girl, the door would pose a problem. As I busied myself with the door, Zerko-san caught up with me and easily pushed the door open. How cool. Despite being a ninja, he sure was refreshing. TN, as in cool, a fine man. I looked up at him with a slightly sullen face and our eyes met. I don't really want to see him question me, HM? With a gentle smiling face. Damn it, you ninja. Why can't you say Degazaro or Seisha and be done with it? Ike men all explode. As if ignoring my inner voice, Zerko-san went ahead and entered the inn, his water blue hair swishing, thanks to the wind. By the way, Byu-san was waiting behind me as he was the guard after all. Controlling my mouth to stop Tiskai, I chased after Zerko-san, only to find him already at the reception. Welcome to the Matilda Inn. 1 night, 1 room please. Sure. 40 rook per person, so that will be 120 rook. Are you okay with the beastmen being in the same room? There is no problem. Matilda-san was beautiful, I think. Right now, her plump body was seen squeezed behind the reception desk and the wall. Without hiding her disdain, she snorted at Byu-san. Or rather, I would be troubled if we are not in the same room as he is our guard. Zerko-san ended the subject with a smile. Matilda-san seemed to come to an understanding. Taking a key out from somewhere inside the counter, she slid herself out of the reception area. It made me feel like making a sound effect for her. Plop, or something like that. But, as I heard, this country had a deep-rooted discrimination against beastmen. I came to truly understand it after seeing it with my eyes. Byu-san seemed not mind at all. Well, it was true that there was no need to specially pay any heed to anyone not important. But as this might be an obstacle for the road ahead, it might be best to start thinking of a way to solve it. I then began to follow after Matilda-san, who walked ahead of us with the keys jingling. Food will be charged separately. 1 set would be 10 rook. Matilda-san turned around suddenly. Our eyes met. Her eyes widened. With a groan, she averted her eyes. Am I really that disgusting to look at? Your daughter? Yes. Willia, come here. I am Willia. I will be in your care. By Zerko Papa urging, I gave my greetings. I looked up to the stunned Matilda-san who, maybe due to my grossness, took a step back. Our eyes met. And she immediately averted her eyes again. The food's free as a service. Matilda-san, whose eyes were wandering about unnaturally, said as she trembled. Was she so grossed out that she took pity and provided food? Somehow, I felt dizzy at that and instinctively kept close to Zerko-san. Thank you. But I did not forget my manners. Well then, I wonder what will happen. Once we entered the room and shut the door, Zerko-san immediately cast a soundproofing magic. As expected of a ninja. Changing my expression back from the grinning one, I opened my mouth. Grinning because of how ninja Zerko is. Cross-dressing couldn't hide from the shadows, right? I looked at Byu-san, who nodded. That's right. As the Intelligence Corp, I would love to know that method. Zerko-san mumbled to Byu-san's response. True, it's amazing if I can be found out despite cross-dressing. It would make anyone be interested in knowing the method. I am really sorry, but the only one I know is Kage, shadow. Byu-san said, looking sorry. And what is Kage? Zerko-san jumped at the chance. As an Intelligence Corp, he must have wanted the chance to learn about the shadows techniques. It would make it easier for any spying. A kind of magic that allows one's figure and even presence to melt into darkness. Do you mind teaching me that? That is. At the emotionless Zirko-san with sparkling eyes, Byu-san let his sentence trailed off, his hidden meaning loud and clear. Yep. As a gentleman, one should help here. Zirko-san was still a noble, and no matter how thick-headed the merchant was, it was difficult for him to say. It's impossible. Attributes darkness. What? In a rare moment, Zirko-san had the expression to match his yelling. Anyone would be shocked. To think someone with the Sorarit's legendary dark attribute was so close to him. Even I, who could use the dark attribute, was surprised. Zirko-san directed his doubting eyes at me, who was grinning at the success of the surprise. Is that the truth? Yes, it is. Yes. To our matching response, Zirko-san slumped his shoulders. Byu-san and I looked at each other and nodded. Then, mana started flowing around Byu-san. When it had completely engulfed Byu-san, he opened his mouth. At that moment, Byu-san's body disappeared. I am surprised. Here's a good news for Zirko-san. I am able to use all attribute. I wondered what would happen if I were to say that to him. Although I was interested, to prevent Zirko-san having a headache, his heart going into overdrive, I stopped myself. For now. After that, Zirko-san and Byu-san wanted to infiltrate the military, so Byu-san wrapped themselves in and went out through the window. I wondered if it's thanks to experience that they somehow worked well together. Although Zirko-san, who used wind to assist, was amazing, what was it with the bear who went leaping from rooftop to rooftop? Once again, Shadow was amazing. Activating surveillance magic, I observed them from the window. I was surprised that can be used even in broad daylight, as I had always thought since its attribute was darkness and from the name Shadow, it couldn't. I was stuck with house sitting. It was because I was the only one being aimed by the shadows. In a word, I was the bait. A vase was placed at the windowsill, and after staring at it quietly, something snapped inside me. Don't place a vase in a place like this. It's dangerous. Absolutely not. I had no idea who in their right mind would place a vase here. It was unthinkable. It was not my rule to say things about people unreasonably, but please let me say it this time. Don't freaking kid me. Don't put a vase at the windowsill. I came to hate Matilda-san. Let's complain. Yep. It's for future's sake. And thus, the illusion of the both of us, Zirko-san and me, went out of the room and towards the reception on the first floor. By the way, the room was on the second floor. It was a large room with 2 beds and a sofa. The guard, Beastman, was to sleep on the sofa, it seemed. Really, even though we were paying the same amount, the discrimination really ran deep. Thump thump thump, the sound was heard as we slowly went down the stairs. On the right of the stairs was the reception. Matilda-san must still be stuck between it, I thought as I peeked over. Matilda S.A. Matilda-san was not stuck in between the reception counter, but was instead in front of it, with 2 roguish tall men. They were grinning. No, not roguish but rogues. Damn it, I get it. Because the guard was a beast, I was able to save time. Matilda-san sneered. Well then, this is how it will be. TN, ha 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 ha. Will and his hatred of vase. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 072, Retaliation against Grousel, mid. 072, Retaliation against Grousel, mid. Posted on January 23, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. TN, surprise, we got ourselves a 4-parter. Yes, 4 parts. This is going to be a fun ride. Thinking that shadows might come, I immediately got caught and was handcuffed immediately and tied up in rope. I panicked for a moment when the rope bit into my ankle. Were the rogues with their rough treatment the worst of the shadows? They did not seem to notice I was male. At the very least I could confirm it. Even if they were shadows, no information was given to them. Cough, like cross-dressing, cough. I really don't want to be found out that I am cross-dressing. With my eyes bound, I was thrown into the back of a carriage. I still had my visualization magic, so there was no meaning to binding my eyes. You ask if I could see through the cloth binding my eyes? He, it's the men's dream, wasn't it? Magic was all about the imagination. Excuse me. My excitement level got a bit weird. It must be my fear of the shaking from the carriage. As I was tied up, I got the full brunt of it. I was not in the wrong. The carriage was heading towards the inner part of the street. The gatekeeper had said that security was bad the north side of the town, so I guessed we were heading there through the side streets. But I really wondered if they were shadows. Even if they were earlier than expected, I still didn't think they were shadows, despite doing a good job in luring us in. The shadows I knew of were Chiffon, Bibinyarusan and Busan only, but these rogues were too rough to even compare. Or were Chiffon and them the elite ones? No matter, the roughness. Firstly, they let me keep my consciousness. Secondly, they did not gag me. What if I shout? Besides, their skill in tying the ropes was lousy, their actions were amateurish and their footsteps were loud. Even if the streets were stone-paved or it was okay for footsteps outside, it was too loud. Within the stone-paved floor of the royal castle in Elsmu, the Intelligence Corp, ninja, managed to walk without making a sound, so it went without saying that shadows could do it too. Were they just usable pieces? Like how Shadow controlled people using slave collar, or manipulated their memories like Carol's Doni-san. Their tail sure was difficult to catch. Thinking about the shadows made my head hurt. As I was thinking about these things, the carriage stopped. It seemed like we had reached our destination. As predicted, we entered a building inside somewhere deep into the street from the side road. This must be where the carriage house was. To the wall facing the side of the carriage, a crude wooden door could be seen. Or rather, wouldn't it be obvious for a horse carriage to be entering a side road? Were they stupid? Were they stupid? Or was the entire area under their control? If that was the case, I should not take them lightly. I thought they were underlings, but they might be doing it on purpose. Because just by movement alone one would be able to tell an expert from a novice. They might be pretending to be one. To change the way a body moved was almost impossible. The only ones who I knew could do it were father and me. If they could do it as well, they were quite skilled. Thinking about it, I started feeling unease about me being tied up. Let's have some insurance. TN, Hogomaku, protection film, something like a barrier. Taking care not to let my mana leak out, I further strengthened myself. TN, Karate Kyoka, body strengthening. It's definitely not that I was scared. I was definitely not getting the jitters. As I was strengthening myself, the carriage had stopped and the men tied up the horses near the wall. They then flipped up the cloth covering the carriage. Hee, we got ourselves something good. Matilda, that hag. An inn was set up, but she had been useless. Aren't she dragging us down? They were whispering together, but to my strengthened hearing, I could hear everything clearly, you idiots. Ah, but was this on purpose too? In any case, let's not let my guard down. But then, even at the checkpoint too? It seemed that there was quite a few people with a weird fetish for ugly young girls. At the very least, it seemed like I, or rather my body, was of some worth for them. If they were not shadows, then they were most likely slave dealers. As I was analyzing the situation, one of the men carried me up. I was princess hugged. The embarrassment that I threw previously was sneaking up ninja-like, but I would ignore it. The one who carried me, let's name him Rogue, and the other guy, Rogue B, had an argument before Rogue carried me. When I was wondering what was going to happen, they raised their fist in the air, their eyes filled with fire. With a question to Rina, would water fire? In other words, rock, paper, scissors. It was the normal rock, paper, scissors in Elsmu, but it had to be the influence of the first founder, which was why the rest of the countries had not caught on. The rules were the same. Wood is stronger than water, water is stronger than fire, and fire is stronger than wood. And, after the fierce battle, Rogue carried me up. These idiots seemed to only remember one thing as they kept on giving out water, stone. I heard from somewhere that people that had poor judgment, like kindergartners, tend to start giving out stone if the game got drawn out for too long. But to think that they actually did it seriously. Just for additional information, fire is paper and wood is, quite unexpectedly, a single finger. By the way, Matilda San had already entered the building. It looked like Rogue B did this quite often. Or rather, they got so turned off about carrying me that they had to resort to a game to decide? Rogue only played a tiny part in my view. Really just a very tiny amount, very insignificant. Why should I get depressed because of this insignificant person? Should I degrade you from Rogue to just someone A? Should I? How lonely. Doing a man's eye in my head only made me realize how empty I was. TN, man's eye, comedy act, as I let my thoughts fly all over the place in order to forget the embarrassment that was trying to creep up on me. For some reason we had entered a jail cell and I was locked up inside it. This was most likely the basement. The moist and musty air stank. To tell the truth, I can break out any time. I could teleport, and if I really wanted, I could blow this place apart without much effort. It was not pride nor was I looking down on them. It was simply the truth. If I really wanted to, I could even destroy the world. I think. I was not very confident in that though. I can crush Flowwason in an instant. I could just copy the way the rumors about Abi had said. By letting out mana. Just that. Most likely everyone would faint in that instant. Zirko-san and Gyu-san would most likely receive some damage as well though. In that case it was better not to. Let's just leave it as it was and use this chance to do some undercover spying. But if they came back and found out that I was missing, they might do something unnecessary. It would be better to leave a note for them. How to do? Was there anything that I could use outside? Just nice, there was no one around to guard me. I wonder if they were looking down on me. Or maybe they had escaped my detection, but if that was the case, I would give up. They would be too strong for me to handle. And so, I spread my mana and whispered. It would be better to chant this magic as I was not used to it yet. I paid no heed to how the ropes binding me were releasing a terrible snapping noise. Please don't be flashy, Shiro. Tien, Shoken, summon. Yes, master? Without any effect, Shiro simply appeared. As you all know, when I first summoned him, he did a very showy big entrance. He once said, the only one who can summon me was Chinibyo. Don't mind. I won't take it to mind. My motto was to never be a Chinibyo. I really want to become friend with the first founder. Shiro. Can you teleport? Yep. I could do it if it's within 10 meters, master. My attribute's not space, so it is actually quite harsh, to tell the truth. There's no problem in that case. What's Shiro's attribute, by the way? What, only ask me after so long? What a horrible employer. I feel like going on a strike. Shiro glared at me after spitting out a deep sigh. I am sorry. I had really forgotten about it. Your existence too. Sorry. Please don't complain about my lack of refinement. I will stamp this deep into my heart, so please forgive me with my deepest apology. I lowered my head. As though sensing my regret and my sincerity, Shiro spoke. Nah, it's okay. Please raise your head, master. Shiro directed an innocent face full of smiles at me. This ugly girl was struck deep in the heart. Oh no, it's not a silver, love, arrow. How scary. Yes, I am cross-dressing right now, but my essence is a proper man. A full-fledged man. The thing that struck was the feelings of guilt, so relax. A beautiful summoned beast, dragon, and a cross-dressing Shota in a jail cell. No. Who was that? At the very least I am rejecting it with all my strength. And rude thoughts just ran through my mind. Shiro directed a doubting glance at me, but I pretended that nothing was going on as I tilted my head at him. Then, Shiro gasped as he forcefully snapped his face towards me and spoke in a trembling voice. To think Master had this kind of fetish. But it's okay. Master will still be my master. Should I thank him? I let out a deep sigh. I see. So Shiro's attribute are water and wind. That's right. Because I'm a white dragon. Shiro said proudly as he stuck his chest out. He was a white dragon, so it's water and wind. It didn't really explain anything, but as white dragon was known as a sacred beast in this world, they might be revered as water gods or something. In my previous world, dragons were known to control the weather as well. If dragons were the incarnation of the water god, it would make sense that their attributes were water and wind. Could it be that you would cause storms? Yep. Then, lighting as well? Yes. Why did you know that? Holy thunder. I had not tried it yet, but it was really possible to create lighting via magic. Will the day where John-sensei drop it ever come? It just fits in too well. It was a day I was not looking forward to. Or rather, John-sensei's attributes were not water and wind. I want to believe that it's not water and wind. Oops, I derailed the topic again. Noting it, I returned to the main subject in a hurry. Then the main point. What a weak response. Is lighting not cool? Is it? The tall Eichmann turned towards the young girl, boy in disguise, with a dejected face. You won't deceive me with that kind of expression. Just because you had a dog-like name does not mean that you have to give me a dog-like expression. It's cool, it's cool. I patted his head. Master's horrible. As if reading my mind, Shiro glared at me. I had no idea what you were saying. Let's get into the main topic. Teleport to the ground level and without being found out, head towards the inn and pass a message to Zirko-san in Busan. I pretended to be calm and gave instructions, but Shiro looked at me, stunned, before glaring at me. Master. I had never seen this place before. Ah. I averted my eyes away from Shiro's. There was nothing in the dim jail cell to look at, so my eyes were at a loss. You, useless fellow. No. Tien, Shiro was summoned, so he had no idea where's where in Floason. Definitely not where the inn is. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 073, Retaliation against Grousel, last 01. 073, Retaliation against Grousel, last 01. Posted on January 27, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. Then I'll be going. Leaving that, Shiro disappeared. In the end, as he couldn't teleport, he went via other methods. Something like erasing his presence with wind magic and making use of water reflection to make himself disappear. Yep. What can I say? Shiro's invincible. Since if I was to praise him, he would rampage and destroy the town, so I kept it to myself. Have a safe trip. And I was back to being all alone in the dark cell. Since I had nothing to do here, shall I do some spying? Tien, Koryoku Kyoka, strengthen listening ability. And, are all the stuff gathered? Matilda asked the guys who came back. Ah, yeah. Once it's winter, it's going to immediately diminish though. The master's wasteful as well. Oh, you guys. You're too loud. Even as they were saying it, smiles appeared on 3 of their faces. Today's market would start in the evening. Although their owner was said to be picky, the product this time round was of the best grade. The master was in a good mood recently, so they were relieved about that. That was because they had a horrible master. He was often in a bad mood, and if anyone were to get on his bad side during it, it was certain that someone's head would definitely roll. He seemed not to even know the rule of the underground market, and it had some strict rules. The only reason why they were listening to him was because of the money. If it was anyone else, they would have already cut them off. Winter was approaching and they were panicking, as it was around this time where the people who came to Hatuo decreased. During winter, this town ought to be empty of travelers. The view without those beasts, men, are beautiful. The only ones capable of making that joke were nobles. To them, they would lose their lifeline if there were none of those beastmen. Because then, they wouldn't had any products. Beastmen who came to Floason to stay for a night for trading was the best prey. Even though many beastmen merchants visited this town, discrimination from the citizen of this country still ran deep. Truth was, there were many inns in Floason who rejected them or charged them sky-high for a worn-put room. Thanks to that, Matilda's inn, despite the attitude, charged them the same amount, so there were many who stayed and placed their goods with them. The 3 then began chatting merrily about what they did with the goods and the fate of the customers who stayed with them, while a metal scrapping sound was heard from the carriage house, approaching. The door was slammed open. His fat body shook as the man entered the room, dressed in armor. He grinned as he approached the 3 who hung their heads. Matilda. A raspy voice, as though broken, sounded out. Yes. She lifted her head up. What about the products? We gathered fantastic goods this time round, master. Within those, there was a beautiful young girl who stayed at my inn as well. Ho, a beautiful young girl. His eyes narrowed. Matilda deemed that was to urge her to continue, and she did. It was the best to take this chance since he looked like he was in a good mood. Yes. She came along with her father and a beastman guard on their travels. Her father is a gentleman while a beast is a beast. They were nothing compared to her. The mysterious moon-like eternal beauty, flowers bloom when she smiles, and that sweet, cute, and precious-looking face, just like an angel. The man nodded, satisfied at Matilda's words. Grousel-sama, other products of high quality had also been gathered. I await your presence. He grinned broadly at that. This man was Fet Ale Grousel, a man who listened to no one. Someone, bring me to the goods. At the back of Grousel, who was walking along happily, were his followers in armor. He was unusually in a good mood as opposed to his always bad one. It was an atmosphere where it wouldn't be strange if he started humming. But this had always been his personality. If the goods were good, so was his mood. That's it. You can say he was straightforward in a good way or simple, in a bad way. He was a guy who could only think of omelet if you told him eggs. You can say he was not a chick, yet not a chicken either. This kind of man was managing the black market at the moment when he used to have a very high-ranking job. Here, I can get money and woman. This is way better than being a general. This man was Fet Alegrousel. He was the former general who was sacked by Gutta the other day. What's the meaning of this? The conversations I picked up using my enhanced hearing was painting a very obvious picture. So obvious that it was rather anticlimactic. As suspected, it's a slave dealing store here. And, the man who entered just now, the owner, maybe had said general. And Matilda-san had called him Grousel-sama. If my memory serves me right, at the top of Hatuo's military was a general named Fet Alegrousel. Even for Sparta-John-sensei, he did not go into details about inner workings of other countries, so I only knew and could confirm his name. I could only blame my bad luck in meeting him here. Yeah, his character was as taut. As expected of John-sensei. I thought there were only beastmen here, but it seemed like there were other humans here apart from me. A beautiful young girl. A bishoujo. It's a chance in a lifetime for them to meet someone like that here in this town. And the coincidence that the people she was traveling with were a slender man with gentle manners and a beastman guard. But seriously. What was going on? From the servants to the conversations they had, wasn't it all irrelevant to the shadows? Was I just a poor girl, boy in disguise, that got dragged into this mess? I had nothing to say if they were setting up a fake conversation for me, but at the moment, I could see no connections to the shadows. It was just a normal slave dealer shop. They said everything had been gathered, so there might be other children here, like me. No, it might not be limited to children only. At the very least there won't be other crossdresser here. About that, if I was stripped, then the fact that I was crossdressing will be exposed. No. Heck, definitely not. That's right, if that ever happens, I will cast illusion on them. Hatuo Empire was a country that still acknowledged the presence of slaves. But the legal ones were only those who were forced into slavery as a punishment for their crimes. Which meant the one who kidnapped me was running an illegal business. Which meant if I were to crush it, I would be doing the right thing legally. As for slavery, I was still being pulled by the values of my previous world, so there was nothing I could comment on, but it did make sense when it was told to be a punishment for criminals. On the contrary, even if I were to crush one here, there would still many more of these slave merchants in the underground world. You could say it's just hypocrisy. But it was also the truth to say the lives of the people here would be saved. Since I came to know about it, there was no way I could leave it alone. The guilt would be unbearable. I have, cheat, but society is not something that can be changed just by a person's strength alone. The underground world wouldn't disappear if one kept on repressing it. It would swell up instead. The one way to counter that was to let the country economic state go up. But it's Hatuo Empire here. I do not possess the strength and power to interfere with the affairs of another country. But, since this place had nothing to do with shadows, let's crush it, since I wanted to save the people captured here. Let's get the soldiers in here. The border soldier had a face like a bandit, but he was polite and took great care of this gross cross-dressing me. I like to believe that even the criminals wouldn't lay a hand to foreigners. But the opponent was the Fet Alegrousel. There was a possibility that such an influential person would turn the tables on me and accuse me of being the criminal. He would most likely be using his status when the time came. The leading general vs the Duke's son. I wonder if status in other countries would be of any use here. I didn't know the details, but if I were to mess this up and it ended up creating any diplomatic issue, that I might need to pay with my head. But if that happened, everyone would know that I cross-dressed. It's a poor move. I can't say that it was because I wanted to crush the shadows, that I came spying into Hatuo, so I might be labeled with having a fetish of cross-dressing. That's the worst. I will absolutely not let it happen. Everything was fine as long as I am not caught. There should be no young silver-haired girl with the name Willia, so there won't be any problems. Yep, the plan was confirmed. I shall investigate his background first. If there was no connection with shadows, I would crush him here. And when I made up my mind, footsteps were heard at where the door and stairs were located. Well, Grousel-san. I am going to make you regret making an enemy out of me. Gahahahahaha. Sorry, I got carried away. It must be my imagination that I heard grumbling. The lock on the door opened with a loud clank. The thick wooden door was pushed open by people in a moor, and they kept it open. They then proceeded to line up in a row, as if waiting for someone. Then, something huge appeared. Grousel-san appeared, his body wobbling with every step. He was a splendid and magnificent Tien, Buta. Pig. You should learn this kanji, it comes out in almost every menu in Japan. The word instinctively tumbled out of my mouth. Oh, this one here? Ignoring my word, the pig opened its mouth and a smile appeared. Its disgusting eyes went over my entire body as he looked at me. A chill went down my back. Goosebumps appeared all over my body. How disgusting, disgusting, disgusting. Shall I kick this pig bastard? I could not help it when that cold joke appeared in my mind. I am not Ekshioka Sumiko. I won't say I will whip you, but your name shall say be pig bastard, this pig bastard. TN. A comedian whose whole shtick revolves around her being a SM queen. Google it. Me, whose hair on my entire body were standing up, must be glaring at pig bastard. Of course, my killing aura was mixed in as well. Although I called him a pig bastard, he was still a general, so he should be able to stand it. If he gets it, then he should know better than to lay a hand on me. Arrgh! A small gasp leaked out as Grousel-san fell on his back just like that. Panicking, his guards rushed over to him. Grousel-sama! They yelled, shaking him. His tummy shook as they shook, but no reaction came. It seemed like he had passed out. Grousel-sama? What happened? In the midst of the armor's chaos, a young girl locked inside a jail cell was stunned. Really? Or rather, me. TN, Happy Lunar New Year, everyone! It's the year of the rooster, cockle-doodle-doo. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 074, Retaliation against Grousel, last 02. 074, Retaliation against Grousel, last 02. Posted on February 2, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, Poor_Hero. TN, sorry for the lateness. Been enjoying the new year. It was around evening. The streets were preparing for it as the shops started closing up and people were preparing firewood for their homes. It was like clockwork for them, as the orange glow began to disappear. From that main street, there existed a back alley, a straight line from the main street. And in there, a small rundown house could be seen. But it was actually a huge magical tool that had an elaborate magic circle drawn in it. There was a reason why it was hidden there, and concealed to such an extent. Shadow House. The base for the shadows. Around 200 years ago, it was filled with shadows, but their numbers declined as the years went by and the numbers of their direct descendant could be counted on one hand. And the basement of that base was a special place that controlled the penetrating cold that was a characteristic of Hatuo. Here, magical tools were assembled. Surrounded by a ring of tools stood one person. He had not looked outside for God knows how long, but by going by his body clock, he knew it was around evening. This person was Spinel. Spinel had been a shadow for a long time. He had killed numerous people and numerous of his comrades had been killed. His hands had ended countless lives. Although Spinel was the son of the previous head of Shadows, he did not inherit the position. The leader needed to have leadership, assassination skills, and high mana. Most of all, to have the darkness attribute. Spinel, who suppressed others in his abilities of the above, began making full use of his talents. But there existed a wall even to the king of the underground world. The king of Elsmo country, and its duke. There had been multiple requests from the Silver Knight's leader, but he rejected them all. To begin with, the way to establish a contract with the Shadows was them contacting the other party who desired to use them, and not the other way. They would never entertain those who came to them. No, once. Just once did he entertain the other party. And was beaten at his own game. He never expected it. To Spinel, who was the leader at that moment, it was his first loss. It was a crushing defeat. No matter how skilled one was at martial arts, the art of assassination was another thing altogether. Firstly was cast, and with his figure and with his presence hidden, he would sneak up to his opponent. Just that, and his opponent would die without knowing what had happened. TN, Kage, Shadow. Even without that method, there were still hidden weapons and poison. It would be unimaginable to lose, as the Shadows' swordsmanship was totally different from the Knight's. Even so, he was noticed. And above all, nothing worked. For the first time in his life, he wavered. Be it the fact that he was discovered despite being a shadow, or he already knew the result in his heart. And after that, he headed over to Hatuo to hide without turning back. The enemy was too strong. What could he do against an enemy whose shadows technique, that had been passed down for generations, did not work against? In the old times, shadows lived in Hatuo. It wasn't sure if they were in this business in that time, but shadows had deep roots in Hatuo's history. He came to know that the emperor was aiming for the land of Elsmo and was viewing them as an obstacle. In that case, He had first approached the emperor, thinking of using him, but now, he wondered if that had been the correct decision. He couldn't be sure, but at least, he was not regretting having made that choice. The one he approached, whom he had wanted to use as a pawn, was a real ruler. He had finally realized. Shadows were beings meant to follow orders. Him included. As he was a shadow. That person, his front appearance and his hidden side, was someone he wanted to serve. At that time, he swore his loyalty to him. He was willing to be used by this person. Was it due to his training as a shadow, but he finally felt at home. He could hardly bother about the leader of the knights, Gion, anymore. And now. His lips curled up self-deprecating. Hatuo Empire did have the power, and the technique that had been cultivated throughout history was the real deal. People were working as instructed by his master, in this secret base, making the magic tools. The tools could be used by wasting mana stones, but it were more than enough against their opponents. But there were limits on it, and repercussions were huge. And yet, it was useless against that person's son. Till now, the Duke was still standing in Spinel's way. Tools that a monster made were no match to a real monster after all. Spinel released his mana slowly. He was trying to activate the magic tools. As his mana spread throughout the tools, he lifted his head up. What was left was only to activate the tools. Tien, Marioku Giji Zuka, simulating mana increase. How many had died in creating this spell? Spinel did not have the answer, but it was a nice farewell gift. At the same timing as he finished his chant, the tools exploded with mana, releasing it out around him. His body temperature dropped. Mana was released from the mana stones. And he absorbed it all. This might cause his body to break. He would die for his master. It was the long-cherished ambition of a shadow. He had confirmed the presence of William Beryl in this country by his hornet-summoned beast that had its sense of smell enhanced. A hornet's sense of smell was said to be a few times of a dog. And that sense of smell was enhanced. It could smell anything from even a few kilometers away. He did not expect that the other side would visit, but it was a nice opportunity. He did not care if it's a trap, but he had to succeed. Tien, Shokin, summon. Spinel moaned his chant. Dense mana filled the room as an overwhelming presence was felt. Tien, Kyaku, contract. Trembling, Spinel finally got his voice out as the appeared beast nodded happily. Well, well, well. It seems like there are some amusing humans as well. I will admit you as my master. The magical beast said fluidly, and a smile appeared as it nodded. Spinel's consciousness became distant. His instinct was screaming at him to run the hell away. His body shook. He was hit by a burst of overwhelming mana. Did he understand what he just summoned? The one who appeared in front of Spinel was a demon. It was a legendary monster, a disaster. No, calamity. Was it not sealed in the deepest part of the demon forest? Many famous folktales spoke of it. If Abi was said to be a legendary monster, what about demon? Spinel looked up, stunned, as he stared at the disaster in front of him. The muscular body that was about 3 meters tall was bound in ropes. It had dark red skin and its purple hair was tied up behind as it stroked its huge black sword, laughing. My master. How many fun battles would I have? Does the one who released me have any enemies? This disaster must have slept for all this while just to save up energy to fight that monster, Spinel thought, laughing wryly. Master's smell, master's smell. He was using the theory of water reflection to erase his figure and wind to erase any sound he may make to avoid being found out. It was a secret mission. Teleporting outside the jail cell, Shiro headed out of the house nimbly. He had no idea where Will was staying, but it would be fine as long as he followed the lingering scent of Will's mana. Which was why Shiro was sniffing the air, although the action served no purpose. Even though it was said to be the lingering scent, strictly speaking, it was not something that could be picked up by the nose. It was just an expression to make things easier to understand. Shiro was a white dragon living deep in the demon forest. He was summoned 200 years ago by the first founder and after raging, formed a contract with him. No one would have thought that a divine beast would become a familiar to a human. But really, summoning magic is awesome. It was a magic that paired up the summoner with the magical beasts that had the best compatibility. For the beast side, Shiro's point of view, a magic circle as if shouting come here, appeared and he entered it, curious. Although he entered the circle out of curiosity during the first founder's time, it was the right choice. It had been really fun throughout the period with the first founder. Many stuff happened and they even made a country. A fun master who was always surrounded by troublesome situations. But the lifespan of humans and divine beasts are different. The fun period came to an end in a blink of an eye and only memories were left. The first founder was a monster who looked 40 at the age of 100, but still, he passed away all of a sudden one day. He was a curious man. His speech, values, mana, even his aura. He was so out of the norm from everyone else, such a curious man. But that had to be so. It was revealed one day that he was not of this world. And when the circle appeared in front of him again, he wondered why there was the same smell of mana after 200 years. It was a funny coincidence that that smell belonged to the son of the first founder's grandson's best friend. That special scent. Somehow, it was calming and had a warmth like the sun. Master's smell is here. Shiro flew. As no one can feel or see him, there was no need to specially use his legs to run. His master this time had the same trouble-inviting constitution. Besides, when he asked for a name, he was given the same name. Could it be that he came from another world as well? The small hope flickered inside Shiro. He would ask once their bond deepened further. Increasing his speed, he flew up into the air. He could see the opened window. The room it was attached to was filled with Will's mana. It's here. Landing in the room through the window, Shiro proudly puffed his chest out. There was no one in the room. What a narcissist. It went without saying that since he was using his wind magic, no one could hear him. He was totally talking to himself, but this Chunibyo fellow didn't realize it. Well then, I was supposed to pass a message. Ah, no one can see me. Shiro narrowed his eyes and cancelled his magic. At that moment, a dagger and countless needles came at him. Jumping easily in the air, he avoided the attacks and walked to the middle of the room and jabbed his finger out. I know you are there. Wahahaha. Now, come out obediently. It was totally a villain-like line. There was not even a speck of a dignity of a divine beast. The two people who appeared went at Shiro immediately. One of them was clad in wind while the other one was using his own strength but was channeling mana into the dagger he was holding. The darkness-clad dagger ominously drew near. Ooh, a ninja and a shadow. Shiro said calmly, but the two were moving at a speed most people couldn't catch. The two had a slightly shocked expression at Shiro's words. The two daggers that came at Shiro were caught bare-handed by him with an innocent look on his face. Ah well, calm down, calm down. It is rude to attack a visitor all of a sudden. There is no visitor who enters via the window. Who did that? The airheadedness answer from Shiro caused Zerko's head to start hurting. It was already midday. The two had returned after infiltrating the military. But Will was nowhere to be seen. They believed Will was not in danger, but shadows might have visited. In order to avoid fighting in the streets and dragged everyone in, Will might have gone somewhere. Which was why View activated and waited in the room. It was an opponent that could hold up against Will. They were confident in their skills, but just to be safe. Tien, Kage, Shadow. If their guard weren't so high, they might not notice Shiro. That was the reason why they noticed the soundless and invisible Shiro. They had unintentionally spread their mana throughout the room and sensed something moving through it. This was the so-called instinct those experienced people talked about. Seeing their dagger caught, cold sweat started running down their backs. There were no injuries despite catching a metal blade barehanded. He was strong. And that movement. There was no opening in his stance. They could not even see how he caught their daggers. And he could see through them even when was activated. He was stronger than them. The fact that Shiro was here only because he sensed Will's mana was unimaginable to them, as it was not an amount humans could sense. And it just added to the fear. The expressions of the one person facing the other two were the total opposite. Okay, enough fooling around. Let's keep the daggers. Shiro, who had been smiling silently, said that before flipping his hand. The two immediately went on guard. Seeing the two, Shiro grinned and shrugged. You don't have to be that scared. For I am Will's summoned beast. The prank was a huge success. At the Shiro who announced it happily, the two gave out long sighs. Ah, somehow their heads were hurting. Will-sama ea. What is that person thinking? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 075, The Struggle of a Retired Soldier. 075, The Struggle of a Retired Soldier. Posted on February 5, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, Poor_Hero. What's up with that? In the dimly lit jail cell, in the background of the pile of armors and pigs stood a young girl who folded her arms. Or rather, me. When the pig was knocked out by my killing intent, the attack started. Those guys, just because they were wearing armors, came at me full of confidence. But due to the weight of said armors, their movements were slow, and without making use of its defense capability, they were all put to sleep by me. Ah, how weak. Even if I was not a magician, you guys would still be beaten to the ground, you know? Though I was using strengthening magic. Let's keep it a secret that I did think of not casting it. Carelessness is the biggest enemy one would ever have. A vase might just fall from the sky if you were not careful. But still, how weak? Too weak. Yes, my body was strengthened, but they were weak to the extent that I think I could defeat them without even using magic. They were so weak that it being a trap was not possible. I was using my enhanced hearing to check their heartbeat and breathing, so I knew they were all knocked out. I don't think anyone could fake their heartbeat. Well, they could use magic to fool me, but if that did happen. Checkmate. I don't think that will happen though. I cannot see any reason for them to go that far. If they possessed that high of an ability, it would be faster and much more fun to simply come at me from the start, head on. Which means Occam Razor. These guys were illegal slave merchants and they're rogues. That would make the most sense. Yep. I wasted a lot of my time on them. Sigh. A deep sigh escaped from my lips. During this entire time, Matilda-san must be preparing for the auction. Let's clean this up quickly. But this was kind of embarrassing. To think I was thinking seriously and even nodding to myself, how very embarrassing. Oh well, it's no use thinking further. Let's not bother about the small details. Let's stop. A young girl along in the jail cell spouting some old gag will not look good to anyone. It's too late? And that it's not a young girl? It must be my imagination that I heard something just now. Yep, my imagination. I will make it so. It's fine, it's fine. I am a man who does not bother about these petty things, full stop. For goodness sake, just get this shadow business over and done with so I can stop this cross-dressing. Was not what I was thinking. Ah, no. Let's stop. My shoulders slumped in dejection. Yep, let's get it over with. Anyway, it's total annihilation time. Even today, in the barracks, it's noisy. In exchange for staying quiet on the streets all evening, the soldiers squeezed into the barracks were going as loud as they could. Flowason was not a big town. The soldiers here were almost all in charge of the checkpoint. They do patrol the town, but as night approaches, they don't do it as much, nor as detailed. Those who go out in the night are responsible for their own action. It was common sense in Hatuo. Without streetlights, it would not be as bright as the daytime. Hatuo, Hatazurl, and even Dayuvu, a mercantile nation, were as so. The only place which had streetlights was Elsmu. Which means, it is indoor once the night comes. The only open stores were high-class restaurants or bars. They were the kind of places where nobles, that had bodyguards, or people who could protect themselves went to. No one came out much at night. No one would leave. That's why once it's nighttime, the soldiers' job ended. And when these rogue-like soldiers gathered, of course it would be noisy. And in that chaos, someone came running through the pack. Excuse me. Within the barack, a slender man stood panting. A beast man stood behind him. His guard? And another white-haired man then joined them. At the three who disturbed them, the soldiers glared at them. Who was this man who could afford to hire a guard, that beast man, and why was he here? It went without saying, but jealousy was mixed into the glares as well. Die, Ike men, was what the alcohol-fueled eyes seemed to say. But the slender man desperately continued on, seemingly unobvious to the glares, or just don't care about it. No, in this case, he seemed just too desperate. My daughter. Willia was kidnapped. A rustle went through the soldiers, and within the noise, one soldier stood up. What? Willia-chan is? This is serious, we have to go now. It was the soldier that they met at the checkpoint. The rest of the soldiers were startled at him, whose behavior was so different from how he used to be. And the soldier himself had a frantic face on, like he would start running any time. What's wrong with you, Ivan? Oi, why are you serious all of a sudden? Word after word of teasing were thrown at him, but he ignored them as he prepared to leave. He put on his uniform in a hurry, and hung his sword by his waist. Everyone else was dumbfounded at how fast his movements were. At them, Ivan roared angrily. Oi, what are you blokes waiting for? We have to rescue Willia right now. And to the him. Forget it, it's useless. Someone said, interrupting him. A man then walked out from the back, a shady smile playing on his face. But why, Captain? The man whom Ivan called Captain looked surprised at Ivan's panic before shifting his gaze to the slender man. This is not an office for lost kids, Mr. Father. Firstly, why do you know your child was kidnapped and not lost? The captain hid his despising expression as he looked at the slender man. I left her in the inn for a while, and when I came back, she was gone. It must be the inn's master who scoffed at my guard. Scoffed? That beast man? It's her, and so of course she can look down on it. Beast man is a thing that you can't trust. Without proof, I won't move my soldiers just to look for a lost kid. In the first place, it is your responsibility for looking away from your daughter, isn't it? What unreasonable argument. Discrimination against beastmen was common, but why would he use it here? I assume he meant Willia was not one, Ivan thought to himself. The slender man, Ivan remembered that he called himself Jill Stewart, looked down, vexed. That's right. Ivan just couldn't accept his captain's argument. Staring at his captain, he raised his voice. The hell? Just one kid? Willia-chan is not just a kid. She is an angel that came down to earth. The treasure of all humans. Won't move your soldiers? In that case, I quit. I'll help her of my own record. Ivan's threatening attitude shocked his captain, and before he could say anything, Ivan ran off. Oi, Ivan! To the faraway Ivan, the captain's roar was fruitless. His hand, which was stretched out, swiped at the air. It was when he slowly lowered his outstretched hand as he had a self-mocking smile on his face. The one waiting for him was not his soldiers who laughed at Ivan along with him, but instead, hell. The slender man grinned. I see. To think it would be the top of Hatua's military, former General Fed Ailgrousel, who did the kidnapping. It was then the captain finally noticed. All the soldiers there were already on the floor. There were some who moaned, some who shook, and even some who were sleeping soundly. Everyone was best friends with the floor. No worries, I leave them all alive. I won't hurt people who know nothing. That grinning face appeared in an instant in front of the captain. He backed off reflexively, and the slender man laughed. Well then, how much did you receive? Spit it out. Ivan panted as he ran. Kicking the drunks aside, he dashed down the street. It had been a long time since he had given his all running. Rogues, seeing Ivan running past, were surprised as they grumbled. It was rare to see the soldiers of this town as desperate as he was. Never had soldiers in charge of this street been threatened before. So what does this mean? Was the street under attack from demon beasts, or did Elsmo come attacking? Either way, it was a serious situation. The rumors spread in an instant, and the usual rowdy street that was lined with pubs and the back alley went dead. Everyone were shutting themselves in their house to not be involved with whatever was coming. But Ivan, who was desperately running, ignored the eerie silence as he ran, with full speed, past the main street and into the back alley. If it was kidnapping, there were only a few places possible. It was most likely illegal slave trafficking. No matter, he was certain about the suspicious back alley. Right now, Ivan was regretting hard. He wanted to go faster, but his body, which had been skipping training, could not seem to catch up. And right now, his body felt like it was being whipped all over. I have to rescue my angel, Willia-chan, as soon as possible. His mission burned within him as his irritation grew. He had to be faster. Had to be quicker. As if answering himself, Ivan subconsciously gathered mana around his feet as he sped up. His calf screamed in pain because of the additional workload, but Ivan pushed it to the back of his mind as he continued running. His breath was getting shorter. His heart was beating faster. Where is it? Ivan screamed. He could imagine Willia crying in the distance. Now he felt like crying, as he got even more impatient. And when Ivan was preparing to run. Here. Hearing a calm voice behind him, Ivan jumped reflexively. Looking back, he saw a slender man, emotionless, standing there. His eyes got big. Gee, Jill Stewart-san? Why are you here? No time to explain. Follow me. Saying that, Jill Stewart then ran at a speed, without even panting, where Ivan had to use all he had just to even follow. Wait. Ivan, who was desperately trying to follow. After that, rumors about a soldier desperately chasing down a criminal spread, and the soldiers were being looked upon in a new light. And Ivan's hair colors green. And he had a croc-like face. A typical mean face. And weak. You would think he was a villager, but surprise, he had quite a big role. TN, guys. 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 Just want to say my thanks again. For reading this. For liking this. Despite the slow updates. Despite the grammar mistakes. Yes, like the car Beastman. It's just Transformers, guys. Despite the slow pace. Despite the lack of action. Despite the inner monologue comedy. Which I loved. I chuckle a lot when it happened. Thanks a lot for supporting this site and my translation, and love to all my editors as well. I can be a troll, so thanks for your patience as well. Thank you. And so, pumpkin pies for all of you at the back. Do be slightly careful of the carnivorous pumpkins I am growing. But I had always said, those you eat, deserves to eat you right back. Enjoy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 076, Annihilation and Shame. 076, Annihilation and Shame. Posted on February 9, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. His throat was dry. His consciousness was getting hazy. His heart was beating so fast that it hurt. His breathing was ragged and his legs were shaking. Even so, Ivan ran. All for the sake of his angel, Willia-chan. And when even that strong thought started fading, it happened. When he was somehow chasing after Jill Stewart, who turned around a corner, the sight that Ivan saw was Willia-chan walking out of a horse carriage-like place with a smile. Pant, that's great. The moment he knew Willia-chan was safe, Ivan collapsed. It was his limit. But on his face, a blissful-like smile appeared. He was happy. But Ivan had no idea that he was about to face despair. Yash. According to the readout, there are 16 people in here. 4 lookouts and 12 captured. As I walked along the dimly lit basement, I used mana detection to get a feel of the place. I was currently putting Zirko-san's magic of erasing his footsteps that I stole into practical use. As for Grousel and his goons, they were tied up by ropes I conjured from my mana, so no problem there. As these thoughts ran through my mind as I walked, I heard noises ahead. TN, let's play a game, shall we? Question, what magic is this? I mumbled and the magic activated. My figure then melted into the shadows, I think. I heard some mumbling about how I kept stealing others' spells, but I shall ignore it. This was not stealing, it's learning. As I moved on, I saw a worn-out wooden door in front. Yellow lights were shining from the crevices. As I had sent my detection mana ahead of time, it should be where the captured were imprisoned at. And someone was standing right in front of the door. Yep. Here we go. I jumped and did a flying kick at the door. Hey, you there, it's not a pun. Please don't say it's cold. A cracking noise rang out, but I paid no heed to it. I was not doing anything wrong. I aimed for this? How can it be? There was no way a young boy of 8 years old, filled with a burning sense of justice, did such an cunning deed, right? I was really not thinking of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Going along with the flow, I punched the man who was the lookout. As he plopped on the floor, the fight was over. It was too short? How am I to describe a fight that ended with a punch then? I tied the moaning man up in ropes and smacked it tight for extra measures. The sound resounded within the dimly lit jail. Why were the people inside the cells trembling? I slapped my hands together as a light bulb lit up above my head. I see. I had forgotten all about it. The me right now was shrouded in shadows and soundproof. Anyone would be afraid if the lookout was punched and flown off by nothing. They must be confused. And maybe developed a fear of the shadows. They must have thought an invisible monster had come. TN, are we still playing the game? Well, that was a pretty half-arsed magic. As I chanted it mentally, I became visible. I think. And when I looked over at them, all of their mouths were open wide. I came to help. I smiled and tried to use the gentlest voice I could, but they were still jumping left, right and center from surprise. I know how you guys feel, but still, this hurts. Yes, it does. All those captured were around my age and were mostly beastmen. Seeing this made my chest hurt. As this country had a serious discrimination against beastmen, they had a good deal kidnapping, as no one would seriously search for beastmen. They were really not being seen as people. Che, it's your loss for not understanding the importance of those flurry ears. Looking at the cell, it was a magic tool that was strengthened and could obstruct magic from activating. It was an intricate and complicated piece of tool. General Grousel sure was using the military technology as he liked. Although it had a massive amount of mana stones embedded in order to amplify the effectiveness, it was no use. Ha 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 ha. Tien, fine. I guess complaints are flooding in around now. Setsudan, sever. As the Chuyunibyo-like painful laughter rang inside my mind, I chanted it out loud. I need to distract myself with something with all these eyes watching. And also to let them know that I am using magic. As they were surprised by the chant, the severed metal poles fell onto the floor, clanking loudly. Come on, let's get out of this damp and humid place as soon as possible. As I called out to them through the squarish hole I made, everyone jumped and back away. It hurts. It hurts, but I am not giving up. I will crush them with my smile. After taking a while to digest all that had happened, tiny cheers started raising up. Oh, thank goodness. My persistence won. As I nodded with a smile, I led everyone out. Over here, I said, as I spread my mana detection magic out. I could feel a presence. HM. The only one skillful enough to hide the flow of mana till this extent could only be Zerko-san. There was another one behind him, but judging from his movement, Zerko-san could easily defeat him with one shot. I turned around suddenly. I heard that a human beautiful young girl was captured as well. There was no human race among them. Only beastmen. But everyone was still very cute. Someone must have mistaken a beastman for a human, I guess. We reached the first floor. The huge wooden door that I saw when I was blindfolded appeared in front of us. Right ahead must be where the carriage house was. It was too late to be acting like a kid, so I just pushed the door open without any difficulty. The kids passed through it in succession. Somehow, I felt like I saw this in Drag XX Chu XXT before. Grinning at that thought, Mr. Emotionless was standing there, waiting. The mana I felt following behind was, he fell. He fainted. That person fainted with a smile on his face. What happened to him? Noticing my surprised gaze, Zerko-san glanced at the fainted man and smiled slightly. Ooh. How rare. The smile of the no-mask ninja. Dear fans, a secret collection shot right here. In my excitement, I even pretended to hold a camera as I pressed down on the shutter button continuously. Zerko-san looked at me, stunned. Will Dano, what are you doing? No, yes, it's nothing. This was the type of situation where smiling can tide it over. T-Hai smiled and averted my eyes. Zerko-san tilted his head a little before returning back to the topic. He is a Hatuo soldier. Former soldier. He was the one at the checkpoint this morning. Ooh. I had thought he looked familiar. To run all the way here so desperately just for me, so different from the rumors. I was touched. I knelt down to in the heat of that moment looked at him, before realizing something. But the mastermind behind the illegal kidnappings is General Fet Grousel, isn't it? Will Dano should be grateful to him. Because when the captain he had always been following stopped him, he quit his job just to find you. Really? To run that desperately till he dropped, what a strong sense of justice. He must have been really worried. Well, anyone would be worried when they heard that an 8-year-old girl had been kidnapped and was about to sold. Somehow, I had a feeling I did a bad thing. No, it was not me. The one who's wrong was Grousel. As if waiting for me to finish my inner show, Zerko-san continued the conversation at the perfect timing. In addition, here's the report regarding the infiltration into the military base. It looked like Fet Grousel was fired at the previous meeting with the Emperor. Our eyes met. Yeah, I wouldn't Tsukomi that he did his job way too fast. I wanted to believe that this was the standard of Elsmu. Just like Zerko, just like father. But fired. Which means, I see. He was fired because he became useless. I had a small smile while Zerko-san smiled wryly. A flightless bird is useless. I was dragged into the useless general's scheme of making easy money. Ha ha ha. I must keep my smile. This was a disaster. I was screaming in my heart as the wind blew and the earth shook in my heart. Embarrassing. How super duper embarrassing. Wah. I want to dig a hole and jump right in. Shiro was doing his work properly. Really, if I knew the report beforehand, I would have finished this quickly. It was already too late, but I kinda stood out now. I should have known the longer a thing was dragged, the more troublesome it would be. Even if I were to escape, I couldn't possibly leave those captured kids alone. And with that, I would have contact with General Grousel, which would then, of course, had some link with the military. If the shadows were in this country, they would know it sooner or later. Although I still had no idea about the methods they used to find their targets. A plan that kills two birds with one stone. A very rational plan. As expected of Zerko-san to come up with this fantastic plan. They are planning to use this chance to lure the shadows out? And what should I do with this embarrassment of mine? This was really troubling. Before I knew it, Byu-san and Shiro were back. I need to thank the fainted guy for not making it too hard for Byu-san too. Or rather, was that guy going to be alright? Half of the reason for him losing his job was because of me. Shiro drew close to me. The way Master jumps to conclusions. He quietly snickered. I can punch him, can't I? He was telling me to punch him, wasn't he? I was pretty sure that was the hidden meaning. And I could somehow hear laughter from the... I wonder if that was my inferior complex acting up. Anyway. I know. I jumped and started hitting Shiro's head with a paper fan. I will be forgiven if it's just that, right? Where did the paper fan came from? Ah, it's from my locket pendant. It must be my imagination that someone said that I was abusing my magic tool. Oh, Will, please be careful of Vashta Narada lurking in those shadows you lurk in. And nice one punch. Oh yes, the laughter line. Direct translation would be, I could see grass growing. In Japan, they use www as their laughing noise, or LOL. So when they spammed those, it became www, so someone noticed it looked like grass, which was why it's grass growing. When translated, it's lololololol. Grow grass everyone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 077, God's Test. 077, God's Test. Posted on February 12, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. Oh God. What a test you had given me. I wonder if all my grieving and moaning would reach your ears that seem to be blocked by that long beard of yours. Having taken my life with that long beard of yours, would you not even hear some of my tiny wishes out? Ooh, God. What is Will Dano doing? Oh, don't worry about it. He does that sometimes. To the me who was clasping my hands and grieving and moaning, the other two were being indifferent. Too indifferent. Yep, everyone's cruel. How awful. Anyway, there was no one who could understand my anguish. There is no one who understands me. My shoulders fell and I got even more depressed. Then, a hand reached out from behind and patted my shoulders gently. As expected of my master, a perfect shunibyo. You were the last person I wanted to hear that from. Wasn't it fine? Leave me alone to grieve. Because you see, usually when you save people from being enslaved, wouldn't you get a cute girl's love or admiration? But no. Why did I get an address unknown jobless man instead? I don't need it, I don't need him the most. But I couldn't say it into his face because he did become jobless thanks to me. I was not a kid who could just wave goodbye. And left him alone. Although I did look like one. Or rather, I am older than him. He was only 23. Plus, he declared children shouldn't worry about this, it is my own decision after all. And timidly stroked my head. Him, with his fierce-looking face while smiling awkwardly, like he was not used to it, said that to me. I do not blame him. I can't blame him. But then, I knew I had an average face. But when this kind of event, happened, I can't be blamed for expecting an encounter with the opposite sex. And I got an address unknown jobless fierce-looking Onii-san instead. No flag was raised at all. He was an Eichmann former soldier? That's not it. That's totally not it. Listen, I am straight. I was very reluctant and was pushed into cross-dressing by Zerko-san. I would be troubled if you misunderstand. I do not like men. I like girls. I lust for girls. That last part came out a bit wrong. Anyway, in any case, I was totally justified in grieving, but without thinking, my eyes were squeezed shut and my hands were clenched tight. Forgive me, I went a little over. I am a gentleman and a duke's son. I shouldn't be blaming this poor man who loses his job because of me in front of Shiro, and it would do me no good to continue lamenting like this. Don't even lament in the first place? Shut up. There were times where I just can't help it. I glanced at the fierce-looking address unknown jobless Onia-san who passed out and was carried by Shiro, and the sigh that came out of my mouth was my respect to him. Definitely. Those beastmen children that I rescued had either a family or was a part of a merchant's caravan so they would have a place to return to. That was one case closed. That was not too bad. The reason they were all so scared was due to this place's discrimination. They had thought I was from Hatuo. I was taught that by an uncle who grasped and shook my hand as he cried tears of joy. Tears from an uncle. But still, he seemed to be the chairman of a pretty big firm in Daiuvu, so he had to fund to offer as a reward. His eyes were shining and sparkling as he gave his thanks and offered the reward, but I turned him down. His energy was scary. But don't they check the inn they were about to stay beforehand? It was weird for a big firm not to do so. But the kid might be kidnapped when they were engrossed in their conversation. You should be more careful. The soldier's captain was working with former General Grousel for money, it seemed. Originally a country without any rights for beastmen, this kidnapping incident in Flowason turned into something big. By the way, the captain was grilled by Zerko-san. It was for the best. And when I said that expressionless face somehow grew even scarier. Former general was, after all, a former general. And it seemed like his court rank was taken down as well. Poor thing. Which means, that pig bastard and his happy band of kidnappers were just normal criminals. He did not even have a noble rank to help him. And right now, he was locked up in the military prison. Because for some reason, he was beaten by all the soldiers in the barracks. If that were the case, what about our cover? Was what worried me, but I was an idiot. The best intelligence corp leader was a ninja. He performed an oblivion technique on the soldiers. As expected of a ninja. He moved exactly like one. I must be imagining things when I thought I heard Shiro saying, did he not just hit the back of their heads? Behind me. I was surprised at how easily the soldiers were allowed to quit easily. Was that really okay, Hatuo's military? Letting them quit so easily. Are they not worried about the country's classified information? At my mumbling, Zerko-san turned back and looked at me. Ah, they are only normal soldiers who know nothing, the lowest in rank. The rules are rather lax since they are not in war right now. A lowly soldier stuffed in the barracks of the border of the country. This is the extent of a rogue who wanted a job as a soldier. Which is why, if the person himself wanted to quit, they let him. The military is not lacking in manpower. In short, they are simply discardable pieces. The lowest. Discardable. Zerko-san might be right. Hatuo does not have an education system, so there are many who do not even know how to use magic. These soldiers were all commoners. So to stay or to leave was all up to them. That's all there is to it. Zerko-san, you were really saying some mean stuff with that emotionless face. Things like the lowest. Things like discardable pieces. It's too frank. Besides, frankly saying, the soldiers in the checkpoint are already crooked. Hatuo doesn't really understand the concept of a border in the first place, plus the values of their population are skewed with the discrimination against beastmen. Elsma was the only country truly managing their border and the people who enter. To the rest of the country, the checkpoint is a remote region, so being sent there is seen as a demotion. That's why, the soldiers here are all rogues or the worst. He was going franker by the minute. Lower than rogues. No wait, in that case, why was there a soldier with such overflowing sense of justice like Onia-san here? Question of the century. Shiro, why did he faint? I asked, trying to change the topic. Shiro, who was walking beside me, turned and looked at me slowly. He was stooping a little, as if making sure Onia-san would not fall off. His face was serious and had a frown on it. That is because. Our eyes met. Because. I swallowed my saliva. He exhausted his mana as well as his stamina, Shiro said smugly. You don't have to draw it out. Damn it. I knew it would be this kind of punchline. Ooh. What should I do with the paper fan I took out reflexively? I can't really hit Shiro as he was carrying a man on his back. Ugh, did you plan this, Shiro? Ho ho ho. Master is still so young. Let's ignore the grinning Shiro. I don't mind it at all. I am not a kid after all. I am a wonderful 25-years-old gentleman. Cool. Don't push your luck. Remember this. Foo foo foo. Keep barking, keep barking. Empty pipes makes the most noise. This long-haired bastard. Since we solved this incident, fooling around like this was not too bad. What, cross-dresser boy, hentai/pervert? I take it back. Ugh. The paper fan hit Shiro's face hard. This guy righted my sore spot. Remembering my outfit, I stormed ahead, face flushed red. Why? Master, wait, it was quite painful. Will Dano's way of speech. Ah, don't mind it. He does that quite often. Those behind, what were you guys talking about? Their view of me. I will lose if I mind it. Yep. I'll lose if I mind it. I raised my head up. Ah, the sky was red. The cloudless sky looked cold and empty, as if hinting of the coldness of Floesson Street. My heart was cold as well. Come to think of it, we were comrades. My friend. Ah, I want to go home. And I pray that I would be released from the cross-dressing. Let's just forget about the fact that I did not tell father about this trip, only the king, and that I missed the summon beast class this week. My friend. Please don't shine your reddish glow onto my face. I'll look like I am still blushing. I walked in the cold weather with my friend, as evening approached while I tried to cool down my burning cheeks. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 078, Endless Envy. 078, Endless Envy. Posted on February 15, 2017 by Krasapumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. When I looked up the sky, the stars were shining dazzlingly. This world was yet polluted, from the fresh air and the clear sky which the stars glittered brightly. The feeling of traveling after crossing the Iza River, as well as the drop in temperature might play a part in me feeling this way as well. Why? The inns looked suspicious. And in spite of this being a city/town for the country's border, there were hardly any inns around. And when evening came, none of the existing inns had any space. So we ended up setting up camp. Why? Sharp-sighted Shiro noticed me slumping my shoulders and muttering to myself. What's that, master? Even though it's my first trip overseas. Even though it is going to be my first time staying at an inn. Something was definitely messing with me. Like how I got an address unknown jobless Oni-san as a reward for me crushing an illegal slave merchant, or how I was camping in the streets despite being my first overseas trip. It's because you have a disaster constitution. As I was raking my brains for an answer, Shiro dropped a bomb on me. The sudden attack made me jump around in surprise. So that's how it was. I, who had an average face and was not popular like those main characters. Ah, but I had a feeling these days, the light bell. I was so shaken that my language ability took a hit. Light novel, or LN for short, featured ordinary MC, ordinary yet surrounded by high-leveled oddballs and caused trouble for them. Ha ha ha. I see, so that was it. My god. This was nothing to laugh at. There was no way I can laugh at this. I mean, disaster constitution. Oi, really, what did the first founder teach this sacred beast, Shiro? Why was he taught all these ridiculous nouns and verbs? I can't. It's exhausting to talk to him every time. And when this exchange was taking place. Gwa. A groan sounded somewhere down from where we were. By reflex, the both of us turned towards the origin of the noise. The man made a noise like he wanted to get up. Shiro moved towards the man who was stirring by rolling a little on the ground. Please don't scold him for rolling. There was no space in the horse carriage available for an injured man to sleep, Watson. No place. No, I did not hear anything like it's cold outside. Are you awake? I squatted beside Oni-san and looked at him. He groaned. Where's here? He frowned in agony as he pushed himself up. We're outdoors. I said, directing an innocent smile at him. Having to act innocently after a while was quite painful. Please don't stare at me like that, my mouth was cramping. Oni-san? After continuously calling him, he turned towards me suddenly. He must still be half asleep just now. He then started to look around, turning his face left and right. Slapping his own cheeks with his hands, he nodded to himself, finally calmed. Willio-chan, do you know why are we outside? I will be explaining that instead. When I was about casually giving some answer in a childlike way, Serko-san came out of the carriage at the perfect time. As ever, his Jill Stewart mode was perfect. Be it the speed he can change his clothes, be it his acting, be it his appearance, if it was Earth, he could become the best illusionist there. Surprised, Oniai-san turned towards Zirko-san and nodded frantically. Well, to see the sky dark when you woke up was rather surprising. Anyone would want to know what happened. Sorry, currently, I was an innocent child character. Though I did want to explain it to you as soon as possible. Firstly, here is a little away from the North Gate streets. I nodded self-importantly at Zirko-san's words. As there were no available inns, we went out of the streets as we had decided to camp. We were planning to head towards the center of Hatuo, so it did not matter which direction we headed out, so we randomly chose a place to camp. By the way, the checkpoint was at the South Gate. So it's Fuar Sentaru Street, right? Yes. After catching the illegal slave merchants, we wanted to look for other inns. But they turned us down as they didn't allow beastmen in. Before we knew it, it was evening and every place had been filled. So we ended up setting up camp instead. It doesn't matter as we are aiming to go to the center of Hatuo anyway. How rare it was to see the ever-smiling Zirko-san. How rare it was to see Zirko-san talk for so long. Why was I? The obvious question. Why was he even carried along? Because we had discussed and decided to carry him along. Zirko-san smiled, a fatherly, gentle yet slightly troubled smile that makes people feel like destroying it. Damn it, stick that smile up your nose. You quit your job as a soldier, right? Yeah. About that, your captain was in cahoots with the slave dealer, which was why he stopped you. It is partly my fault for you losing your job, and I cannot just leave you alone at the street as it is dangerous, so I take you along without asking. The captain is? Damn it, I finally get his attitude. Rather, how did you guys know? Looking regretful while spewing abusive language, Oniai-san asked, as expected, the reason. I just politely asked him to talk. I was assaulted by Zirko-san's smile. His eyes were not smiling. Somehow, he felt like someone I knew. Oniai-san gulped. I get it. Zirko-san referenced his friend, John-sensei, for his character. I finally got that weird déjà vu feeling off my chest. That was why that smile had such power behind it. Oniai-san turned slightly pale. I get you, my friend, I get you. Ignoring the pale Oniai-san, Zirko-san continued. And so, what are you planning to do from now? What, you say? Finding another job, I guess. I don't have any freakin'. I don't have any money anyway. Since you quit the military, I supposed you can't continue to stay in Floason. Do you have a destination in mind? No. Oniai-san only seemed to realize that after being told by Zirko-san. In that case. Zirko-san paused, before continuing. There is something I would like to discuss with you. If you don't mind, I would like to hire you. It is my fault that you ended up like this, and I do have connections. If you prefer to enter into other occupation, I can introduce you, but. After digesting what Zirko-san said, the stunned Oniai-san stood up. Do you mean you want me to be Willia-chan's guard? Wah! He stood up and rushed but instantly fell flat back onto the ground. He seemed to have forgotten the pain he felt earlier. His muscle ached. That was the payment for forcing mana, which he hardly used, into his muscle to get them to move beyond their capacity. Arg, ow. Looking at the sprawled Oniai-san, Zirko-san and I looked at each other and nodded. Masters, it seems like there is a soldier near Williams. The huge demon, sitting on the sofa, twisted its body, holding a big bee-like demon beast. A bee that was almost like a hornet, its weapon jutting from its but looked even more atrocious. Although it was dancing around the demon's hand obediently, but raging around was most likely its default state. It would attack anything that moved. To add on, the poison from its sting was lethal. Anyone who saw the hornet-like creature would frantically force down their screams as they slowly backed up. What? How convenient. So Hornet could speak. In contrast, Spinel was moving towards the sofa agitatedly. As a matter of course. Hornet, and even the demon were his summoned beasts. He shouldn't be afraid of his own summoned beasts. But Spinel's face was paler than usual. Even so, his self-mocking smile was still playing on his face. What are you saying, my beast? There is no way you can't understand each other. Demon answered as he stroked the hornet. That is true. Where are they now? The road near Fuar Sentaru streets. After getting that information, they turned and faced Spinel, who smirked wryly as he started walking. Well then. Let us invite them to our house, shall we? Laughing inside, Spinel's job was ending soon. It won't be perfect, but it shouldn't be difficult to get it done. He was going to give it his all. As he felt his body being eaten up little by little from the inside, he looked out the window. The stars were glittering and sparkling brightly. But now, Spinel could feel a closeness to a falling star instead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 079, Ivan's Agony. 079, Ivan's Agony. Posted on February 18, 2017 by Krasapumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. Ivan was now trembling with joy. Ah, the wonders of fate. The encounter with an angel that changed his outlook on life, and even to be able to serve as a knight. How lucky he was. This was the day he finally felt the presence of God. And with that, regret over his past actions. Yes, Ivan changed. He was totally different from the rogue-like him from yesterday. It could be seen from the way he regretted over his past actions. And when he looked at Willia's innocent smile, he was so deeply moved that he trembled. He would have you know the trembling was not from pain. By the way, his muscles ached, especially from his calf, so he could not even stand and remained lying on the floor. Well. All of a sudden, Willia-chan lost her innocence. She seemed to be saying something, but Ivan was not listening any longer. Seeing the sudden serious and mature look on Willia, Ivan, unable to believe his own eyes, rubbed them hard. The sudden movement caused pain to shoot up his calf again, but now was not the time to be bothered by that. What happened? What happened to the gentle, beautiful, shining, pure, angel-like, innocent, cute little Willia-chan? She looked like a totally different person with that expression. Was she possessed by something? It was definitely possible. Because they were outside right now, and alone. And Willia was still a child, she would not have the mental strength to guard against it. Ivan had heard of a magical beast called Ghost that possessed people every now and then. If that was the case, he needed to do something. The way to force it out was to give the possessed body a shock that forced it out. A shock. Which meant a hit. He would have to hit Willia-chan? I can't do it. Willia-chan, who lost her innocence, was still cute. She had a mysterious aura around her now. There was no way Ivan could hit his treasure, Willia. But that was the only way to save her. What should he do? And when he was in conflict about it, a troubled smile appeared on Willia-chan's face suddenly. And it had enough destructive power to pull Ivan back to reality. Ivan-san. Ivan, whose name had been called by Willia, flushed like the color of boiled ajipo. Ah. He didn't care anymore. And when he was about to say that out loud. There won't be turning back after this, Ivan-san. Is this your final answer? Willia-chan said. That was dangerous. If he were to say that out right now, the reborn him would die on this day too. Seeing Willia-chan waiting for his answer, he frantically coughed and cleared his throat before realizing he had no idea what the question meant. Ivan was only a roguish soldier of Hatuo. Of course, he had never gone to school before. He had no choice but to start learning now. Swallowing his embarrassment, he asked. Cough. What do you mean? Ah, sorry about that. I am asking if it is really okay to be my guard. There would be no turning back. Was it really okay? To Ivan, that was a stupid question. Turning his serious gaze towards Willia, Ivan nodded. Yeah. I am jobless anyway and I want to protect Willia-chan. Plus, I have a feeling it's fate. Surprisingly, Ivan was quite a romantic at heart. To think he had a girlish thinking that it was fate after that shocking encounter, as if lightning strike, with Willia. If Ivan's thoughts could be heard, we should be able to hear him puking rainbows and sugar right now. But, to the unknown Willia, or rather, Will, he was moved by the way of night that was in Ivan's heart, and Ivan's value rose in his eyes. And thanks to that, Will had a bright and beautiful smile on his face. That smile was really bad for Ivan's heart. With their eyes meeting, Willia's mouth curled into a smile and Ivan's heart caught fire despite his age. Then, I would need to explain. And Ivan-san would have to give up your Hatuo citizenship. To Ivan, who was filled with expectation, the following conversation was the start of his despair. To start with, I am sorry for deceiving you, but I am a noble. And when I said that, Ivan-san was so shocked he was about to jump up. But he can't. Because his muscle ache was preventing him from moving. Noble-sama. I had been impolite. To Ivan, who looked like he would kneel down if he could move, there were still many things to be said, so I am sorry, but I shall ignore it, and moved on. Yep. It's all right, don't mind it. And again, sorry for deceiving you, but I am male. Eh? What was that just now? I am a male. Male, what is male? Is that a noble's rank? Yep, he was totally confused right now. What was that noble's rank thing? He seemed to not even know what gender was now. There was no choice, I can only wait till he calmed down. We can't continue if he can't understand. Male is, You can't be talking about gender, right? I latched onto the words he mumbled in a tiny voice. Of course. My gender is male. It is certainly attached. If not, would you like to take a look? No. No, thank you. I was rejected splendidly. Luckily too. If he really said yes please, I would be the one troubled. I withdrew the hand that was holding on to my skirt. Joking, of course. You got to be kidding. On the other hand, Ivan, while groaning, had huge drops of tears falling down his cheeks. Was he really that shocked at being deceived? Reflecting upon my actions, I stopped the cheeky expression on my face and stared at him. Ivan-san, I am really sorry for deceiving you. I could only do this as my name seemed to have been widely spread within this country. I was forced to do this. I would like to shout that my eyes had not been opened to a whole new world of cross-dressing. But it seemed like my apology was not reaching Ivan-san at all and his tears did not look like it would stop anytime soon. No, maybe he just didn't hear that. He was just concentrating on crying. I would like to believe he was not ignoring me on purpose. In that case, I spread my hands in front of Ivan's face. Clap. A loud clap rang across the area. Ivan-san. Greatly surprised, Ivan-san's mouth was opening and closing with a stunned expression on his face. Let's keep it a secret that I thought he looked like a koi fish. Yash, now I got his attention, let's continue. Taking this chance, I will introduce myself. I am William Beryl, Elsmo country's Duke's heir. Tee-hee. I added in my heart and when I looked over at Ivan. Beryl? Duke? I've heard the name somewhere but what? This is. Ha 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 ha. Someone, he started a comedy act on his own. Tien, you broke his mind multiple times, Will, be kind. He started laughing. Really, don't force yourself since you can't move. What gag was that, turning a Dejiza into a full flat prostrating pose? And the first part, that rapid talking was amazing. While I was retorting inside my mind, Ivan-san had already lay flat and was kissing the ground. That's why I told you not to mind it. Just be your normal self. Any more and I will not be able to stand it. Tien, from laughing, I slowly helped Ivan-san sit back up. That's why I would need to bring Ivan-san over to Elsmo. Would that really be okay? At my question, Ivan-san, who had been looking at the stars, turned towards me and our eyes met. Of course. Don't underestimate me, I will plow down any obstacle in front of me. Really, Ivan-san was a man straight from knighthood. So brave and faithful. Ivan-san's strong gaze pressured down on me over and over again. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 080, in the end, Ivan is an idiot. 080, in the end, Ivan is an idiot. Posted on February 21, 2017 by Krasapumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. How frank, are you turning homosexual? Zerko said, alighting from the horse carriage. Willia, no, Will was in the carriage with Mr. Bear, discussing something. This came when Ivan was blankly staring at the starry sky. The soft and gentle smile of Jill Stewart was nowhere to be seen on the emotionless face. For a moment, unable to process, Ivan stared at him. Is Ivan Dano turning homo? No. Wait a minute. What are you mistaken about? Ivan cut into the sentence Jill Stewart was repeating to him, thinking he hadn't heard it. He can't overlook this. He had somehow heard something outrageous. Homosexual. How rude. I think I still love woman very much. Please face reality. Harsh words were given back to Ivan. He knew that in reality, there was no one who could accept him loving a young child. But still, he can't ignore his feelings. What he loves was what he loves. Even if the inner was an adult ghost, I still can't give up. Right now, Ivan did not have the determination to hit Willia, but one day, he would do it. Until then, he was not going to give up. What about you, Jill Stewart-san? Zerko gave a puzzled face to the smiling Ivan. What are you talking about, Ivan Dano? What ghost? Ah, that. Willia-chan is possessed by a ghost. Ha! For a brief period, the two of them stared at each other, stunned. As I said, the spirit of the noble called Will. No, Wildano has always been Wildano. He cross-dressed as Willia in order to conceal his identity. Stop lying. I understand how you feel as a father, but no matter how I look, Willia-chan is only 6 years old. That is true. It was actually 8 years old. Zerko conceded on this fact. If Will heard this, he could definitely cry. It was lucky he was not around to hear this conversation. Can a 6-year-old act and speak like that? There's no way. I don't even use honorific speech. Ugh. There was nothing Zerko could argue against. It was true that commonly, a child can't do it. He knew Will personally, and knew that he acted like this originally, but if not, he would not have believed it either. In truth, he had doubts when the respected Kesama-sama told him about it. Somehow, this had turned really troublesome. Can he convince the guy who had fallen in love in front of him? They would be together since he was hired. Whether if he liked it or not, Ivan could most likely come to realize it. Zerko gave up quickly on this matter. I will save Willia-chan. I can't stand to hit her now, but one day. Glancing at Ivan, who was speaking enthusiastically, Zerko let out a deep sigh. The emotionless eyes were tinged with tiredness. Going to the Adventure Guild will prove helpful for the possessed. In that case, let's go. Looking at Ivan, whose eyes were sparkling, Zerko nodded emotionlessly. He knew the Jit shadows would come attacking and Ivan would prove to be a help, so there were no loss. Sigh. But at least he was allowed to sigh, he thought as he turned it towards Elsmu, his hometown, that was far, far away. The horses went clop-clop as they walked down the road, pulling the carriage along. I was, as usual, floating above my seat. It was early morning, when the sun had just risen. The refreshing air was calming. With a wow name like Foire Centre Street, its streets cannot be even called as one, as it was simply hardened soil. Since the carriage had gone over it, that animal trail should be renamed as Horse Carriage Trail. That was wrong? Ah, whatever. The tone shift whenever it's Will's POV. Instead of that, yesterday, when I was discussing the employment terms of Ivan-san with Bu-san, Zerko-san and Ivan-san was getting along quite well and were currently whispering behind me. I knew it is a ghost. She is floating. I know, since you had been repeating it. Once we reach the center, we will head towards the guild, is that fine? I had no idea what they were talking about, but it seemed like they had business with the guild after reaching the center. But there were many kinds of guilds. The standard of the otherworld, starting with the Adventure Guild, Merchant Guild, Craft Guild, etc., etc. And, even though it was only a rumor, in our country, Elsmu, there seemed to be a fan club which was called Guild. I heard it from Selfie. But it seemed that to the same even for this other world. Fan clubs exist everywhere, can be made by anyone, even in Phyllis Academy. I was not in the wrong to want to retort that it can be called a fan club guild. What guild? It was the fault of the two whispering, but since I had heard it, there was no other way. Since it was not nice to eavesdrop, it would be the best to come out in the open and asked about it. As I thought, Ivan-san jumped in surprised as Zerko-san had an expressionless face, as usual, as he replied. By the way, Ivan-san. You were that tortured by muscle pain yesterday, but today, it was already healed, seeing you moved so lively. Youth sure was great. The Adventure Guild. Since Ivan Dano has not registered, we are thinking of doing it as a proof of his identification. Saying that, he exchanged looks with Ivan-san. Somehow there was an aura of tiredness from his face even though he was as expressionless as usual. Must be my imagination. Anyway, it was most probably something to do with Ivan-san. I see. I haven't been to one before too, is it alright not to register as well? We have identification papers from Elsmu as Jill Stewart, so there is no problem. Ah, that legal fake passport. I, who was a little lost at what to reply, gave a that's good before flying out of the window at the back and onto the roof of the carriage. It was cloudless as usual with the never-ending road. How otherworldly. One of the standard plots for Otherworld was to encounter bandits, and I wondered if I would too as I looked at the sky while I floated. Something seemed to be flying. A Takeo was flying in the sky. Takeo equals octopus. Wiggling its tentacles, it was flying in the sky. I heard that a jeepo was often caught by seabirds. The generally peaceful trip continued. We are here. Center. I yelled as I spread my hands wide, causing people around me to laugh. The gatekeeper was laughing as well. His fleeting glance caught my eyes and our gaze met. Since that was embarrassing, I hid behind Zirko-san's back. Identification please. Sure. Zirko-san took the identification papers out from his pocket. Jill Stewart from Elsmo Country and, the one behind you is? That's my daughter, Willia, and the other person and the beastmen are our guards. We are on a trip this time. I see. I'll collect the entrance fee then. 4-person would be 40 rook. Okay. As he had prepared it beforehand, Zirko-san immediately passed 4 pieces of silver to the soldier. Little info, in Hatuo, 1 rook was a copper coin, 10 rook was a silver coin while 100 rook was a gold coin. I heard that 1 rook was about 100 yen. I hadn't said it but Elsmu's money unit was in yen. Just 1 word difference from yen. Very easy to understand. As expected of the first founder. Welcome to center. Somehow the gatekeeper seemed frivolous. He was messing around and laughing as he gave a sidelong glance at Zirko-san as we walked into the streets. Zirko-san mumbled as we crossed over the gate and into the streets. Central streets felt a lot more urban than Floason. The stone paving was as beautiful as ever, however, it did not feel like it was flourishing. It was the afternoon of the second day since we set off from Floason. It only took 3 days from Elsma to Hatuo and yet it needed 2 days from city to city here. Once again, I came to realize how big Hatuo was. For the time being, let us find it in first, shall we? We nodded at Zirko-san's words and we cut through the central street. This is confusing. Okay. The capital of Hatuo equals center, a name. And there are central streets in center. Yep, I did well explaining. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 081, Invitation. 081, Invitation. Posted on February 26, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. Imagine my surprise when it stated that my last post was 5 days ago. Sorry for the wait guys. I was very addicted to a novel and just simple can't tear my eyes away from it. After reading about 280 chapters one could finally move my eyeballs away from that text to this text so. This was the first. I had been dragged into various troubles but never had I been embroiled in a religious one. Each and everyone would have their own sense of values and notion and I knew that it differs with everyone and I was not to judge. I also thought I should not impose my own values on others. But that was not the problem. Which meant, religion existed in this world. Unlike my previous world, there was no freethinker nor the acceptance of other religions. Why was that? Easy. The God was real in this world. No really, you can actually see them. At one end, there was the Adventurer Guild. Following the usual tropes of an orthodox adventurer guild, it did give an adventurer card. And this card was created by God. Another troop, one was to touch the crystal ball and the card would materialize above it. This crystal would appear once a guild was built. Good grief. That grandpa, the spells were all Japanese and even the adventurer guild was as orthodox as they came. It all reminded me of him. I was really doubting if he was doing it on purpose. Anyway, that was the reason for the absence of religious problems. This was a world where you can feel God working his magic. I am looking forward to it. I lay on the creaking bed, muttering to myself. The inn itself was rather worn out but the innkeeper looked like a good person. He did not reveal any disgust at Busan too. I believed that I would not be dragged into another kidnapping situation this time round. Please no. We rented 2 rooms. Ivan-san had stubbornly opposed to sharing a room with me. How sad. Oni-san, you made me really sad. He said nothing could stop him but it seemed that cross-dressing was way too disgusting for him. He misunderstood. He totally misunderstood. I had to lay it down that this was really not my hobby. We would spend a lot of time together since I hired him so what was this uneasy situation? Whatever. I was not going to bother about that. Nope. Not bothering. Zirko-san looked like he was going to persuade Ivan-san as he left for the other room. Busan followed him. Since I was the one being targeted by shadows, it would make it easier to lure them too, being the only one left. Tomorrow, we are going to get a guild card in replacement of identity papers for Ivan-san. While we are on it, I would love to get mine created as well but, sadly, this was an undercover mission. Since I can't really deceive God's eyes, I can't get my guild card made. That's too bad. That's too bad. But, then, even so. It is going to be my first time in an adventurer guild. Was there anything more exciting than this? No, there wasn't. I did not enter one in my past life too. No, something would be wrong if I did. I was so excited. Guild. It was when I was laying on my bed, thinking about these stuff. A chill ran through my entire body. What was this? Someone in the room next door was asserting her strong mana. Goosebumps appeared all over my body. The moment I came to my senses, I threw open the door and rushed over to the room next door. Shadow came. I thought they would come for me. Damn it. As I smashed open the door to the room next door, everyone there was enclosed in a large amount of mana and disappeared. Standing in the doorway, I could see a piece of paper fluttering in the middle of the room. 3 people were received. They would be placed under William Barrel. Please head over to my hall this evening. Chief of Shadows Spinel. TN, 3 people had been saved. 3 people had been saved. No survivors. 3 people had been saved. I swallowed after reading the letter before crushing it in my hand. Damn it. What kind of invitation was this? TN, Kage, Hiku, Tuka. Shadow, flight, pass, through. I didn't even have the time to open the window. I activated the magic with an image of passing through buildings like a ghost. Flying straight up into the sky at once, I set up a barrier around me. Following that, I enhanced my senses and sped up my thinking and then started searching for the presence of Zerko-san and the others. Nothing. I increased my enhancement. Nothing? I further increased. But stopped. The information flooding my head was making me dizzy, but forget about that. Nothing. I got nothing. Why? The word echoed around me. Upon the enhancements, the area I could search was bigger than the continent itself. Even so, why? The huge loss and that feeling that was slowly boiling over inside of me was unmistakably anger. Towards the shadows. No. Me. Towards the useless me. In the end, I hadn't changed. Damn. The tiny curse that I muttered did not get out but instead, whirled inside of me. It was always like this. Always. Always. Every time I wanted to try my best, I ended up kicking the air. In my previous world and in this world, in the end, nothing changed. No matter how many cheat I got from God, I am still me. In a good sense as well as the bad one. Every time I moved to protect the ones I love and every time I exposed them to danger instead. I can't stop my frustration. Busan's identity might be discovered. I felt very uneasy. Mother, father, Chiffon, Zen, and Selfie. Even Zerko-san, Busan, and Ivan-san. Why? I was reincarnated into this environment where I was surrounded by all these people whom I love and love me back. Why did you have to get in the way? Zerko Ninja. Buhul. Ivan. TN, Pumpkin. Ichijuhu Kensaku. Retrieved position information. That's right. There was no point panicking. In that case, I did not only possess cheats. I had the advantage in spells chanting too. I shall use everything I can use. Asterisk ping. At the same moment an electronic noise sounded, a map with 3 red dots on it, floated up in front of me. Stupid. I was really stupid. Anyway, let's breathe in and calm down first. Why did I panic so hard when it was only their presence I failed to detect? Let's go. At the same time I said the 2 words, I shot through the sky. As I flew through the sky as if I was gliding, the corners of my mouth curved. The deadening silence of the upper sky was paired with the biting coldness. 3 dots represented the positions of where the 3 of them were. It was at a town outside of center. TN, shall I change chance to Aria? Anne? Where's John? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 082, The House of Shadows and the Battle Mania. 082, The House of Shadows and the Battle Mania. Posted on March 1, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, Poor_Hero. I broke through the darkness of the night. It was regrettable that even with my enhanced vision, I could hardly see more than a short distance ahead. I had enough. I had enough of losing people without doing anything. I had enough of losing even if I did anything. I will crush them. The wind around prevented my voice from leaking out, but at least my desire was conveyed. I finally arrived right on top of where the 3 dots on the map were shining. But only thing I saw there was an unlivable broken-down house. There were countless holes in the roof, and it was in a condition where only the bare bones of the house was left standing. No one could be seen. Why? No matter how I doubted my eyes, what I cannot see would still remain unseen. It was just an empty whirl of nothingness there. It had completely turned dark. On the other side of the blue sky, the reddish glow at the edge of the horizon flickered gloomily as it died down. Okay, I have no idea why the author keeps off between total darkness and still seeing the light and blue sky. I reckon she's hanging out with alcohol san. Was my magic wrong? No, it cannot be. Nothing could be done if that's the case. I had a solid image in my mind as I chanted the spell perfectly. It would be to the degree of denying the laws of this world itself if the magic was wrong despite it activating. In that case, why was there nothing here? No, it was not that there was no one here. But that I can't see anyone. Yes, shadows were known to control the darkness. When I first met Chiffon in Busan was using. Like me right now. It was written my haul on the paper left behind. There was no way it would be this broken down house. Which meant the hall was hidden. There was nothing else I could do even if I was wrong about this. Mahu Kukatusher, see through all magic effects. I chanted and it unexpectedly appeared instantly. It was quite anticlimactic. In a word, it was a masterpiece. The Shadows Hall looked very shadowish. It was made out of grey stone with simple, yet dignified engraving around the windows. Beyond the window was shrouded in darkness, so unfortunately, the interior cannot be seen. The roof was painted in a dim dark green color, and somehow, at the edge, gargoyles were placed there, looking like a Western horror house that was rather out of place. And at the top, instead of an arc, a stupidly huge onion-like gate could be seen. 3 lines were engraved along the shape, and at the very top, at the opening, Japanese were minutely carved. A magic circle. It seemed to be written in a clerical script-style font. It shouldn't match with a Gothic-style house, but somehow, it strangely fit. An ominous yet grandeur kind of feeling? Plus, dim-witted phrase like "hide this hall of shadows" looked like a broken-down house, and just a framework for the roof was written on it. Above everything else, right in the middle of the damn huge-ass door, say "Open Sesame." To open this door was written. How surreal was this? But I don't have the time to laugh and enjoy. I do not have the time to hold back. Taking a deep breath, I stood in front of the door with hands on my hip and shouted. Yeah, you guys should know what this mean. Yep. I said that straight out. I did feel a little foolish. I mean, think about it. You are about to face a villainous assassination group of shadows while shouting "Open Sesame" at the top of your lungs. Don't you think that was the meaning of foolish? When I was thinking about all that, the door opened smoothly, surprising silent as the mouth I used to eat dropped open. In that case, aren't I a Senbashi? So be it. I touched the wall and created a thin sword before spreading my mana into it, strengthening it. 1-inch boy folktale. Wiki it. Going along with the flow, I swung the sword and yelled. Thank you for your invitation. I had come as you requested, you bastard. Then, a gigantic stairway appeared in front of me, and, standing at the doorway, a large man that was playing with a wasp was standing there. Wah! That was fast. And he looked extremely shocked. To think you would come before the preparations are complete. You are stronger than I thought. I am truly happy about this. In an instant, he drew close with a smiling face. Was what I was thinking when he suddenly slashed at me. You wah! Right away, I jumped away from that man and slid around to his back. Yes, it has to be like this. The man laughed with ferocity as though satisfied as he turned around. His grin got wider on his reddish dark skin as he declared to me. You, the one I had been waiting for, the one with strength. With a look of ecstasy, the large man looked at me with conviction. I see, this guy was a battle mania. Is it you bastard who sent me the invitation? As a grin surfaced on my face, I enhanced my thinking speed, my strength, and my speed, and hardened my defenses. At the same time as I was staring at Mr. Large, my brain was sectioning the place and creating a map. It's showtime. For my lord. Showtime. I should not be bothered about that crazy pace of his. I see. I slashed at the floor with all my strength. Crash, a huge noise rang out as a hole was created and the falling rubble showed that there was a space underneath. And, when I realized it, Mr. Large lifted his hand and moved it to his back, drawing something out. Slow motion time. As the floor fragments fell, piece by piece, Mr. Large moved fluidly toward me, drawing near. Try this. His swordsmanship was as if it was enchanting me. No, that was not a katana. The thing Mr. Large pulled out in an instant was a large broadsword. Although I did strengthen myself, I cannot overstress my body. And it was when I wanted to face his attack, I was attacked with a vicious chill down my back. Immediately, I did a huge jump back. Your lord. Ah, your lord. You are a summoned beast. I just barely managed to respond slowly. I cannot show my anxiety. The floor I was standing on was beautifully and splendidly cut. There was no noise, as though he was slicing through the floor like tofu. It would be dangerous to not avoid that sharp freaky slash. Unknown to Mr. Large, a huge amount of sweat was dripping down my back. What was this? Really, what was Thias? HM. You avoided it. Please don't say it as if you were saying good morning. And don't brandish your sword about in a gleeful manner. The body of Mr. Large, who was swinging that large broadsword around, was impressive. In addition, the floor was being cut like a Swiss cheese. What if I did not avoid that sharp sword? Don't you think that's unfair? I tried saying that with a casually smiling face, but that was really dangerous. I really think that was a foul. As Mr. Large chased after me while attacking, one part of my multitasking brain caught a figure jumping out from underneath the cracked floor. TN, Knighton jump, two-step jump. As I jumped to avoid the broadsword attack, I furthermore kicked the sky to propel myself higher as so to also avoid that shadow. I then stood at that height as I turned and faced the two of them. It might be a foul. Why? Because he is the legendary disaster, high-ranking magical beast, demon. The person who flew out said, as he grinned at me. As though he was sneering and ridiculing me. Welcome to my Hall of Shadows, William Beryl. Tonight, you shall have all the hospitality I can give. Since I had been in your care. And with that, 3 more shadows jumped out. I would like you not to underestimate us, shadows. It was Zerko-san, Bu-san and Ivan-san who lost the shine in their eyes. I do know how to deal with it though. 3. Tien, Zerko-san no Ryuzoku no Kubi wa Kaijo, release Zerko's collar of slavery. Bu-san to Ivan-san no Imo Kaijo, release Bu and Ivan's too. And. Sanin and I Kekai wa Kakitaji to expand a barrier around the 3 of them. Phew. Therefore, I activated my magic with a long chant that I hadn't been using for so long. If I were to explain in terms of temperature, it was like the warmth of the sun as mana spread and wrapped around the 3. At the very same time as I activated my magic, the 3, whom leaped up towards me, lost their strength and started losing speed. They then fell towards the floor, but no worries, my barrier was there to protect them. What? I ignored the shadow standing in front of me as he muttered a line that those third-rated villain part usually says. Rather, Mr. Large, the demon, who sneaked up on me behind without a sound, was far scarier. Kaya as I screamed in my heart while I flew forward in a bid to escape. Then did a somersault. No time to joke around. This time, the attack came from the shadow guy, who was aiming for his opportunity all these while. Furthermore, I could see that his sword was smeared with poison. Unscrupulous. How unscrupulous? Poison on top of a pincer attack? What was this? How scary. Really scary. Tien, Kamitashi, Razor Wind, not the yokai. This time. I activated it chantlessly towards the one I was facing. I released the invisible blades of wind towards the dangerous target, I mean the demon. But. Break. You got to be kid ing. The wind was slashed apart from the demon's swing of his broadsword. Don't you find that weird? Stuff like air and wind was like the representative for stuff that can't be cut. I had enough. But I will try my best and shoot another one in desperation. Tien, Kyomu no Yaiba. The Blade of Void. I hated this magic because it was bathed in Shuyunibyo. The attributeless crescent-shaped pitch-black blade that did not produce any light but instead simply, very eerily absorbed, strike at demon. Attributeless. This was a blade that totally ignored the laws of physics. A blade that doesn't exist cannot be cut. Break. Yep, it happened. This person cut it easily just like that. Plus he did that by simply thrusting his sword at it. Trying to escape from the large broadsword, I sidestepped to the left, only for the sword, that was swung down halfway, to change its direction towards me. Thanks to that, I got stuck at doing a weird loopy somersault-like jump in order to avoid it. Furthermore, in the midst of jumping, the shadow guy flicked his wrist at me and a dozen of small daggers flew towards me. I wondered if I should call those flying weapons or hidden weapons. It's kind of those where assassins in fantasy often used. I was very sure those were all smeared with poison. Desperate, I deflected all the daggers with my sword. You know, the me right now was enhanced with accelerated thinking speed. What was with these people? Unbelievable. Zurko-san. Really, that? What's that? I slashed and deflected the fluid attacks at me by the broadsword before managing to barely avoid the slash by Shadow Guy after noticing his attack through a gap. I knew the attack would come sooner or later, but to really see it happening was a little surreal. Then, Zurko-san, who was laying flat on the ground, raised his voice. High-ranking magical beast, demon. It was known to be the origin of disaster, and its existence was said to be sealed a long time ago, even before Hatuo was founded, and all details are unknown. Tien, Mizu no Yaiba, Blade of Water. Tien, Kaisen, Fire Arrow. Tien, Nurikabe, Invisible Wall, another yokai, Google it. Che, it was useless. I shot magic after magic, but as expected, it was all cut down. But that sword though. A sword that could cut through anything, even God. It likens as a god-slaying sword. There was a legend about how it was really used to slay a god. The shadow guy then interrupted Zurko-san. Destruction Devil was what it is called. He shrugged with a face that found it all amusing before pointing to my back. Demon, cut that down. The finger was pointed at, it went without saying, the three of them. What a really freaking unscrupulous bastard. Tien, Now we kinda got an idea who Spidey thinks when he is battling someone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 083, I will not recognize it as the Destruction Devil. 083, I will not recognize it as the Destruction Devil. Posted on March 4, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. Tien, well, I hold off from saying that this is going to be a short arc for some reason I can't fathom. This is a short arc. I had fun reading all your speculations about how Howl defeats Demon, but guys, just a warning. This is a comedy. This is a comedy. This is a comedy. Important things must be said thrice. This arc will end with the next chapter. Well, to sum this arc up, it's cross-dressing, Ivan, and maybe a dash of the Destruction Devil Demon. Oh, I forgot Spinel, but he's not important. The direction Shadow Guy was pointing at was, of course, the place where the three of them were laying flat on the ground, covered by my barrier. If Zurko-san's words were true, that god-slaying sword Demon was using could cut through anything. This was going to be really problematic. The barrier I set up would most likely be cut down easily. All the attributes, fire, water, earth, wind, and even void, which didn't even exist, got cut/destroyed with that broadsword. I can escape, but what about the three of them? It went without saying for Ivan-san, but I had experience with the aftermath of being bound by the collar of slavery. They won't be able to move for a while. If that shadow guy knew about it and that I would release the collars and planned all this in advance, I would admit that he was clever. As one would expect from an underworld specialist. His cunningness was unparalleled. Stop fooling around, you bastard. I am not fooling around. Sorry for this late introduction. My name is not Bastard but Spinel, the Chief of Shadows. Pleased to meet you. Tien, Mu. Nothing or void, I guess. I cannot do nothing. Everything will end if I do. As he seemed like he was about to launch into a villainous laughter, I had enough time to set up a huge ball of nothingness behind Spinel's back. Even the so-called Destruction Devil knew that if his summoner died, he would disappear as well, so he dashed towards the ball of nothingness excitedly. Making use of that gap, I rushed over to the three. God-slaying sword. A name that was overflowing with chinibioness. As it was the extremely foul aspect of being able to cut anything. And that sword was fast approaching me. The slow-motion world became even slower. I thought I heard screams coming from behind me. Able to cut anything. I felt like I heard that somewhere before. Tien, duh. Every LN ever made? I couldn't help but laugh even at this timing. Well, I do not think I can avoid this. In that case. Tien, Kenyaku Shoken. Summon Kenyaku, a food that has 0 calories. I summoned a huge Kenyaku to appear in front of me. I apologize to the Otherworld factory or supermarket or any family that I stole this from. As I stared hard, so hard that I could burn a hole, at the slowly swinging sword, something shocking happened. The slowness was the slow motion thingy. The edge of the blade touched the kenyaku. It sank in a little and then, boing, with the weird elasticity of the kenyaku, and the sword was bounced clean off. Viva Kenyaku! It seemed like kenyaku can't be cut in this world as well. It was my win. Destruction, devil? Stop joking. Destruction in front of creation doesn't mean a thing. I will never recognize some chap who can only cut things to be the destruction devil. You are at most a battle mania. I sneered at Demon, who had a bewildered expression on his face, still holding onto his bounced broadsword. Tien, Kaben Shoken. Summon vase. Oh, someone gonna die. I summoned Matilda-san's vase and dropped it above Demon's head. Directly at the crown. Besides, the god you speak of is an unreasonable being. For example, making a vase drop out of the sky. Demon collapsed. Then he dissolved into black smog that dispersed into the air. Please do not talk about God. That topic irritates me. Behind me with my smiling face, I am sure you can see an aura in the shape of John Sensei. That was how angry I actually was. I then turned to Spinel directly and let out my mana. Ah, how stupid I was. Won't that end instantly? Spinel-san. This is the face of me being merciful. Spinel fainted just like that, with a stunned expression stuck on his face. Well, I was rather evil in the end. First you tie Spinel up with magic. Just a little, and a little more, increase the gravity and extract the mana. And ta-da, Spinel scroll is done. I tied Spinel up in an easy-to-understand way those children programs often used. I had extracted all of his mana and bound him up with my magic, so even if he woke up, there was nothing he could do. Plus I increased the gravity hold on him too. There was no way he could move. Not even I could move. Busan, who was lying right beside, was making a face as if he stepped on a bug, no, as if he bit on that bug. Was it just my imagination? I wanted to be. That was rather unbearable. It was my imagination that he said that with a miserable face. Yep. Anyway, I was happy that this trip to chase after Shadow was over. To tell the truth, I was shocked at how fast this case was settled. At this speed, it was like I devised this whole thing before bringing the case to the detective agency. I couldn't help but had these kind of doubts. Having said that, I can't stay in Hatuo for a vacation either. Because we were here to do a job. We can't delay the report. I wanted to go for a bit of sightseeing, but there was no choice. Let's come back for a vacation the next time. Well, for now, I transported the three at once, who can't move because of the backlash from the collar of slavery. Of course, Spinel too. And when the scene changed to the bed and room of the inn I was staying. Why? Will Dono? This place is? Why Willio-chan? Although I was neither Will or Why Willia, I resigned myself to it. It was normal for them to be confused. I was sure if I was in their shoes, I would be so shocked that my hiccups wouldn't stop. Although I was not hiccuping right now. But, then. Stop shaking me. I can't explain like this even if I want to. Stop it. I shook off their hands and jumped. In the air, I then pulled out my paper fan from my pendant. Kwa. You Yash, they calmed down. I waved my hand in front of their eyes and their line of vision followed it. They looked fine, I think, maybe? Yep. Do you need an explanation? Isn't it obvious? I shrank back from the perfect harmony from the both of them. Not. I stared in mute amazement as I regained my composure. You should know that I am the eldest son of the Duke of Elsmu country, Dion Beryl, right? Wait a minute. That was real? I didn't expect I would pause at this stage. Ivan-san asked, his eyes wandering about desperately. Yes. I thought it was a ghost. At Ivan-san's words, my eyes turns into dots. This was really a bolt out of the blue. Ghost? I can't help but parrot his words. Yeah. I thought it was a noble ghost called Will that was possessing Willio-chan. That's not it. Both inner and outer are all will, you know? 100% man. If you want I can strip, no, please let me strip. Zerko-san put a stop to the me who was desperately trying to prove myself and erased the shame. Whoa. I am sorry, I went a little out of control there. No problem. The proof that I am not a ghost. Oh right. Tien, Akorii Taisan, banish, O evil spirits. White flames raised up at my chant and licked my body. The bed remained unburned. Although this spell was from the fire attribute, it was a flame that deal with spirits, like ghosts, zombies, and undead. The laws of nature? No. This is a magical world that is full of fantasy, you know? Correction. This is a fantasy world full of magic. Don't be bothered about it too much. In layman terms, it was something like the holy fire. Tien, foxfire in Japanese. I felt a little sorry for surprising Ivan-san, but this was the only way I could prove that I was not possessed by a ghost. Is this okay? What is this? Magic. A fire magic that banishes ghosts. It's the magic you want the guild to cast on Wildano. I nodded and it looked like Ivan-san finally understood. Then Willia. Wilsama is really a noble? To grind it into him, whose eyes were pleading me to say it wasn't true, I nodded sternly. And, by the way, I can use magic of all attribute. Perfect timing, yay. I announced with a wink. Is that true? Tee-hee. Zerko-san simply fell back and fainted. It was lucky we were on my bed. Tien, I had a huge impulse to translate it as I love you, you love me. Let's make a spinel scroll with me. With a little bit of magic ropes and gravity. Extract his mana and that's all you need. He. And look, we got ourselves a John-sensei mention. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 084, Awareness and Determination. 084, Awareness and Determination. Posted on March 7, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. Looking at the fainted Zerko-san, Bu-san and I smiled wryly at each other. As for Ivan-san, he was crouching down and, for some reason, sobbing. What was this chaos? In the end, everything ended without me explaining anything even if I wanted to when I first teleported them into my room. Did I mess up the order of what I was to explain? No, or can I say it can't be helped? There was nothing much I could do. It was not my fault. Since there was no other choice, I summarized everything with Bu-san, the only one still sane. Since we had to report this chain of accidents to the king, there was no harm in making sure we were on the same page. The root of shadows were, as expected, in Hatuo. I said as Bu-san nodded. I am convinced since this is a human supremacy country as well. That's right. We should have suspected Hatuo from the start when we realized the 3 shadows sent to kidnap me were beastmen that were wearing collars of slavery. Or at least included them in the list of suspected masterminds. Plus, are they fighting against themselves? Might be. Since they attack Ivan-san in his uniform too. No, it might be the shadows trick. I said, changing my mind. If it was them, they wouldn't blink an eye at being sacrificed to jumble up the investigation of them being friend or foe. This was the conclusion I came to after seeing their methods of doing things. Yeah, the mastermind was completely black. Even so, the summoned beast. A mystery. It is obvious the demon was way stronger than Spinel. That's right. According to the mana I felt, Demon's mana chill was a lot stronger than Spinel, who might have mana slightly higher than the norm. Plus, Spinel's attacks were a lot weaker than Demon's. I had thought that since Demon was a battle mania, he might have followed Spinel if he was stronger than him, but even if Spinel was concealing his mana inside him, something seemed wrong. Somehow. Like he was tired. That one sentence that accidentally got leaked out shocked Bu-san. Huh? What tired? No. I thought Spinel's movement looked like he was very tired. Was it? Isn't it so? You did see how he moved, right? Was I wrong in thinking he was conscious just now? Looking at my expressions, Bu-san's stunned expression changed. No. He was moving at a speed that I already find it hard to follow. There was nothing I could say at that. Bu-san quickly changed the conversation after he saw how speechless I became. But, in that basement where the collar of slavery is attached to me, there are a lot of magical tools lining around. I wonder if there is any connection. Is that true? I said, hooking onto his words. Damn it. To have missed such important evidence. Why was I so impatient, idiot? Panicking, I teleported back to the hall. By morning, Zerko-san regained consciousness and even Ivan-san had enough time to recover from his shock, and we began to head back to Elsma with an additional member. The floating me. The nervous Ivan-san. The staring Zerko-san. Ryu-san was assigned as the driver, and it was a nice and relaxing trip back as long as one ignored a few things. When we reached the royal palace, father was waiting at the gates. Will. That face, which always had a shining beautiful smile on it, was scarily emotionless, and it stopped me in my tracks. I was a little relieved he was not shouting. The sharp eyes, hiding all emotions, pierced through me. It let out an aura as if commanding me to come here, but my cowardly legs refused to budge. As opposed to me panicking at my legs, which felt like they were glued onto the floor, father was slowly making his way towards me. Do you know why I am angry? The flat voice came out low. Even though we were outside, it seemed like a space that only contained the two of us. Because I went out on my own. Even I was shocked at how much my voice trembled. Being stared straight on, I can't even avert my eyes. What am I, a frog? It was really scary, seeing father being angry for the first time. Really scary. It was like I was all alone. The face that I had become familiar with began to warp right in front of me. Like how I felt cold despite the warm and cheerful sun bearing down on me. This was not like me. Even I knew that. That's not it, Will. My face paled as I stared upwards at father, and all of a sudden, he hugged me. I had no resistance to the action which I usually struggled against, due to embarrassment. Rather, relief spread throughout my body and my eyes became hot. How uncool. Father. Why did you go? Happy at finally hearing some form of emotion from father's voice, warmness spread throughout my cheeks. I don't wish for anyone to be injured. Right? I was worried. This is not like you. What happened? You should know this. You are strong, even stronger than me. Father's voice sounded loud right beside my ear. But even so, I am really worried, A soft and gentle voice. Ah, that's right. I knew that. Father removed his arms and stood up. He sighed. He was my usual father. But you did great. As expected of my son. And when I wanted to say something, I found myself trembling like a newborn fawn as big drops of liquid starting tumbling out of my eyes. Father, who had averted his eyes like he was embarrassed, shifted it back at me. Will? What's wrong? Noisy. There was nothing to be flustered about, father. I had vowed not to ever cry. Will, really? Are you hurt? Are you in pain? I am fine, idiot. I strongly rubbed my cold sweat away and rushed into father's arms. Arigato. Come here too, you. There was no helping that what I was thinking had leaked out. Leaving my stunned father aside, I ran into the gates at full speed. It was the year when I turned 8. It was when I was 8 that it seemed like I had a trauma without knowing it. Without knowing it, I had amused myself with other things, trying to hide it, but I had been afraid. Something was snatched away from me when I was 8. Even if she did not care for me, she was still the most important thing to me. My mother. When I thought I had already forgotten all about it, it dragged itself back up on its own. That's right, this was not like me. I forgot to look around me. I had gone too far in not informing my family and getting permission from the king on my own to chase and destroy the fortress of the underworld, the group of shadows. The pain I brought to my family was like I punched them flying while calling them stupid. I had run off and raged on my own. Firstly, Hatuo was only a speculation, as well as the speculation that they were aiming for me. It was lucky I got it right this time, but something bad might happen if it was wrong. I sighed reflexively. In the end, it was all about my ego. Thinking about not wanting to lose them too, thinking about wanting to protect them too. Thinking about how important they were to me too, how much I loved them too. But all of them felt the same way as I did. Not only did I not realize that, I even went and created trouble/worries for them. Damn it. How embarrassing. To had drool from my eyes at the age of 25. In the end, I still didn't know what was right or wrong, but I had decided to, at least, pay attention to what was around me. I shall pay attention to those whom I hurt as well as those who hurt me. If something similar ever happened once more, I wondered if I would make the same mistake again. At that time, let's discuss it with everyone. At the very least, I had decided. Although there were still some things I don't know, for now, I want to meet up with everyone. And, I wrote Chiffon-san. Girls sis. Not enough girls. just to report for future chapters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 085 Horror of the First Day Back. 085 Horror of the First Day Back. Posted on March 10, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. Well, here I was. The Academy. My body was trembling, all jello-ish. This was what they called trembling with excitement. Of course it was. Now that the hindrance called shadows was gone, I could finally and without reserve enjoy my school life. This must be the way my body was telling me how it was looking forward to it as well. Definitely not because I skipped the beast summoning lessons. It was not that, definitely not that. Yep. Nodding strongly to deeply convince myself of that, I put on a serious expression as I passed through the school gates. The empty school grounds, due to the early timing, felt mysterious. The air was humid, yet somehow chilly to the touch, causing goosebumps to appear on my skin. As I continued walking down, the door to the white dorm appeared in front of me. It felt slightly weird entering through the doors as I left through the ceiling the last time. Oh well, even I felt like retorting about that fact. I wondered if everyone was still sleeping as the dorm was silent as well. In that stillness, my stomach announced the fact that it was hungry loudly. It resounded throughout the lobby. So embarrassing, it was lucky no one was present. Yep. Wah, I am hungry. It was when I reflexively mumbled my thoughts out. What is that? Wah, I am hungry. To hear a response despite not expecting one made me jumped up in surprise. I mean, you wouldn't think there would be any students around this early in the morning, would you? Damn it, I totally had my guard down. Besides, his presence was quite thin. I would notice it if anyone was standing there. I did take lessons from father. I learned to notice my surroundings. But I did not notice him. And it was at this ungodly hour. My heart beating wildly, I timidly turned around and... Good morning, Will. Did you have fun on the trip with Zerko? It was Kalia-senpai. Why? My head was filled up with that question and I did not manage to process his question. When I felt relieved upon seeing that it was Kalia-senpai, he asked that. To tell the truth, my surprise meter was going off the scales. Who is Zerko? At the very least, I plastered a smile on my face and somehow managed to squeeze out a reply. And the amused Kalia-senpai was expressionless. Oh my, Will. You sound so distant. I said it right? That my hobby is observation. Ho ho ho, Kalia-senpai laughed and walked off, leaving me alone, standing there, stunned. What happened? Or rather, who was Kalia-senpai? It seemed like the mysterious feeling I felt when I first returned was true. Looking at the direction Kalia-senpai left, a chill ran down my back. Even with Shadow gone, it seemed like I will not be able to get a peaceful school life. Will? Where did you go? I cannot bring myself to wake Zen up, so I stayed at the lobby, staring blankly before Selfie, who woke up early, noticed and rushed over. I had always wondered that Selfie seemed to always be at the lobby, so she actually woke up this early. I did not know that since, thanks to Zen, had always arrived at the last moment. Even if I tried to escape from reality by thinking about these kind of stuff, but reality was still here. Will? Which was, you see, Selfie's eyes were burning. Burning with flames of anger. What is it, Selfie-san? I asked, looking at her. But once our eyes met, she averted her eyes with a huge force. Ugh! The depressing sound sounded in my heart after so long. Since she averted her eyes, let's just compromise and accept it. It might be better to not stare into the eyes of someone angry anyway. Yep. But, my currently enhanced hearing heard something I shouldn't have. Don't look at me with that face. Selfie softly yelled to herself. Selfie-san? Feeling uncomfortable at how she was back-facing me, I pretended not to hear that as I asked her timidly. That's right. Selfie spun around, face flushed, exclaiming loudly. I jumped. Wah! So my voice could go that high. This was the worst. I just came back and had already made a fool of myself. Although Selfie's head was hanging down, her shoulders were trembling. She was definitely laughing. My cheeks went hot from the embarrassment. Damn it. Why did you go off without saying anything? Everyone is worried. It was nice of her to ignore my yell. Trembling, I lifted my head up to her and opened my mouth. My sight was filled with her as I looked at her. What is it? Even if Selfie was drawing back a bit, my emotions continued to gush forth, bit by bit. Thank you, Selfie. I was moved. Most surely, my expression was one of the most embarrassing things to be seen at this moment. This happiness I felt, from which she did not suspect that I was simply playing truant, was immeasurable. It must be thanks to my usual conduct that made her worried for me instead. What was this? What was this? If it was like this, the trembling from excitement thing this morning would be meaningless, wouldn't it? As I nodded, filled with emotion, my world came crumbling around me. Oh, isn't this the rumored will? I heard all about it, you know. That Verino is going to give Beryl something for missing his class. Yuria-senpai said, mocked, laughing happily. OMG. After that, I went into the cafeteria to grab breakfast and Zen walked in, with extremely bad bed hair. Then, as expected, I was asked about what happened but I brushed it off with a vague explanation. The operation this time was, it might not even be worthy to be called an operation. But it was a secret mission given by the king. Even if Zen was my best friend, I could not possibly tell him. And during this entire talk, I was not paying attention. Because. Verino-sensei is super scary. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 086, Confusion and Wandering. 086, Confusion and Wandering. Posted on March 14, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. Zerko was bewildered. After catching the chief of Shadow, Zerko immediately headed towards Kesemu with Will to report everything that had happened the moment they were back in Elsmu. Spinel was brought along at that time and after Will went back, he wanted to discussing a few more things with Guillaume but Spinel, who remained bound, had died without anyone knowing. There shouldn't be anyone who entered this room. Was it possible for anyone to kill Spinel, who came rolling behind Zerko and Will, right in front both of them plus Kesemu? Or did Spinel go and die on his own? In that case, how did he do it? As confusion and question swirled inside of him, the reality that Spinel had died right under his nose was not going anywhere. That's why, instead of bewilderment, he felt fatigue instead. Even if he had wanted to lament about his stupid mistake, he still had no idea what caused it. There was no way to solve this thing without even knowing what the cause was. With that being left hanging, Zerko, despite still being emotionless, hastened his pace as he walked in the castle. Although there was a chance that Will did something, but that possibility was rather low, not to mention irrational. When Will left, Spinel was still alive. Even if he did something to kill Spinel after he left, it was not that he can't do it, but that there was no need for him to do it. Which meant, if Will had been meaning to kill Spinel, he would not be alive in the first place. Spinel was the chief of Shadow, and even summoned, using magical tools, a demon. To have defeated and even come out victorious with that, there would only be praises and no one would be condemning him for wanting to kill Spinel. So if Will had been truly wanted to kill, he would have made use of the confusion and done it already. In that case, the other possibilities would be. There was no way it would be Kesemu. Absolutely not. Not towards Zerko's amazing master/wise king, with his well-known and perfect intellect and huge strength. He was not even being considered. The possibility of Zerko having killed Spinel unconsciously would have been higher. Having thought till here, Zerko began to wonder about who having the advantages if Spinel was dead. Who? The most obvious one would be the Shadows. To be caught alive by the enemy only meant interrogations. They knew they would be troubled if they were to reveal any information during interrogations, especially Spinel. So he might choose to commit suicide instead. But it did not seem like he had regained consciousness. So how did he do it? Arg, his thoughts just kept looping. Zerko was at his wit's end. In this case, he could only wait for the results. Spinel's body was with the royal physician. Right now, various emotions were mixed inside him, causing a complex mood as Zerko waited for the autopsy report. Surprisingly, a pavilion was erected boldly as Zerko's mansion located in the capital. No, it might not be that surprising. Other mansions in the capital had imitated it as well. White plaster was plastered over the assembled stones, giving it a very fashionable-looking appearance. Looking a little like a building of a commoner who had gotten a wee bit rich. But this mansion has a place for you to sneak into the main room through some of the roof tiles, or showing a hidden room if a certain handlebar was pulled, or exist a mysterious space in between the first and second floor, looking like a typical ninja mansion. That being said, this mansion was the product of the previous head's hobbies. The changes Zerko made was creating holes through the eyes of portraits to enable peeping. Although Zerko had wanted to see how his son had been doing lately, unfortunately, these few days he was so busy that he was hardly at home. He had no idea what his house was like right now, but it had only been a few weeks, nothing should have changed. No, he would be troubled if anything was changed. Let's believe in his son. His son was still young and had a tendency to lose himself in the heat of the moment. Cold sweat started dripping down his back. No, it was going to be okay. Even if it was that guy, Zerko believed he wouldn't go that far. Plus his son was living in the academy dormitories. It's all okay. If Will ever heard what Zerko was thinking, he would have shouted a flag had risen. Zerko continued walking down in big strides. Let's return to the topic. Despite being in the ninja family, Zerko's family cannot use the last name of ninja and had been living like a commoner. It had been this case since Zerko had been enrolled into the academy. He had been very excited since the moment he was enrolled. It tickled his ninja heart and senses and began to truly take on the name given by the first founder. The academy was a building that simulated the ninja's family senses. He had often played around by diving under the ceilings. It was thanks to this that he could head right over to Will's room without losing his way. After a long time, Zerko was walking towards his house. As he could not wear his ninja outfit out in the open, he was dressed in a normal navy blue robe that commoners wore. It can't be helped that his steps were a bit heavy. Spinel's case was pulling at him. After waiting for half a day, he still knew nothing. The report for Spinel's death, pinned up in the intelligence department room in the castle, had written that Spinel had died because his body was too weak. In the end, nothing was known. Zerko regretted not having some knowledge in medical. Should he start his studies again? Zerko shook his head. A wide range of skills were needed to work as the leader of the intelligence corporation. Him, who was far above in that aspect from others, knew where his line was. It would be hard to increase it, even for him. He would also like to refrain from bothering John, whom he knew since academy days, to teach him too. Having only just returned, Zerko was already exhausted. Not physically, but mentally. Yes, that trip was the reason for this state Zerko was in. Proceed to the Empire of Hatuo. This is an imperial order. Will, John, and Buhul. After a discussion with the members gathered for the sake of bringing down the shadows, Alcimedes appeared in front of the room and requested for Zerko, who then headed towards the throne room with questions filling his head and having that sentence thrown at him all of a sudden. As you command, your majesty. But Zerko answered without hesitation. This response was paired with a special pose of the ninja family, kneeling with one knee up, with the head hanging down. It was the usual. Zerko felt like sighing. Despite him not having made his report, Kesemu, his majesty, had given a response like he had already heard about it all. Kesemu could seem to hear everything that was spoken in the castle. He had no idea how it was done. Even for such a sensitive person like Zerko, nothing could be felt. Recently, Zerko started wondering if the castle was a huge magic tool on its own. Or there must have been a magic tool like wiretap. In any case, first founder Elsmu that built this castle was a man full of mystery. The magic tool that was the door to the king's private chambers, the one hidden behind the throne. Anything that caught the eye was all brought by the first founder. One theory was that all the magic tools in Elsmu, like the mana measuring crystal ball that everyone would encounter once in their life, was, almost, all brought by the first founder. The magic level in Elsmu that had risen instantly was all thanks to him. Before that, magic was being referred as a miracle that only a portion of nobles and privileged people could use. All the events, the culture of education and the governing system. It was only 200 years ago that everyone could go to school, even commoners, good public order, patriotic feeling, and praise for the country as well as the abilities to defend against magic beasts using magic and knowledge. The expenses must have been great at the starting. There were too many to count what Elsmu had established. The secret history book that was handed down within the ninja family had written about countless magnificent things that Elsmu had done. But, it was also written that the person himself was from an unknown origin and was wrapped in mysteries. The first head of ninja family had written that that person had appeared in the middle of the demon forest, all of a sudden. Even for the fiercely loyal Zerko, it was hard for him to believe that. That kind of person. It wouldn't be weird for him to have wiretapped the entire castle. The king's private chambers was a mysterious area where even the intelligence corp was not allowed in. In there must be many magical tools that even Zerko had not seen before. Anyway, even if that was true, it would not mean a thing. Zerko had nothing to hide towards the respected Kesemu. Just that, it would greatly help the intelligence corp if they were to own such a tool as well. And thus, Will Dano, former, Shadow, Bohol Dano, I ask for your participation for this highly secret mission. Zerko conveyed the order to the three, who were waiting in John's research lab. Understood. Then I'll return to the dorm to prepare. No sooner had Will said that, he disappeared into the ceiling. Zerko, who was surprised by the skills Will showed in everything, wanted to chide himself to stop being so surprised every time, otherwise, his body would not hold out. He would have to resign himself to it. Now, another victim who had his common sense smashed to pieces increased. There's no choice since it's Will. A chant that breaks and destroys everything. The last time, he was shocked into silence by how adult-like Will's tone of speaking as well as his intellect. Then how he managed to use the Intelligence Corp special magic. Then by how he could casually use huge mana-taxing magic like it was nothing. It was because his parent was Gion, the leader of the Knights. Chantless was nothing unusual. That mana pool was there even before Zerko knew Will from the Obby's incident. And there was nothing he could say when he heard that Will smashed the mana measurement tool into pieces. What was left was three people who had a face that couldn't say anything, looking at the ceiling. Just forgive them for having that expression because it really can't be helped. I'll be heading towards the Merchant Guild to inform Bibinyaru. But that guy is also a former shadow, so please give me a break if he realizes something. Don't tell me he would be dragged in because he is a former shadow as well. Bulhul's tone dropped in the middle of his sentence, sounding slightly depressed. Looking at this, Zerko smiled wryly. No. It was known that the B-grade gourmet food is so popular that white knights are needed to control the long snaking queues. If the shop is to close, besides all the chaos, people would begin to suspect something is wrong. The king would like that Bibinyaradano, as tiring as it is, would stay here and continue your business. At the same time, Zerko felt like praising as expected of Kesamo-sama, as his chest grew with pride, being a part of ninja family who adores the king. Zerko is the same as usual, I see. Looking at the proud Zerko, John could only smile wryly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 087, Ordinary Days. 087, Ordinary Days. Posted on March 17, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. Falling into the worst mood I would ever have, my breakfast time was over miserably and lesson time drew near. I knew there was no meaning in resisting at this point of time, but my body was just somehow trying to resist it. It seemed like my face was ghastly pale. According to Zen, who was poking fun at me. Arg, don't play around with your senior. Ah, it's all right. I am an adult and a gentleman. I shall forgive this trifling matter. Sigh. A limp smile played on my face as I was dragged along by Zen and Selfie. I wondered what made them this desperate to get me to class. Was my presence that thin in their hearts? Were they going to offer me up as a sacrifice? Oni-san was going to cry. Haze. Let's just accept it. I was scared. The lesson of the second period, no, to be more precise, I am shaking in terror that was very unbecoming of my age when facing Verino-sensei. I don't care if you scold me uncool. I was not going to deny. During the moment I was thinking about these stuff, the classroom was slowly drawing closer. Really, I felt that it's weird. What had I done to Verino-sensei? Nothing. The reason I was hated by him was all because of Father. What exactly did Father do to be hated that much by the gentle Verino-sensei? Yep. I need to get an answer out of Father. I can't accept being pushed to the edge without knowing what the reason was. And thus, we reached the classroom. Was I imagining that everyone's gaze looking over was awfully frightening? Will, you will be attending lessons today, right? Turning around, Zen was glaring fiercely at me as he said that. I can't say it, but that gaze hurt. Well, everyone, I had kept you waiting. No one was waiting. Not even a little. It was the time for the smart and gentle Verino-sensei's fun lesson, Blizzard. Let's stop. It was futile to put all of my energy into flattering Verino-sensei within my heart. As my mind was continuing rambling, the door to the classroom opened. And from the other side, long and slender legs could be seen. William, Beryl. Yua. Letting out a foolish cry, I stood up by reflex. Because I can't help it. For some reason, the temperature right now was freezing cold, as if we were all plunged into a frozen wonderland. I had a feeling that if my butt continued to stay on my seat, it would be stuck frozen there. TSK. Did Verino-sensei just click his tongue? It's my imagination, right? It was my imagination. I wanted to ask time and time again, why did you skip my lesson? See, he started preaching like nothing happened. To not attend my summoning lessons seriously in the first place is not just about the question of what the rules are, do you not understand? Firstly, your safety. Even if you did summon the beast, it is still a magical beast. There is no way that is not dangerous. Second, the influence on your surroundings. If the summoned beast did not obey your commands, you are not the only one being troubled by that. Do you not understand? The people around you are being dragged into your problems as well. You already had a history of destroying the classroom, have you not? Yes, I was totally wring dry. When Verino-sensei reluctantly started his lessons, the bell rang. Was that okay, I wonder? As an educator. And finally, after great pains, the long day was over as we made our way back towards our dormitory. Really will. Never ever miss a lesson again. What is that, really? To go traveling on a whim. The one with that sharp tone was Selfie-san. I had no choice, did I? I cannot explain because it was a top-secret mission given by the king himself, so I made up an excuse on the spot towards the freezing Verino-sensei. Tee-hee. Of course, that made things worse. No, at this stage, it was like injecting salt into ice to further freeze it. Maybe that might be the reason why the lecture time was dragged out. Even so, I did not do it. No, although I did skip the lesson. This, I did commit. But it was not like I did it cause I wanted to. Who was I kidding? I stuck my neck into that matter. Sorry. I won't anymore. My shoulders drooped as I hung my head down. It's good you understand. The days you are not around are really dreadful for the rest of us, you know. If you even skip lessons again, you would be facing the entire class. I am sorry, really. I won't do it again. Yep. There was no way I can lift a hand against them. And when I decided on that, I think I heard someone mumbling something behind, so I turned back. Zen, did you say anything? Zen, who was walking with his head down, lifted his head at my voice and shook his head, smiling. I said nothing. I see. Is it just me? I tilted my head as I continued walking. I was pretty sure I heard something. Could it be ghosts? Or was it that legendary huge snake that kills whenever your eyes meet it? I wonder it was slithering around in the pipes right now. Yep, let's stop this reference. How scary, various stuff. Or rather, in this world, basilisk very normally exists. Its existence might be closer to that of Shiro's. Not only that, magical beasts, ghosts as well as spirits were normally around the forest or at the gravesites. To hide the tiny trembles my body was doing, I started skipping. By the way, what was the lessons like when I am gone? You mean Verino-sensei's? I changed the subject in a haste and Selfie responded. Yep. If the next lesson is another lecture, I don't think I would be able to stand it. That's why I'm asking. It's just normal lessons that we'll most probably already knew. Selfie said enviously, a bitter smile playing on her lips. The last lesson was about determining the intention of sorts of the summoned beasts. You meant the will of the summoned beasts? I see. So it means talking and coming in contact with your summoned beasts? I said as I made fun of Selfie with her unclear speech. If that was the case, I should be alright. During my travels, I summoned Shiro numerous times, so there should be no problem regarding our communication. Yep, that. Lilith-chan and I became quite close during that lesson. It was really fun. Realizing it, Selfie was glaring at me again. Right now, everything that was related to Verino-sensei seemed to be a taboo subject. As I sighed inwardly, I tried to change the subject again. Come to think of it, I had not met Selfie's summoned beast. Lilith-chan? What species is she? A bird called Asuka. I see, Asuka. Let me explain. Asuka is a bird-type magical beast, the size of a small pterodactyl of which it could grow from. Knights would rode on it, and it was used in scouting mission and was very popular with both adventurers and knights. A graduation of aquamarine to a greenish-brown spreads from its head till its tail, so it had the perfect camouflage color to fly above a forest. It is also well-versed in wind magic, being not only able to record sounds, but even creating its own sound insulation. But that's not all. The following point is the important part. Asuka loved the wind so much that it just glided in the air, like how fishes swam in the ocean. That was why its other name is Tabutori. TN, flying bird. Wasn't it just Hichu? TN, flying bird. Don't ask me, but I think birds are supposed to fly, was what I retorted when I first came to know about Asuka. As I recalled that in my mind, I hold on to the topic that I managed to change at great length. Asuka's color is aquamarine and a greenish-brown, just like Selphie, who has a beautiful head of yellow-green hair. The both of you are quite a perfect match. I forced a wide smile as I said that, but Selphie immediately turned her head away. Was I really that hard to look at? Thanks to that, Selphie stayed silent and I had no idea what to do. Even the ever-reliable Zen was silent. In the end, the rest of the journey was spent in silence. TN, the very first of the scheduled posts. I had some scheduled posts lined up for the upcoming few releases as I won't be having internet nor the time to be translating for a while. I would need to settle down in Japan for a bit, get my internet, phone, bank account, and what's not. All the better to serve you guys with. So I might not be able to update the chapter page, so please bear with it. I'll get around to doing it once I have the time and internet, so please don't rush me to update the chapter page. Well then, this was a fun chapter to translate. I missed the comedy inner monologue this novel is known for. Enjoy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 088, I don't understand. 088, I don't understand. Posted on March 20th, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. After parting with Selphie at the stairs, Zen and I headed towards our room. However, an awkward silence hung around the room as Zen remained silent. Really awkward. Zen? I timidly tried talking to Zen, who, upon entering the room, took a seat in front of his table and stayed there. Could it be that I angered him without even knowing by saying something wrong? Unease filled my heart. I was not boasting, but I really was quite scared right now. During these few years, how many times had I scolded Chiffon Thickhead? I was not a sensitive person, so I had no idea why Zen was angry right now. Zen said nothing. Glancing at Zen, I swallowed my sigh back in. His face was sullen as he kept his mouth shut. I couldn't see what expression Zen was making as he sat at his table, head hanging down, but I was sure it must be an angry one. Zen, did I do something wrong? Unable to stand the silence any longer, I opened my mouth, attempting to talk again. Zen's shoulders jumped in surprise, then he lifted his head up. Sorry, I was daydreaming. Did not hear you. Zen said. I was really astonished at that. No, it's okay. I did not anger him, right? It would be unbearable if I were to fight with a friend and lose him without even knowing the reason. No matter what, Zen was my first friend of the same generation. It was a bit sad that I only made a friend at 8 years old, but this had nothing to do with it. Anyway, it's the best if Zen was not angry with me. Even so, I wondered if I missed something. I stole a glance at Zen, who had a frown on his face and sighing, and I decided to leave the room for now. I have something to do, so I will be going out for a bit. Sure. Take care. Will. What's wrong? With something hanging over me, I approached the lobby and Selphie was there. Behind her was the Holy Mother, Maria-san. Just something. I replied Selphie as I gave a greeting towards Maria-san. Since my previous life, I always had trouble with 2 girls and above. Groups were scary. Those true feelings that were rarely seen would easily rear its head within the comfort of a group. Mass psychology was indeed scary. In my case, I get easily flustered just by taking to girls. Since I am a gentleman and not a pervert who get flustered by talking to girls, it should be alright. I am not turning into those kind of guys who stay silent because they are nervous either. This was called dandyism. Not staying silent nor taciturn. Dandyism sounded like that, but it was totally another thing altogether. Which was why I was on the cool side of that silent part. I was not boasting, but my experience with girls was amount to nothing. It was to the point that it could be called as having a phobia of women. Once, I questioned my sexuality that I wanted to. How futile. This was all in my past life, and besides, I was only 8 years old. But at the way I behaved towards girls right now, it must mean how deep this had been carved into my soul. How empty. I am thinking of going out for a bit. I shook my head to clear all the useless thoughts, informed Selphie and Maria before leaving the place quickly. And, how have you been? What can I do for you? I murmured after leaving the gate. No one could be seen around me. No, I was not a pitiful person who left my friend alone to speak to a make-believe one. Will Dono is as sharp as ever. Zerko-san appeared behind me. Even though he was dressed as a commoner, it couldn't hide the charm he was giving off. Damn it, Eichmann just explode. I had more than enough mana, Marioku, but I was seriously lacking in a man's charm, Mirioku. It was just one word difference, but it was enough to sink a man into depression. Words could be violent, I finally understood that now. Zirko-san shrugged, as expressionless as ever, but somehow, he was giving off an aura of uneasiness. The wind magic that hides a presence, as expected of Elsmu's #1 ninja, no, Intelligence Corp leader, was somehow not working today as his mana leaked out from the ceiling, as if telling me something was wrong. Or rather, leaking it on purpose in order to lure me out. Are we going to talk here? Not rejecting my question by instead, showed an affirmation aura as Zirko-san turned his gaze towards me. He nodded lightly and stood in front of me. It is just a ratty old place, but would you mind coming over to my house? I have tea. I see, so this would be a long talk. Sigh. A small sigh slipped out of my mouth. This sounded like that. That pattern where I would miss my curfew. It would be nice if they could set up a system. In case I broke any school rules for undergoing missions from the country. Students caught in between a rock, Elsmu, and a hard place, school, would be really troubled. Well, I was the only student in that situation though. Oh well, I put my neck into this incident of my own accord, so I could only blame myself. If my neck was out, I had to make sure my butt was there as well. This was what they meant by responsibility. Regarding this case, I would just have to accept all the punishment that came with it. Zirko-san's house, which meant a ninja house. My heart jumped at that. My anticipation rose as we walked towards his house in the capital. But it was an unrealistic dream. This is kind of normal. My shoulders drooped as Zirko-san gave a wry smile. What is Wildano expecting? I did say that the house was built in the capital. A house that is concealed in the woods or something. No, I knew that. It's just this is. I forced myself to stop. I knew that reality was going to be different from my expectation, I knew that. But I mean, a ninja house, a ninja house. Didn't that just make you think there was something more to it? The Hall of Shadows was quite impressive. Well, there is nothing much here but. Zirko-san opened the door before stepping to the left to allow me in. I nodded and stepped forward. I will be intruding. But at least make the doors a sliding one. I thought as I passed through the door. This must be that, the inside must be filled with all kinds of mechanism. Like hidden doors, pitfalls, revolving doors, falling ceilings, and stuff like that. I would be dead by then. I smiled wryly to myself as the streets of Elsmu were bathed in the warm evening lights. Well, where should I start? For Zirko-san, a rare frown was seen on his face as he mumbled. That emotionless face must have an effect of anti-aging. People who laughed often developed crow's lines that, together with laugh lines, create a smiling face. Those emotionless expression must be Zirko-san thinking I would be troubled if wrinkles starts to appear. Eichmann too, had their share of trouble about maintaining their looks. Zirko-san took out red tea, which again, caused a strong out-of-place feeling, as I sipped on it. Firstly, it is about the tools we recovered, but we are having trouble with the examination. It might be because the only one working on them is John, so it can't be helped that it would be slow. I had expected that to some extent. On that night, I did rush back in a panic to collect all the magical tools left in the Hall of Shadows, but to tell the truth, I had forgotten all about them. It once again reminded me of how I was not paying attention to my surroundings. Or did I lessen my vigilance because the fight with Spinel was over? No matter, I was regretting and reflecting on this. How could I only remember the existence of those tools when I reached the capital? Stupid. Really dumb. But, thanks to being able to read magic circles due to it being kanji, I handed the tools over directly to the research lab, bypassing any question the king or Zirko had. I did not want to reveal that I could read and understand the magic language to them. No, I am not planning to reveal it in the future too. No matter how chummy I was with them, they would always put their position before them. They would want me to work for the country if they knew. Which was why I simply passed it to John Sensei instead. There was a sense of security if it was him. Then, Zirko-san let out a bomb. And, unfortunately, I have something bad to report. I gulped. Spinel is dead. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 2. 089, Magic Tools and Magic Circles, Chance 2, John's POV. 089, Magic Tools and Magic Circles, Chance 2, John's POV. Posted on March 23, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. Magic is a profound and deeply interesting subject. It can protect people, it can hurt people. It can increase our numbers, yet it can also decrease it. Right now, magic is overflowing in our everyday life, and even a snotty-nosed brat can produce a fire from his fingers. Just 200 years ago, magic was only deemed usable by certain chosen individuals, and all magicians were held in high regards. What would they think if they could see us now? Such convenience was magic. Once people knew of the convenience magic brought to them, they began to want more. And the research for those convenient magic, chants as well as magic circle, started. And I was one of them. There were numerous researchers who spent months and years on research, but there were hardly any development. The reason for that was firstly, the chants and the circles. Both had not been completely understood. Or rather, we had more questions than answers. Like the symbols, the shapes. Although we had somewhat a breakthrough for the symbols, I still did not fully understand what meaning those lines carry, or the placement of where the points were placed. Even for the same magic, the way of reading the chants and the circles were different. And from there, various theories were formed. One of the theory was that magic is natural, like how humans are humans, how the world is just like that. There are no reason behind it, it just exists, it just works like that. Another theory was, chants were speech and circles were words. Magic is the result of a set of instructions from the world. I was a scholar studying and focusing on the latter. It had not been proven, but a certain degree of regularity had been confirmed in the chants, and although the grammar was slightly different, it would be easier to think of it as a language. In addition, chantless casting existed in this world. Which meant, it would be more logical to think chants and circles as an indication of support, or a command to magic. And as such, there were many royal scholars who were researching according to this magic language theory. It was a bit too fast to say that the nature theory was obsolete, but speaking of researchers, it couldn't be helped that they would follow the one that they could actually research on. Let's just put aside the theories about chants and circles. There was a serious reason for the lack of development of the research. The problem of mana capacity. It was when a new magic was being tried out. There was no way to avoid spending huge amount of mana when the image and the chant of the caster were not in sync. Under normal circumstances, a high amount of mana would be required. There were many times where magic could not even be invoked. The caster would lose conscious as their mana was drained out before the magic even invoked. If the magic was forced to invoke, the caster would end up totally drained. Which was why, apart from the researchers, technicians who created magical tools were all putting their life on the line as they worked. That was why it was naturally understood that high mana and education were needed for the jobs. And that's the reason the research on magic hardly advanced. And what are you doing? I sighed and looked at Will, who was here for some reason. He jumped in surprise, as I thought, and looked at me. That was his reaction every time he came here recently. I do hope he forgives me. As he was so similar to me, I found myself teasing him before I knew it. But it looked like the reason for visiting this time was different. He always had on a timid expression every time he came, but today, he had on a quiet expression as his shoulders drooped. No matter, I was sure he did not come here all the way just to fool around. Here was the research lab, where state secrets flew around, way deep in the castle. Sensei. I had done it. From what I could see, his eyes were slightly wet. According to Will, his eyes were drooling as he totally denied his sadness. He was stubbornly refusing to admit it, but Will was crying. I had unconsciously forgotten about it, but he was only 8. Did he have a painful experience from school? I usually see him as a friend of the same age, but 8 years old is still 8 years old. Plus, his wet eyes enhanced his angelic looks, and I somehow felt like I did something wrong to him. I had to comfort him some way or the other. Boo, but I didn't have any experience in dealing with kids, so I had no idea what to do. There was a running gag in a novel I read somewhere. Thinking of stuff that was very out of character, I opened my mouth. So you finally did it. Where and who did you kill? I blew it. This was not even a gag. It was a totally black joke. I really blew it, I thought as I regretted it, looking at Will with a bitter smile. No, wait a minute, John-sensei. What kind of impression do you have of me? To the extent of using that out-of-character joke. Sorry. Thank you very much. You are taking care of me, aren't you? It worked somehow. Although there were the out-of-character unlikable words mixed in there, at least the atmosphere of which mushroom could start growing was gone. But, after Will said his thanks and gave a small nod, the raised face was free of sadness, but instead a serious expression was on it. I will show you the magic tools I recovered from the Hall of Shadows. Saying that, Will met my eyes. Silence went on for a while. My facial muscles stiffened involuntarily. I knew this look. Yes, this was Gion-sama's look. It was the sharp look Gion-sama had on when he had important jobs as the leader of the knights. And this 8-year-old kid in front of me was making the same face. His future was unthinkable. Really. I want to praise my judgment, and thank the stars that I am able to become this person's sensei. I wonder how many times was it that I had given thanks to God? At least, I knew it had increased all at once since 5 years ago. TN, short chapter. Great. The daily continuous translating is causing pretty bad migraines. Have to continue. But a totally different style. I had fun in changing my style once in a while. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 090, The Shadow's Magic Tools and the Magic Language. 090, The Shadow's Magic Tools and the Magic Language. Posted on March 26, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, Poor_Hero. Please show me the tools from the Hall of Shadows. I said to John Sensei nervously, but he gave a consenting look at me. True, you might know something since your will, Ot. John Sensei then injected mana into a lock on top of a chest. Click, cluck noises sounded as it sprang open. John Sensei then thrust his arm deep into it. There. Though it's not supposed to be shown to others. Say that, John Sensei looked at me with eyes like I was his master, holding a bowl. A bowl of food. I stared at him with slightly reproachful eyes, but thinking about it, of course he would show that kind of eyes. It was because even for all the researchers working in Elsmu's castle, they might not even come up with one new spell in this lifetime. Which was why these kind of new magical tools were valuable to them. The tool handed over was shaped like a birdcage and had a magic stone embedded in the place where the bird was supposed to be. I opened the cage door and took out the stone, revealing the magic circle underneath. Simulating mana increase. Looking at the dumbfounded me, John Sensei asked with a serious look on his face. Will, do you know the meaning of this circle? Usually he would hide his interest well, but regarding this, oh how John Sensei had fallen. Yes. The carved circle had a magic to mimic an increase in mana. I see. The reason why the Chief of Shadows had summoned beasts of higher mana than him following him was because of this tool, which gathered mana from the surroundings and forcefully pushed it into the user. Silence. Unintentionally, both of us looked at each other in silence. This was the only way one could increase their mana pool. It was not impossible, but very difficult to do. This. John Sensei groaned, stunned. I think Spinel's death was caused by this. As the truth was too shocking, I went into a daze. I rushed over, worrying if Spinel's death was because of me, but it was not so. To summon demon, Spinel's body was being used/eaten up. Even I did nothing, he would die anyway. Rather, it could be said that thanks to me draining his mana, he managed to live a little while longer. Ha! A small sigh of relief leaked out. I was quite heartless, wasn't I? I would never know what pushed him to do this, even disregarding his life, but knowing that he did it, gave me the chills. Even though everyone would die sooner or later. I was relieved. I didn't know if it's a good or a bad thing, but I was not a kid, overflowing with a sense of justice, who thought that all evil must be defeated, as I knew that the world was not as simple. People didn't usually produce a bright smile when they killed off an enemy like those of a superhero show. But I wondered if I was as cold-hearted for feeling relief. I am relieved. As all of that was going through my mind, John Sensei said that, folding his arms. Relieved. I mumbled reflexively and was directed a gentle smile. Yes. As there is no need to worry about the threat, shadows, posed any longer. Actually, I was worried if that shadow was feigning death. John Sensei's words struck straight through me. The complex and complicated feelings melted away. I see. Rather than being angry at the shadows, I was in fear of them. I did not see the body itself, that was why I had a lingering fear inside me. Even so, what tenacity! In this case, it might be easier to understand if I were to compare it to salt. It is already in our bodies. Let's ignore the fact that different people have different mana pool. It is alright to consume an appropriate amount, but, using this tool, it was like drinking the entire bottle of soy sauce. When salt was overconsumption, salt levels for places other than the cells were raised, and in order to maintain the equilibrium, water would be extracted from the cells and dehydration would happen. Well, it was a bit different for mana, but this comparison, to me, seemed to be the closest. To have a huge amount of mana forced into one's body, the existing mana inside the body would be turned into a mess, causing the body to break down. The mana needed to summon demon was forced into the body all at once, so the body could not even resist. With this, I finally understood Spinel's death. So that was why Spinel looked tired and his movements were a little sluggish during our fight at the Hall of Shadows. Rather, I felt admiration for him, for being able to move till that extent despite everything. But for the body to be eaten to that extent, was pretty disgusting. Instinctively, I shivered and hugged my shoulders as my eyes met with John-sensei, who had a frown on. "John-sensei, what is the matter?" Sensei snapped his head up when he heard my question. Then, as though having made a decision, he turned and faced me. "Will, can I ask something?" "Yes?" "Chants and circles, they are a language, aren't they?" To the nervous me, the question was a simple one. Since that day I came clean about my magic to John-sensei, I had been dodging this question. And now, I had a feeling I could no longer avoid it. To the me who lapsed into silence, John-sensei said nothing as he continued to look at me. I could just say no. There were no doubt or suspicion in that pair of eyes that were looking at me. John-sensei must have already known it. If he were to know about it. Was I only worrying about myself? If you were to ask me if I trust John-sensei, I would say that he was the one I trusted the most, so there was no way he would use it to abuse that information, right? The most he would use it for the sake of the country, but even I knew that was just me looking for an excuse. Right now, facing that question straight on, all I felt was an obscure sense of fear. No matter how I mocked myself for being stupid, I still felt it. I knew that I could just change, or admit my weakness, but even if I knew it in my head, I couldn't help how I felt. How stupid. To think I even preached at Chiffon. In the end, I ran. I continued to avoid my eyes. Even if I have to accept it, even if I cannot overcome it. I started laughing softly at the ridiculousness. I had asked to retain my former memories for the experience I had as so not to be hated in this life, and yet now I was attempting to avoid these experiences. Wasn't I stupid? Now, I couldn't help but started thinking about the reason why I was reborn into this world. Questions started arising. I knew there were no meaning to it by now, and I did sometimes think that Gramps was a fool. But still, the reason I was reborn into this world was of God's, Gramps' will. Even if it was because a vase fell accidentally, and I was here because this just so happened to be the world Gramps was in charge of. Yet such a trivial incident gave me a sense of relief every time I thought back to it. It gave me a strong and definite significance of why I existed. It was sometime I did not have in my previous life. The parents that accepted me. Not for what I can do, but for me. I came to know that there were a boundary line between others and me because I was keeping a secret. I was finally able to recognize it. That's right, John-sensei. But I can't help but think. Why was it this world? Why was it this world where all chants and circles were in Japanese, and even the first founder was a Japanese? There was way too much coincidence. I had to wonder if I was secretly blessed by that invisible Gramps. And in that manner, my thoughts flew to a different place. I thought so, Will. The moment John-sensei spoke, I landed back in reality in a snap. What's the matter? My heart thumped as I stared in amazement at him. But, it too, blew all of my complex thoughts away. Nothing. Why did you think that? Pulling myself together, I faced Sensei. The reason not being able to produce a new magic tool was because we had no idea if magic was a language or not. At this, I finally understood why John-sensei asked me that question now. But, more than that. John-sensei's face grew serious. If magic were to invoke without even knowing the effect, an extremely large amount of mana was required. Usually it wouldn't even activate, and if forcefully activated, it would totally drain the caster's mana and kill them. With a snap, John-sensei's sharp eyes looked at me. We have no way of knowing if these tools were passed down from generations to generations within the shadows, or if it was created just for this incident's summoning. Sensei took a breather, before continuing. If it was newly created, the number of victims, guinea pigs, will be unfathomable. A one-man team will not be able to do it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 091, what am I depressed for? 091, what am I depressed for? Posted on March 29, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. It was when Will was at John's laboratory. Zen had a rare gloomy expression as he sat at his table. Books that were taken out from the desk drawers were sprawled on top of the desk for a long time now. It's useless. Muttering that to himself, Zen stood up. That's right, he didn't understand. For the skipping of grades exam, he had borrowed a book from the library, but he was far from understanding what it wrote. To Zen, who was aiming to skip grades, this was a matter of life and death. When Will was first gone, he faced no problems. But, as early as the second day, problems that he did not understand appeared, and as he continued reading, those problems just kept accumulating. Finally, he didn't even feel like opening the book any longer. It had not even been a week. To Zen, rather than not understanding the book, the truth scared him more. But he still was troubled over the fact that he couldn't understand it. Before he knew it, he had totally relied on Will. And now, Zen had realized that. Right now, the only official request from Zen to Will was only the study session held every Saturday. Which was why, when Will disappeared, leaving only a note saying "I am playing truant," he felt a tiny bit offended and did not even think that he would have problems with his studies. He thought since he was not being taught by Will all that much, he must have understood those questions on his own. But no. And it was proven by Will's absurd playing truant stunt. Thinking back, Will and Zen were often talking in their room. Zen did not remember having asked the answer to questions or asking Will to teach him, but no, that was what happened. Will was supporting Zen without him realizing it. Zen wouldn't lie that it was not vexing. But, he also knew Will was an out-of-the-norm existence. And right now, Zen's head was filled with questions that were most likely to appear from the skipping of grades exams in July. No matter what, he had to pass that exam, but there was no way he could solve those questions. At 1 month before the exam, which was now, he finally realized that he was actually not that great at studying. This is terrible. Zen muttered as he hugged his head. As the validation of the magic tool was over, I left John-sensei and teleported to the Hall of Shadows. I came here once before when I was anxious about Spinel's death, but this time, I was just making sure. It was difficult to think that people living in the city were observing my every move every second, but, just in case. It would be unnatural to see someone who had not even come out of the house to walk back in. I was, however, slightly worried about my future for being overdependent on this really convenient magic. I was not wrong, was I? If there was not even the need to walk, the physical strength of my legs would decrease. It was unexpectedly important to build up the foundation of one's body when they were young. The health of a person who did exercise when they were young and those who did not, were going to be totally different when they grew old. Those without exercise would find it hard to even walk fast, and their immunity would be weak, which caused them to fall sick easily. For the worst case, they would become bedridden once they reached their retirement age. That might be going a little too far. Anyway, one must not make light of the shortage of exercising. It was something to be feared. But since this world did not have a lifetime employment system, there would be no retirement age to speak of. Or rather, forget about that. What was I saying? That's right. Teleport. Let's keep this magic as my trump card. Only an idiot would flaunt their trump card. Well, although there existed a strategy of showing it off in order to pressure the opponent, and I aimed to use this strategy wisely. But, it didn't mean to show all of my trump card. It all depended on the place, purpose, and judgment. Here, was not where I should show my teleport. I shall be the one to judge when and where to use it. Because I was not an idiot. I was not, right? It must be just the wind blowing that I misheard, is that I did quite a number of idiotic stuff in Hatuo. There were no choice in regard to this case. I was not supposed to do anything. But it was an urgent matter. A kid went to the royal castle and was commanded by a scholar working there. Requested, before driven away, you know? It might also be a little rude to just teleport away right in front of Zirko-san without saying anything. Tee-hee. Will did it. I was really sorry, I was totally in the wrong. Calm down. Let's add this to this year's resolution. Reflection. I am really sorry. And thus, the me who lowered my head right after I teleported again. I somewhat managed to cover it all over, and after explaining the magic tool to Zirko-san, he had on a dumbfounded as well as a relief expression as I imagined. So that's it. Zirko-san said, looking at the ceiling as he nodded, before a wry smile came back. But, I thought my heart would stop when Wildano disappeared all of a sudden. That is. I am really sorry about that. I lowered my head, which induced more wry smiles. Really a person who lacks common sense. The small mutter by Zirko-san was, unfortunately, heard by my sharp ears. Really, I was really sorry for that. Lacking in calmness and being impolite, this William had already deeply reflected on it, so please forgive me. Yay. I should not be fooling around. I was reflecting on it, but right now, I was facing a serious problem. It was time for my curfew. By the way, Zurko-san. I am really sorry, but... I looked down at my watch and Zurko-san seemed to catch the drift. It is already this time. Ah, come to think of it, Wildano is only 8. To the muttering Zurko-san, I slowly stood up. Well, I was too. In a completely off mode right now. Standing up, I stepped forward and all of a sudden, the floor I was stepping on gave a click as it registered my foot. Before I knew it, I fell into a dark place. Where is this? Somehow managing to land safely, I looked around me and sighed. There was really no need to raise a flag here at all. If Zurko-san was not standing above me with a panicked face, I would have cried. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 092, After the Fall. 092, After the Fall. Posted on April 1, 2017 by Kraza Pumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. What I could see was only darkness. Unsightly falling through the revolving floor that flipped suddenly. The sight that awaited me down below was this. Will Dono. Are you okay? Having heard a desperate voice calling from above, I put aside my bewilderment and replied. I'm okay. I'm alright. It looks like I had fallen into a very dark place. Well, I was caught surprised and lost to gravity, but I did have a thing called magic. Well then, I'm going to teleport. Was what I was about to say when a weird noise sounded up ahead. And when I was about to venture into the darkness to investigate by reflex, Zurko-san's rare shouting voice reached my ears. I am coming to rescue you now. After which, a heavy scrapping sound was heard on top and, surprise surprise, a fairy, Zurko-san, that was wrapped in wind descended. Master. You came from the sky, HM. Nothing. Let's give it up. I was so surprised that I almost sprouted a certain person's lines. Why did you come down, Zurko-san? Oh dear, I came down on impulse. Said the ninja-san with a beautiful emotionless face. At least say that with a wry smile or something. It will destroy your reputation of an intelligence corp to not even know what traps your house has. Was what I wanted to say, but... He gave off a straight-laced ninja feel when we first met, but this person was actually quite out there. I could finally understood John-sensei's questionable face when he said, before our journey, Zurko-san most probably had common sense. To begin with, I should know that this person was not normal since he was John-sensei's friend. It was best not to get involved with him. He was, in some ways, very ninja-like. For the sake of my master. He would do all sorts of things while saying that. His loyalty was first class. I would definitely accomplish my mission. Something like that? Yep. I don't care anymore. You would have to forgive me for this attitude. I just can't help it. I came because I was interested in the traps this mansion had as well. Ooh. Is that true? He seemed to be impressed. With an emotionless face as usual. It was like I was being recognized for my usefulness. I was not unwilling in helping the owner to uncover the mysteries of his house. I would be lying if I said I was not excited. I then cast a light magic, which illuminated the darkness, showing a cave-like tunnel. The secret passage underneath the revolving door in a ninja mansion. This just added on to my excitement. It was like a maze. Was I going to explore a dungeon? I would not be called a Japanese if my excitement was not this high. TN, I am pretty sure you aren't right now. And so, let's continue on. Let's go. The dimly lit tunnel, by magic, continued on. Sometimes, the moaning of the wind made me jumped. Even so, this sight made me really excited. What will awaited me at the end of this tunnel? It was when I continued walking. Something was making a noise ahead of the unlit part of the tunnel. And when I used magic to search, I felt something moving. Much less than much greater than. TN, Ungshi, Night Vision. When I secretly chantlessly cast it, I could see a human figure. His height was about 150-160 cm, I think. HM? I should have used this in the first place? You totally don't understand, do you? There will be no excitement in that. What for did you think I broke my curfew to explore this? For the adventure. Since I specially came to another world. Anyone would yearn after this kind of adventure. Plus, a ninja mansion coupled with a secret tunnel, it was like a dream come true. Was there any other way than to explore it? Seeing Zurko-san stopped his feet, he noticed it too. Looking at each other, we nodded, before stealthy walking. Ninja stealthy walking. How authentic. My excitement was high to the point that pointless stuff was running through my brain. I shall ignore the voice that said I was always thinking of useless stuff like that. Furthermore, a stone-paved ceiling could be seen up ahead. Could it be this was buried a building? Yoo-hoo-huh. Awesome. With my excitement at max levels, I activated my magic chantlessly. Much less than much greater than. Tien, Genzai Ichi Kensaku, search current location. A map appeared in my brain with the name of the building on top was shown. The academy? I mumbled, stunned, as the person on the other side came into the light. To think it was the school that laid ahead. Then. Oh, you found it, Zurko-san. You. What are you doing here? And don't call me Zurko-san. Didn't you always call me father? Tien, Chi-Chi-Ue, direct translation would be oh great father. What, you say, just remodeling? Ah, but it's embarrassing. To talk like that now is quite embarrassing, isn't it? Zurko-san, it really shows a lack of common sense to talk like this in this period of time. This way of speaking is the correct way as passed down through our lineage. Besides, it was bestowed by the first founder? That tone of yours. Not only that. This speech is fitting for both a ninja and the leader of the Intelligence Corp. It is a kind of speech which carried power and might. And you? What are you doing, speaking in that foolish way and complaining? You are the one with the lack of common sense for even making a trap in the guest room. I don't think I was in the wrong for my jaw dropping open. I mean, the tunnel that was under the trap floor was linked with the school. Not only that, Kalia-senpai was standing at the end of it, and the default emotionless Zurko-san was red in the face, engaging in a shouting match with him. Anyone would have their jaw hanging open. But that kind of speech is lost as time goes by, isn't it? Is there any meaning in using it then? Cool. Plus, who do you think the one who was taking care of the house when father was not around? Even mother said it. To say all this despite the fact you are always not at home. Tien, Kalias is using the normal way of saying father, Oto-san. Cool. Zurko-san's character was collapsing. Sorry for breaking in the middle. Chaos was spreading with Zurko-san hugging his head as he mumbled while Kalia-senpai was watching happily. And as I spoke up timidly, the both of them looked at me. I was suddenly pierced with the glance of 4 eyeballs. You. So alike. Weren't they super alike, these two? Why did I not notice it earlier? The me who was surprised by Kalia-senpai's background, it's useless. It was to the extent where even his own parent didn't know. From the emotionless pair, a question mark could be seen pointed at me. Kalia-senpai. This here is? Somehow, I lost my ability to make a normal sentence. I can't help it. Anyone would lose it when they were being stared at by those emotionless eyes. 2 pairs of them. Kalia-senpai looked proud at my question. A secret passageway. Just when I was taking a stroll under the floor, I found this tunnel which led back to our guest room. Convenient, isn't it, to be able to come back to the academy anytime? Oi, wait a minute. Convenient? Sure, but why the hell did this tunnel even exist in the first place? Or rather, what did you mean by talking a stroll underneath the floor? Was it somewhere you can casually take a stroll to? Under the floor? There was too many things to retort to. Ugh, I cannot lose here. The conversation couldn't continue. I was betting my curfew on this. I should swallow all of my retorts and maintain my pace. I somehow put on poker face, before returning my gaze to Kalia-senpai. It sure is. I'm envious. And, Zurko-san over there. It sounded like I was reading lines, but it can't be helped. I'm not the wrong one here. Zurko-san, who was crouching down, lifted his head at my call. He had a miserable face on. What's the lost speech of the ninja families? Zurko-san opened his mouth somewhat timidly. The ninja family was bestowed a way of speaking from the first founder. But the second generation rejected it, causing it to be lost. Kalia-senpai continued on. It started with a go and ended with ru, but as it was lost, Zurko-san tried his darnest to match at least the last word, which ended up in him ending his words with didaru. It's embarrassing, isn't it? Tien, like I said, I hate verbal tics, it brings me out of the story every time, which is why I don't translate them. But Zurko-san ends all of his sentence with didaru. I did inform you guys, no? Kalia-senpai shrugged and my mouth dropped open once again. That was certainly de Gozaru.